Chapter 1. The Day the Silence Roared. Ethan Cole's morning began with a blinking cursor and a lie. The cursor pulsed in the middle of a half-finished email on his second monitor. The lie sat in the subject line, neat and harmless. Q3 Disaster Recovery Plan, Final Draft. There was nothing final about it. Ethan knew that. So did his boss. So did anyone who had ever sat in a glass conference room with a lukewarm coffee while someone in a suit said, "In the unlikely event of a prolonged power outage." No one in that room had ever really tried to imagine prolonged. They imagined a few hours, maybe a day, enough time for generators to kick in and IT to work its quiet magic in the background, like a swarm of digital janitors. They did not imagine what Ethan imagined when he heard the words disaster recovery. He imagined planes. He imagined highways full of dead cars. He imagined silence like a roar. He took a deep breath, watched the cursor blink once more, and hit send. The lie shot off through the company network, wrapped in jargon and bullet points, toward an inbox where it would be skimmed, filed, and set aside. Someone's phone rang in the cubicle farm outside his tiny office. Someone laughed at a meme. The air conditioner hummed. A printer clicked. The world for the moment worked. Ethan leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes. A faint reflection stared back at him in the dark glass of the second monitor. Early 30s, brown hair in need of a trim, monochrome office shirt rolled up at the sleeves. He looked like every other white-collar worker in downtown Riverbend, give or take the emergency radio tucked into his backpack and the mental inventory of supplies waiting in a cabin 2 hours away. He checked the time. 10:46 a.m. If he left at noon, he'd beat the worst of the traffic out of the city and make it to Cedar Ridge well before dark. That was the plan anyway. A weekend of hiking, as he'd told his coworkers. Some fresh air. Maybe fix the gutter the last storm had half ripped off the cabin roof. He stood, stretched, and looked out the office window. Downtown Riverbend glowed in late summer haze. Glass towers stabbed at a sky so blue it looked fake. Down on Main, people swarmed the sidewalks between food trucks and coffee carts. He wondered, as he often did, how many of them had even a gallon of water at home that hadn't come out of a tap. His cell phone buzzed on the desk. Grace Alvarez flashed on the screen. He smiled and answered. "Hey," he said, "shouldn't you be teaching someone how to gut a fish right now?" Grace snorted. "Funny, I'm on my break," she said. "Walter called out, so I'm covering his route. Apparently the entire plumbing system of Riverbend decided to fail this morning." "Plumbing fails every day," Ethan said. "That's what you love about it." "What I love is that pipes don't talk back," she said. "Unlike certain teenagers, who shall remain unnamed." "How's Alex?" Ethan asked. "And Mia?" "Alex is mad because I grounded him from his phone for a week," Grace said. "Mia is mad because Alex is mad. I'm mad because they're both mad. So, domestic bliss." There was a honk through the line, then a muffled curse. "Also, traffic is insane. If I didn't know better, I'd say free donut day at the DMV. Friday," Ethan said. "Everyone's trying to leave work early and go, do anything else." "You still going up to the cabin?" Grace asked. "Yeah," he said. "Figured I'd head out at lunch. Beat the rush." "You and your rush beating," she said affectionately. "Don't forget, Alex has that cross-country meet near Brookstone next weekend. If society hasn't collapsed by then, we're planning to drive out. Thought maybe we'd swing by Cedar Ridge afterward." "Door's always open," Ethan said. "If it isn't, the key's in the fake rock by the steps." "Yeah, but I like it better when the door comes with you attached," she said. "Text me when you're out of the city so I know some part of this world is still sane." "You got it," he said. They hung up. He stared at the phone a second longer than necessary, then slipped it into his pocket. He'd met Grace 6 years ago at a church picnic he hadn't wanted to attend. Someone had mentioned he knew how to fix a camp stove, and before he knew it, he'd been elbow deep in somebody's cooler, convinced it was leaking gas. Grace had walked up with a bag of chips, watched him work for 30 seconds, and said, "Loosen that nut before you burn your eyebrows off." He had. She'd been right. He respected people who knew how things actually worked. He shut down his computer, locked his drawer out of pointless habit, grabbed his backpack, and stepped into the hallway. If he'd left 10 minutes earlier, he would have been in the stairwell when the EMP hit. If he'd left 10 minutes later, he might have been on the elevator. As it was, he was walking past the break room when the world blinked. It wasn't a sound, not exactly. More a thump in the air, like someone had punched the atmosphere. The lights flickered once, twice, then cut out completely. The hum of the air conditioner died mid-breath. The copy machine in the corner let out a wounded squeal and went silent. In the half-second after the power died, there was a collective inhale from the cubicles, as if the building itself were surprised. Then the sirens started outside. Not all of them, just enough. The distant wail of a fire truck, the erratic ululation of a car alarm that never finished its cycle. "What the?" someone said. Ethan's phone went dark in his hand. Not just dark, dead. He tried the side button automatically. Nothing. No low battery icon, no restart logo, just black. He flipped it over. The screen was intact. No cracks, no reason all for it not to work. His stomach dropped. He reached into his backpack with fingers that suddenly didn't feel like his and pulled out the handheld emergency radio. It should have been off. He always kept it off at work. The screen was dead. The tiny LED that flashed when he turned the knob did not flash. He flicked it off and on again. Nothing. A deeper siren wound up outside, the city-wide tone that usually meant tornado drills in the spring. "Oh, come on," someone groaned. "Not today." Every conversation cut off at once as the siren cut off mid-wail. The silence that followed wasn't really silent. It was full of things. The distant thump of something heavy, a car horn stuck on, a dog barking like a maniac, a person shouting across the street. But inside the building, without the constant hum of electricity, it felt like someone had sucked the air out. "Power outage," a coworker said. "Didn't they send an email about scheduled maintenance?" "That was next week," another replied. The emergency lights in the hallway did not kick on. That was when Ethan's skin started to crawl. He walked to the window and looked down at Maine. Cars sat frozen in the intersection like someone had yelled, "Freeze!" on a movie set. A bus idled sideways across 2 lanes, its interior dark. People stood in clusters on the sidewalk, looking at their phones, then at each other, confusion rippling through the crowd. Beyond them, at the far end of the block, a traffic light hung dead, its usual red, yellow, green mime show absent. A plane crossed the rectangle of sky above the street, maybe a mile up, small but visible. As Ethan watched, its nose dipped, very gently. "No," he whispered. It didn't fall out of the sky. It just lost its grace. The usual smooth arc of its path stuttered. A faint trail of smoke or vapor blurred behind it. The plane sank lower, lower, disappearing behind a distant cluster of buildings. No explosion reached them. Not yet. He stepped back from the glass. This wasn't a blackout. This was everything. "Ethan," his boss said from the doorway, voice thin in the sudden quiet. "You're the disaster recovery guy. Tell me this is fine." Ethan swallowed. "Turn off every device you have that still works," he said. "Right now. Unplug it. Take out the batteries. Wrap it in aluminum foil if you've got it." His boss blinked. "What?" "Just do it," Ethan said. He went to his desk, yanked open the bottom drawer, and pulled out the slim metal briefcase he kept there. People had joked about it for years. Ethan's spy case. Ethan's nuclear launch codes. He set it on the desk, flipped the latches, and opened it. Inside, nested in foam, lay a small shortwave radio, a set of walkie-talkies, and an old-fashioned analog wristwatch. All of them were wrapped in overlapping layers of aluminum foil and plastic. He'd built the case after reading one too many white papers on electromagnetic pulses over coffee. Paranoid, he'd called it then. Insurance, he called it now. He unwrapped the watch first. The second hand ticked smoothly. A breath he hadn't realized he was holding escaped his chest. He buckled it onto his wrist. "Ethan," his boss repeated, a little louder. "What is going on?" He looked up. People were crowding into the hallway now, faces pale in the dim. "I think we just got hit by an EMP," he said. "A what?" someone asked. "Electromagnetic pulse," Ethan said, "like a giant microwave. It fries unprotected electronics. Not just power, chips, circuits." "Is that even real?" Another coworker scoffed. Outside, a distant boom rolled over the city. People flinched. Somewhere down the block, someone screamed. It's real, Ethan said. The question is whether it was solar or man-made. Does it matter, his boss asked. Yeah, Ethan said. One is bad news. The other is worse. The building's fire alarm stayed stubbornly silent. Whatever circuit it relied on had died with everything else. You, he said, pointing at a coworker near the door, check the stairwells. Make sure nobody is stuck in an elevator. You, he pointed at another. Grab the first aid kit and bring it to the lobby. No one uses the elevators. Ever again. We're going analog. His boss stared. Who put you in charge? He asked. You did, Ethan said. 3 months ago in that meeting where we talked about what to do in a disaster, and everyone nodded and then forgot about it. A nervous laugh rippled through the group. It helped. A little. We need to get out of downtown, Ethan said. Now. Before people realize that no one's coming to flip the switch back on. Power comes back all the time, someone said. Not when the power plants are down, Ethan replied. Not when the grid controllers are fried. Look at your phones. Look at the street. They did. The realization that this wasn't normal, that no amount of waiting would summon the comforting hum of air conditioning and Wi-Fi, settled in like fog. Okay, his boss said slowly. Say you're right. What do we do? Short term, Ethan said. Get home, check on your families, fill your sinks and bathtubs with water while there's still pressure. Long term, he hesitated. Long term, you get somewhere you can survive without any of this. He gestured around at the office, at the towers of glass outside. Where are you going? His boss asked. Out, Ethan said. I've got a place in the hills. I've been planning for something like this for a while. His boss's eyes sharpened. You're a prepper, he said, the word edged with half-remembered TV shows and jokes. Call it whatever you want, Ethan said. If I'm wrong, I'll buy you all a coffee when the lights come back on. If I'm right, he didn't. Finish. The choice was suddenly simple in his mind, in a way that had nothing to do with spreadsheets. He couldn't save the city. He wasn't that kind of hero, but he might be able to save a few people. Look, he said, I'm parked in the old garage on 3rd. My truck's old enough it might still run. If it does, I can take a few of you as far as Brookstone. Beyond that, I'm heading for Cedar Ridge. You're leaving, his boss said, incredulous. Yes, Ethan said. In about 5 minutes. That focused people. Questions flew at him like shrapnel. What if my car starts? Should I go get my kids from school? Is the water safe? What about my mother in the nursing home? Will the government fix this? He answered what he could. Yes, try your car, but be ready to walk. Yes, get your kids now. Water's fine for the moment. Use it while it flows. Check on your mother as soon as you can. I don't know about the government. Plan like you won't see them for a while. He slung his backpack over one shoulder, grabbed the Faraday briefcase, and headed for the stairs. In the stairwell, the air was hot and smelled faintly of dust and fear. People moved slower than he wanted them to, bottlenecking at each landing as someone tried to peer into the dead elevator shaft. On the second-floor landing, he nearly collided with a man carrying a tray of soggy sandwiches. Free food, the man said with a strained grin. Fridge died. Someone said we shouldn't waste it. Ethan blinked, then took a sandwich. Good idea, he said. Eat now. You might not get many chances later. On the ground floor, the lobby's glass doors stood open. Outside, Main Street had turned from a scene of mild confusion into something sharper. Car horns blared, not their usual sharp honks, but the long, helpless note of stuck buttons. People argued in the intersection. A cyclist had crashed into a parked car and lay on the ground, groaning. A bus driver stood by his dead vehicle, hands on his head, as passengers spilled out, some laughing nervously, some not. Ethan slipped outside, the heat hitting him like a wall. He scanned the street, no visible smoke from where the plane had gone down, but sirens wailed in that direction now, faint and useless. Without radios, the emergency services were already half blind. He cut down a side street toward the old parking garage. His truck waited on the second level, a 1998 Ford F-250, faded blue, a little rusty along the fenders. He'd bought it cheap from a farmer 5 years ago, then spent weekends under it, coaxing it back into reliable life. No modern electronics, no computer-controlled ignition. He patted the hood as if greeting a dog. "Come on, Betsy," he muttered. "Don't make a liar out of me." He slid behind the wheel, inserted the key, and turned it. For a heart-pounding second, nothing happened. Then the engine coughed, shook, and roared to life. Relief flooded him so hard he had to close his eyes. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He let the engine idle for a few seconds, listening, feeling for anything off. It sounded like what it was. Simple, analog, stubborn. He backed out of the spot and eased toward the ramp. On the ground level, a man flagged him down, waving both arms. "Hey," he shouted. "Hey, yours runs?" Ethan braked. "Yeah," he said. The man jogged up. He was tall, broad-shouldered, sweat darkening his gray t-shirt. A rideshare sticker peeled on the windshield of the dead sedan behind him. "Everything else is dead," the man said. "I've tried 6 cars. They're just gone. You heading out of downtown?" "Yeah," Ethan said. "Name's Jamal," the man said. "I did tours in Iraq as a medic. I live near Brookstone. If you've got room, I can pay you in gas. Once gas means anything again. Or in patching you up when things go south. And they're going south." He said it like a fact, not fear. Ethan hesitated. He'd always imagined this moment happening in a different way. He'd pictured himself alone in the truck, following his carefully planned route, maybe picking up Grace and the kids on the way if the timing worked. He had not pictured this. Sweaty, adrenaline spiked, making snap judgments about strangers in a parking garage as the city behind them began to fray. "You got any family downtown?" Ethan asked. "No," Jamal said. "Sisters in Brookstone. Parents are gone. Most of my units spread across the country. You?" "Friend in the suburbs," Ethan said. "I'm heading her way." Jamal nodded once. "Then we're going the same direction," he said. "You take me that far, I'll help you keep that truck from becoming a moving target." His eyes were steady. He didn't plead. He just offered. Ethan weighed his options for the length of a breath. He could say no. Keep the plan clean. Stay alone. He could also go down under the first angry crowd with no one watching his blind spots. "Throw your bag in the back," Ethan said, "and find anything that looks like a first aid kit in those dead cars. We roll in 2 minutes." Jamal's grin flashed, brief and bright. He moved. By the time Ethan maneuvered the truck out onto the street, there was a pile of scavenged supplies in the bed. A couple of hard plastic first aid boxes, a case of water bottles, a small duffel bag that clanked like tools. They inched through the stalled cars, Jamal leaning out the window to call warnings, to wave pedestrians back from the truck's path. "Where you learned about EMPs?" Jamal asked as they squeezed past a city bus whose passengers were arguing with the driver. "Work," Ethan said. "I write plans for things no one believes will happen." "Guess you get to say I told you so now," Jamal said. "I'd rather not," Ethan replied. They turned onto a side street to avoid a knot of cars blocking the main intersection. A man ran into the road, waving frantically. "My wife!" he shouted. "She's pregnant. The hospital. Nothing's working." "I'm sorry," Ethan called back, heart twisting. "We have no room. Get to the hospital on foot. They'll still have doctors." It felt like a lie even as he said it, but it was the only one he had. The man's face crumpled as they drove past. Jamal watched him disappear in the side mirror. "That's going to get harder," he said quietly. "What is?" Ethan asked. "Saying no," Jamal said. "When there's more of them than there is of us." They reached the edge of downtown 30 minutes later. The city behind them was a patchwork of confusion. Intersections clogged, people wandering, some trying door handles of darkened shops. At the last traffic light, dead like the others, Ethan stopped. Jamal frowned. "Why are we—" "Grace," Ethan said. "She's out on a job somewhere between here and Brookstone. If I'm right about how fast this is going to go bad, she won't make it home in time. We cut across Industrial, see if we can pick her up on the way." "You changing the plan already," Jamal said. "The plan always included her," Ethan said. "I'm just adjusting the route." Jamal studied him for a second, then nodded. "All right," he said. "Let's go find your plumber." They turned onto Industrial Avenue, where warehouses lined the road like sleeping giants. Delivery trucks sat crooked in their bays, some with back doors open, revealing shadows where pallets of goods used to be. Behind one of those trucks, at Hart's Diner at the corner of Industrial and 6th, a young woman in a coffee-stained apron stood on the sidewalk, staring up at a dead neon sign. She held a tray full of empty glasses and felt like she'd woken up in someone else's bad dream. Her name was Riley Hart, and until 5 minutes ago, the worst thing that had happened to her that morning was a drop plate of hash browns. Now the world had gone quiet in all the wrong ways, and a Chevrolet pickup with a running engine was turning the corner toward her. The sound of it, like a promise and a threat, blended into one. She set the tray down slowly and watched the truck approach, eyes narrowing. The day the silence roared wasn't over yet. Chapter 2, First Moves. Riley Hart watched the pickup roll toward her, like it had wandered in from another century. Engines weren't supposed to sound that loud anymore, not with all the insulation and smart design and fake engine noise pumped in through speakers. But this truck growled, an honest, mechanical rumble that cut through the weird half-silence on Industrial Avenue. For one irrational second, she thought, if I step into the street, they'll have to stop. They'll have to tell me what's happening. Then the back door of Hart's Diner banged open behind her. "Riley," Carla shouted, "you just gonna stand there? Or you gonna help me figure out what to do with 30 pounds of thawing bacon?" Riley tore her eyes off the truck. It passed the diner slowly, weaving through stalled delivery vans. She caught a glimpse of two silhouettes in the cab. A dark-skinned guy in the passenger seat, a light-skinned guy driving, both of them scanning the street like they were looking for someone. Then the truck was passed, taillights disappearing into the glare. Riley swallowed whatever impulse had crawled up her throat and turned back to the diner. "Sorry," she said. "Got hypnotized by the only working vehicle in a 5-block radius." "Well, unless it's delivering ice, we've got our own problems," Carla said. "Freezer's dead, fridge too, and my phone's a brick." She held up the dark rectangle as if Riley hadn't noticed everyone else doing the same thing for the last 10 minutes. "I know," Riley said. "Mine too." Inside, the diner felt wrong without the constant hiss of the flat top and the hum of the refrigerators in back. Sunlight slanted through the front windows, picking out dust motes and the Hart's Daily Specials board that still promised meatloaf like the world hadn't just stopped. 3 truckers sat in a booth near the window, their plates abandoned. 2 of them argued in low, tight voices about whether to walk to the truck depot or stay put. The third just stared at his coffee like it might answer questions if he looked hard enough. At the counter, Mr. O'Malley, who had eaten the same breakfast at Hart's every weekday for 12 years, said, "In '77, the power went out for 9 hours. We played cards. This'll be the same, you watch. City'll flip a switch, everything back on." Riley wanted to believe him. She also wanted to believe she'd win the lottery and move to a cabin by a lake someday. "Maybe," she said, because it was kinder than no. The cook, Hank, stood with his arms folded, staring at his lifeless grill like someone had insulted his child. "Gas still works," he said. "I could light it with a match." Carla shook her head. "And if the hood fans don't come back on and we fill this place with smoke?" she asked. "We'll kill more customers than we feed." "No." Riley set the tray of empty glasses by the sink. "We should lock the front door," she said quietly. "Before people figure out the food in the other places is going bad too." Carla looked at her. "You think it'll get that bad?" "I saw a guy already trying to pry open the vending machine at the warehouse across the street," Riley said. "We should at least pretend we're closed." Carla hesitated, then nodded. "Hank, kill the open sign," she said. Riley flipped the bolt. The neon sign in the window had already died, but Riley went to the front door and slid the bolt anyway. It made a satisfyingly solid sound. She pressed her forehead briefly to the cool glass and looked out. The pickup was gone. For a moment, she let herself imagine she'd dreamed it. Then the distant thud of something large collapsing somewhere downtown rolled through the hot air like a warning. She stepped back from the glass. "Okay," she said. "Now what?" 2 blocks away, Ethan kept one eye on the road and one on the rearview mirror. Industrial Avenue looked like it was holding its breath. The warehouses, usually anonymous humps of corrugated metal and concrete, felt suddenly fragile. People moved between stalled trucks, some on their phones out of habit, most just looking at the sky, at each other, at the wires overhead that no longer carried anything. Jamal watched a group of guys clustered around a gas station at the corner of 6th and Industrial. "That's going to be a problem in about 10 minutes, he said. "What is?" Ethan asked. "Gas pumps that don't pump," Jamal said. "And people who haven't figured that out yet." Ethan glanced over as they passed. The station's digital sign was dark, but the canopy still cast a striped shade over the pumps. A line of cars had formed, drivers standing beside them, frowning at the inert keypads. A man in a polo shirt slammed his hand against a pump. "Come on," he shouted. "I've got a meeting in nowhere," Jamal muttered. "Your meeting's in nowhere now, my guy." "Grace said she was on a job," Ethan said. "She usually hits the industrial park mid-morning. If she was driving, there's a chance her van won't start," Jamal said. "If it's newer than your dinosaur, yeah. But where would she go then?" "Toward Brookstone," Ethan said, "or toward the last house call she made. She had a schedule." "You remember it?" Jamal asked. "No," Ethan admitted. "But I remember how she thinks. She doesn't leave a job half done if she can help it. And she doesn't leave her kids waiting if she can help that either." He turned onto a side street, heading toward the strip of small businesses where Grace often worked. Laundromats, old apartment buildings, a daycare with a cartoon frog on the sign. As they turned, Jamal nodded toward the diner they just passed. "Girl in the apron looked like she wanted to flag us down," he said. "I saw," Ethan said. "We can't pick up everyone." "Did I say we should?" Jamal replied. "Just noticing. People are clocking us. Truck like this is going to draw a lot of hope and a lot of trouble." "I know," Ethan said. He gripped the wheel tighter. On the other side of the city, Grace Alvarez was already learning how much trouble one vehicle could cause when it stopped. She was 2 miles from her last job of the morning, driving the Alvarez plumbing van, a 10-year-old white Chevy with her name and phone number in blue script on the side when the world hiccuped. The radio died mid-commercial. The engine coughed. The digital clock on the dashboard went dark. Grace's first thought was battery. Her second was, "You have got to be kidding me." She eased the van to the shoulder out of habit and turned the key. Nothing. No whine of a starter. No click. Just silence. She tried again. Same result. She stared at the steering wheel for a second, then glanced up. The traffic light ahead of her intersection was dark. Cars rolled to confused stops in all directions. A delivery truck in the oncoming lane coasted to a halt, then sat there, its driver pounding the steering wheel. Grace reached for her phone on the passenger seat. It was as dead as the van. "Okay," she said aloud. "So that's not great." She tried the key one more time, because sometimes the universe liked to be dramatic before going back to normal. This was not one of those times. Her training brain, that part of her that thought in checklists and troubleshooting steps, kicked in. "Is it just me?" No. The truck, the traffic lights, the phones. Is it just here? Sirens in the distance, faint and wrong. "Can I fix it?" No. She sat there for maybe 3 heartbeats, then unbuckled her seatbelt. "Kids," she muttered, grabbing her tool bag from the passenger side and slinging it over her shoulder. "I have to get to the kids." Alex's high school sat on the edge of Brookstone, 15 miles away. Mia's middle school was 2 streets over from there. On a normal day, Grace would do her jobs, then swing by the schools in the van, like a one-woman shuttle service. On foot, 15 miles was a lot, especially through a city that was starting to realize something more than a blown transformer had just happened. She climbed out of the van and locked it automatically, even though the electronic locks didn't beep. Habit. Other drivers were emerging from their cars too, some popping hoods, others holding up their dark phones like broken talismans. "Hey," a guy in a suit called. "You know what's going on?" "Power outage," Grace said. "Big one." "Yeah, but the cars," he began, gesturing helplessly. "Electrical," she said. "Computers. Whatever hit us, it wasn't just the grid." He stared at her. "Can they fix it?" he asked. She thought of the miles of cable, the substations, the power plants, the transformers fried from the inside out. "Not today," she said. "Maybe not this week." His face went slack. She looked down the road toward where she knew the schools lay beyond the city limits. 15 miles, she thought again. On a good day with decent shoes and no one in your way, That was maybe a 5-hour walk. This was not a good day. She adjusted the strap on her tool bag and started walking. Back on Industrial, the gas station had gone from confused to volatile. By the time Ethan and Jamal swung back toward it, trying to cut across town toward the suburbs, a small crowd had gathered under the dark canopy. "Why won't it work?" a woman shouted, slamming the pump handle against its cradle. "Because nothing does," a man answered. "Look at your phones. This is bigger than—" "Don't you touch my car," someone else snapped. Two teenagers in hoodies walked between the rows of vehicles, eyeing the situation with the restless scan of kids smelling opportunity. One of them kicked the side of a pump. "It's all electronic," Jamal said. "No power, no pump. If they're lucky, someone inside still has a manual valve. If they're not, they're just beating on dead metal." He pointed. "Stop," he said. "Over there." Ethan saw it. A white van with Alvarez Plumbing on the side, parked crooked near the air pump. His heart kicked. He pulled onto the shoulder and killed the engine. Jamal raised an eyebrow. "You sure about stopping?" he asked. "This is the kind of crowd that eats working vehicles." "I'm not leaving without checking," Ethan said. "You can stay with the truck if you want." "Hell no," Jamal said. "I'm not letting this thing sit here alone. You look, I'll watch your back." They stepped out. The heat hit Ethan like a sweater. The smell of gasoline, raw, sharp, hung in the air. Someone had pried open the cap on one of the underground access points and was peering in like he expected to see answers. "Grace!" Ethan called, moving toward the van. No answer. He tried the driver's door. Locked. He cupped his hands to the glass. The interior was empty, save for receipts and a fast food bag. "She walked," Jamal said, "or hitched a ride." "Toward Brookstone," Ethan said. "She wouldn't go back toward downtown. Not with the kids out there." He scanned the edges of the lot. A small argument had broken out at the station's convenience store door. The owner, a wiry man in his 50s, stood in the doorway with his arms spread. "We're closed," he shouted. "No power means no registers. I can't sell you anything." "Oh, suddenly you can't sell," a woman shouted back. "But you got water, right? In the back? You got food? You want us to just stand here and die of thirst because your computer's asleep?" "It's not up to me," he protested. "I gotta have receipts. Inventory." A bottle shattered somewhere. Maybe dropped by accident, maybe not. People flinched. The sound was like a small gunshot. "This is how it starts," Jamal murmured. "Arguments over water and receipts." One of the teenagers in hoodies hopped down off the low wall by the air pump and walked toward Ethan's truck, eyes bright. "Hey," he called. "You guys just get here? That thing run?" Jamal took 2 steps to put himself between the kid and the pickup. "Back off, man," he said pleasantly. "We're just passing through. Just asking a question." The Ishuier kid said, hands up. "No need to get all paranoid." His friend came up beside him, eyeing the truck with a mechanic's interest. "You got a carb on that thing?" he asked. "Old school? Or some fancy computer under the hood?" "Old school," Ethan said. "Like your grandma's record player." The kid snorted. "My grandma streams," he said. "Or she did. Looks like she won't be doing much of anything now." His gaze slid toward the van. "That yours too?" he asked. "Friends," Ethan said. "She's not here." "Yeah, I saw a woman with a tool bag walking out about 20 minutes ago," the kid said. "Heading toward the highway. Looked pissed." "That's Grace," Ethan said under his breath. "You know which way she went?" he asked. The kid pointed toward the on-ramp. "That way," he said. "Why, you gonna chase her down?" "Something like that," Ethan said. The argument at the store door ratcheted up a notch. "Open it or we will," a man growled. He was big, broad, with a sunburned neck and a ball cap that said, "Riverbend Raiders." His fists were clenched. "You break in, I call the cops," the owner shouted. "With what phone?" someone yelled from the back. Laughter, bitter, sharp, rippled. The big man turned, scanning the lot, his eyes landing briefly on Ethan's truck. Jamal followed his gaze. "Time to go," Jamal murmured. "Not without—" Ethan began. "Grace isn't here," Jamal said. "We know her direction. We follow. We stay in motion. We do not park next to the first gas riot of the new age." He wasn't wrong. Ethan cast one last look at the van. "We'll come back for you," he muttered, as if talking to it might conjure its owner, then jogged back to the pickup. The big man started walking toward them. Hey, he called. You two. Truck guys. Ethan climbed into the cab and turned the key. The engine caught immediately. Jamal leaned out the passenger window. Yeah, he called. Where are you going? The man demanded. You got gas? Share it. We're all stuck here. Got enough to get home, Jamal said. That's it. Home's gone, the man said. You see downtown? You see the lights? Yeah, Jamal said. That's why we're leaving it behind. He rolled up the window as the man's expression shifted from confused to angry. The first punch hit the side of the truck before Ethan had fully pulled away, just a fist on metal, more frustration than assault. But it made a hollow, echoing sound that turned a few heads. Go, Jamal said quietly. Ethan went. As they pulled out onto the side street, he saw the gas station in the mirror, people pushing toward the store door, the owner shouting, the teenagers in hoodies melting away from the edges like they'd seen this movie before. Grace is ahead of us, Ethan said. On foot. You sure? Jamal asked. Kid said, 20 minutes, Ethan said. At her pace, she'd be already in the suburb, Jamal finished. If she didn't get sidetracked or stopped. He didn't say or hurt. He didn't need to. Grace regretted her work boots by the time she reached the city limits. They were great for climbing under sinks and into crawl spaces. They were less great for pounding pavement for miles on a hot day with adrenaline wearing off. She'd cut through neighborhoods, sticking to side streets where cars sat dead at the curb like abandoned animals. Some people had hauled lawn chairs onto front lawns, sitting in huddles talking in low voices. A few kids rode bikes in circles, delighted that no one yelled at them for being in the road. At one intersection, a woman clutched a battery-powered radio to her chest, frowning. Anything? Grace asked, pausing. Static, the woman said. Just static. Grace pushed on. She tried not to think about Alex and Mia sitting in their classrooms, watching their teachers fuss with dark computers and silent smartboards. Half the time, Alex probably knew more about the school's tech than the staff did. He'd be trying to fix things, she knew. Trying to joke his way through the weirdness. Mia would be quieter, eyes wide, absorbing every emotion in the room, whether she wanted to or not. I'm coming, Grace told the air. Just hang on. On the western edge of Riverbend, near the highway interchange, she came upon her first real sign that the day had flipped categories from annoying to dangerous. A small strip mall sat at the corner. Pizza place, nail salon, liquor store, gas station. Half the storefronts had people milling around in front of them. The gas station pumps were dark, but a line had still formed, as if sheer insistence might bring them back to life. Two cops stood near their cruiser, which sulked beside the curb like an offended animal. They were arguing quietly, one gesturing toward the dead light bar on the roof. In front of the liquor store, a young man shook the door. Come on, man, he yelled at the owner inside. Just one bottle. I got cash. Can't ring it up, the owner snapped. No power. You want me to just hand it over? Yeah, someone in the back shouted. Laughter followed. Grace skirted the scene, head down, tool bag banging against her hip. She'd learned a long time ago that in certain moods, crowds were like currents. You either steered around them or got pulled under. She was almost past the gas station when someone shouted, Hey, Alvarez! She turned. Officer Mark DeSoto jogged toward her from beside the cruiser, his uniform shirt sweat dark at the collar. He'd been a year ahead of her in high school. They'd shared a lab partner and a disastrous prom after party. Grace, he said breathless. You on foot? Van died, she said. All the newer vehicles are toast. That's what it looks like, he said grimly. We've had 3 fender benders just freeze in the middle of the intersection. Nobody can get them moved. You headed downtown, she asked. Supposed to be, he said. But the radios are dead, and the chief hasn't decided if we're traffic control or babysitters yet. You're neither, Grace said. You're 2 guys with sidearms and 1,000 people about to realize their credit cards are fancy bookmarks. He grimaced. I know, he said. Where are you going? Brookstone, she said. Alex and Mia. The school's there. That's a long walk, he said. I notice, she said. He looked at her tool bag. You got water? He asked. She shook her head. In the rush to move, she'd forgotten something that basic. DeSoto cursed softly, dug into the cruiser's back seat, and came up with a warm, half-full bottle. "Take it," he said. "We were issued a case this morning. Feels like last year." "Thanks," she said. "Grace," he said as she turned away, "be careful on the highway. People are going to start getting weird about gas. We've already had one fight at a station on the east side. Guy pulled a gun over a jerry can." "Over gas that won't pump?" she asked. "Over what it might be worth later," he said. "That's how fast people are moving to later." She nodded. "You be careful too," she said. He snorted. "I'm surrounded by people and armed," he said. "What could possibly go wrong?" She didn't answer. She took the on-ramp to the highway on foot, the hot concrete stretching ahead like a dare. Behind her, the world continued to fray. Ethan spotted her 2 miles later. They'd eased the truck onto the shoulder of the westbound lanes, weaving around stalled cars. Some drivers sat behind their wheels, staring ahead with the stunned expression of people watching the first act of a disaster movie. Others had climbed out and were talking in small knots on the median. Grace walked along the shoulder, head down, tool bag on her shoulder, the plumbing company logo on the back of her shirt dark with sweat. "There," Ethan said, pointing. Jamal whistled low. "She's moving," he said. "I'll give her that." Ethan pulled onto the shoulder, slowing until the truck rolled alongside her. He leaned out the window. "You always walk to Brookstone?" he called. Grace jerked her head up. Her face went through 3 expressions in 2 seconds. Startled, relieved, irritated. "Ethan," she said, "what the—" "Get in," he said, "before someone else decides you're an easy target." She glanced at the stalled cars, the people watching the truck. Jamal gave her a little salute from the passenger seat. "Who's that?" she asked. "Jamal," Jamal said. "Medic, hitchhiker, your mom's favorite new friend. Get in the truck, ma'am." Grace snorted. "Don't. Ma'am's me," she said. "I'm not that old." She hesitated only another heartbeat, then opened the back door and climbed in, tossing her tool bag onto the floor. The moment the door shut, Ethan felt some knot in his chest loosen. "Hi," he said, glancing at her in the rear view. "Hi," she said. "You want to tell me what the hell is going on?" "EMP, most likely," Ethan said. "Took out unprotected electronics. Grid, vehicles, comms. Old stuff with fewer chips survived." "Like your ancient truck," she said. "Like my ancient truck," he agreed. Grace looked out the window at the frozen highway. "I was wondering why every car I passed looked like it had been unplugged," she said. "My van died on East Porter. I made it this far before my lungs sent a strongly worded complaint." She tapped the back of his seat. "Thank you," she said. "You have no idea how glad I am to see you." He swallowed. "You kidding?" he said. "You were always part of the plan." "What plan?" Jamal asked. "The Get Out of Riverbend plan," Ethan said. "You remember that cabin I've told you about, Grace? Cedar Ridge? The one with the leaky gutter and the terrible cell reception," she said. "That's the one," he said. "It's 2 hours from here on a good day. Today, maybe more. But it's off the main roads, has its own well, wood stove. I think we can ride this out there. For a while, anyway." Grace leaned back, closing her eyes briefly. "I don't care where it is," she said, "as long as Alex and Mia are in between us and whatever is happening behind us." "About that," Ethan said, "we're heading for Brookstone now. Jamal and I were already on our way to you when we saw your van at a gas station." "How bad is it?" she asked. "People are yelling at pumps," Ethan said, "starting to argue over water and inventory. It's going to get worse." Grace took a deep breath. "Okay," she said. "We get the kids. We go to your cabin. We figure it out from there." "That's the plan," Ethan said. "What about your work?" she asked. "Your boss?" "He's got stairwells and a dozen executives who still think this is going to be a 3-hour outage," Ethan said. "I told them what I could. They'll believe it when the toilets stop flushing." Grace huffed. "Some people don't believe anything until it's collectible," she said. Jamal glanced back at her. "You okay to keep going?" he asked. "You look like you've walked through a sauna." "I'll be fine," she said, "as long as you don't crash this thing." "Lady, I've driven ambulances through worse," he said. "But if something does happen, you'll be glad I'm here." "Medic," she remembered. "Right." He extended a hand over the seat. "Jamal Price," he said. "Former Navy corpsman, Current hitchhiker, like I said. She shook it. Grace Alvarez, she said. Plumbing, screaming at teenagers, and telling Ethan when he's being stupid. Sounds like a critical skill set, Jamal said. You have no idea, Ethan muttered. They drove in silence for a few minutes. The city thinned around them, skyscrapers giving way to low office parks, and then to strip malls and clusters of houses. The further they got from downtown, the fewer people they saw on the roads. Most of the stalled cars here had been pulled to the side already, their occupants either sitting in the shade or walking home. At one cross street, a group of men with rifles stood at the edge of a gas station lot, talking in a tight circle. See? Jamal said. People move faster than we think. It's been, 2 hours, and somebody's already playing militia. Hunters, Grace said, or guys who think they are. That looks like Tanner's Sporting Goods. I've done work there. They're probably figuring out how to keep people from cleaning them out. Half the time, keeping people from cleaning you out turns into cleaning out whoever comes close, Jamal said. Ethan remembered the fist on the truck at the first station, the anger that had nothing to grab onto but the nearest moving object. We stay away from that, he said, at least until we have no choice. Grace glanced at him in the mirror. That's the part that worries me, she said. The no choice. Brookstone looked, at first glance, almost normal. It was a bedroom community, after all, smaller and slower than Riverbend. The main drag had a hardware store, a diner, a grocery store, a barber shop, and a brick library that had never quite updated its sign from hand-painted letters. The traffic lights here were dead too, but there were fewer cars to get stuck under them. People stood in small clusters on the sidewalks, talking. A couple of kids rode bikes in lazy loops, enjoying the lack of moving cars. It's quieter, Jamal said. For now, Ethan said. School first, Grace said, leaning forward between the seats. Alex's high school is off Maple. Mia's middle school is 3 blocks over. We hit the high school, grab him, then swing by for her. What if they've already let the kids go? Jamal asked. Then they'll be walking, Grace said. Alex knows the route home. So does Mia. We drive it backward until we find them. And if the schools are still keeping them? Ethan asked. Then we have a chat, Grace said, and I take my kids home. No one argued with her tone. As they turned onto Maple, the first real knot of tension appeared. Brookstone High's parking lot was a snarl of dead cars and upset parents. The school building itself loomed over the scene. 3 stories of red brick and glass, banners hanging limp from poles that had once held college pennants and Go Tigers signs. The front doors were propped, open. A few teachers stood on the steps, trying to project calm. A hand-lettered sign on a piece of poster board read, Power out. Students inside, do not panic. It was failing at least one of its directives. Ethan pulled the truck to the curb a block away. We walk from here, he said. No sense driving into that mess and making ourselves a target. Grace was already opening the door. Stay with the truck, Ethan told Jamal. Not a chance, Jamal said. If this goes sideways, you're going to want someone who knows how to move people without them trampling each other. Ethan hesitated. The truck wasn't just a vehicle, it was a lifeline. Leaving it unattended felt like leaving a safe open in a crowded room. Grace seemed to read his mind. I'll walk, she said. You two stay with the truck. If things get weird, you drive around. Pick me up on the far side. Alex is inside. He's my responsibility. She said it like a challenge. If it gets weird, 2 of us might be better than 1, Ethan said. Or 3 people might get stuck instead of 1, she countered. Jamal's right. You don't want the only functional engine in a mile radius parked where everyone can grab it. She was right, damn her. Okay, he said reluctantly. You go. We'll circle if we have to. Alex knows what the truck looks like. Tell him to watch for it. Grace nodded. She paused, hand on the door, and looked at him. Hey, she said. Thanks for coming. You'd have done the same, he said. You don't know that, she said. I do, he said. She almost smiled, then hopped out and strode toward the school. Jamal watched her go. She's something, he said. Yeah, Ethan said softly. She is. They sat in the truck, engine idling, watching the scene. Parents argued with teachers on the steps. One woman waved her arms, shouting something about rights. A man in a neon safety vest, probably the vice principal, if Ethan remembered Grace's description, tried to direct people into a line that refused to be a line. This is the kind of situation where someone decides to be in charge, and the crowd decides they don't like it, Jamal said. Let's hope the someone is competent. Minutes dragged. Ethan drummed his fingers on the wheel. He hated waiting when he couldn't see. Finally, he spotted Grace on the steps, taller than some of the other parents, gesturing with the force of a woman who'd spent years explaining plumbing disasters to stubborn landlords. Alex appeared beside her, his dark hair mussed, backpack slung over one shoulder. Even from a distance, Ethan could see the way he moved, half swagger, half restless energy. He waved his hands as he talked, arguing, then seemed to cave, rolling his eyes. Grace grabbed his shoulder to steer him down the steps. 2 steps later, she turned, yelled something at a teacher, and pointed emphatically at the open doors. Ethan didn't have to hear the words to guess their content. Let the kids go. They need to be with their families. Good for her, Jamal said. They reached the sidewalk and cut across the grass, angling toward the side street. Ethan put the truck in gear and rolled forward, meeting them halfway. Alex's expression when he saw the pickup was priceless. A mix of relief and, of course, Ethan has a truck that works during the apocalypse. Dude, he said, yanking open the back door. You got the zombie edition or what? Close enough, Ethan said. Get in. Alex slid into the back seat, dropping his backpack with a thud. Is it just us? He asked. Or is everybody's car dead? Most of them, Grace said, climbing in after him. Her face was flushed, but her eyes were bright. They're trying to keep the kids in the gym until proper transport can be arranged. I told them if they try to stop me from walking my son home, they can talk to my lawyer after the end of the world. Alex grinned despite himself. Mom went full dragon, he said. It was awesome. We need to get Mia, Grace said, ignoring him. Middle school next, then we're gone. Gone where? Alex asked. Ethan met his eyes in the mirror. The cabin, he said. Remember that place I took you to last winter? With the frozen pipes and the deer that tried to eat your granola bar? Alex's face lit up. You mean we get to ride out the apocalypse in the woods, he said. Yes, finally your weird obsession with canned beans pays off. Grace swatted his knee. Don't say apocalypse, she said. We don't know what this is yet. Mom, Alex said. The sky went silent. My phone is a paperweight, and the teachers are acting like someone unplugged their brains. If this isn't an apocalypse, it's at least a mid-level cataclysm. Jamal laughed. Kid's not wrong, he said. They swung by the middle school next. If the high school had been chaotic, the middle school was a zoo. Younger kids cried openly. Teachers tried to keep them in groups. A principal with a megaphone that didn't work waved it uselessly. Grace didn't bother arguing this time. She walked straight up to the nearest teacher, yelled, M.I.A. Alvarez, 8th grade, and waited. Mia appeared 5 minutes later, eyes huge behind her glasses, sketchbook clutched to her chest. Mom, she said, voice breaking. Grace hugged her so hard the sketchbook creaked. We're okay, Grace said into her hair. We're going to Ethan's cabin, remember? Mia nodded, pressing her face into her mother's shoulder. A boy nearby asked a teacher, But how will my mom know where I am if her phone doesn't work? The teacher's face crumpled for a moment before she smoothed it. She'll come here, she said. That's why we're staying put. Grace bit her lip. We can't take everyone, she murmured. Ethan knew what she meant. Every kid in that parking lot could have been theirs. Each one had a story, a parent, a home that might or might not be ready for what was coming. He looked away, feeling the choice scrape against his ribs. Back at the truck, Mia slid in beside Alex. Jamal turned around to look at them. Okay, team, he said. I'm Jamal. I fix broken people. That's Ethan. He fixes broken plans. Your mom fixes broken pipes and broken arguments. What do we fix? Alex asked. Bad ideas, Jamal said. Starting with, let's go back to Riverbend. You two have any of those, I'm vetoing. Mia gave a small shaky smile. I can draw, she said. If we need signs or maps. Maps are good, Ethan said. Maps are very good. Grace closed the door and exhaled. Okay, she said. We have the kids, we have a truck, we have a vague destination in the woods. And me, Jamal added. Don't forget your friendly neighborhood medic. And Jamal, she agreed. Now we get out before the people here realize their world isn't coming back either. Ethan turned the truck toward the two-lane road that wound out of Brookstone toward the hills. Behind them, Brookstone High and Middle stood under a sky that looked irritatingly exactly the same as it had that morning. Ahead, the asphalt ribbon narrowed, then curved into the first low rise of Cedar Ridge. Ethan tightened his grip on the wheel. The first moves were done. They were out of downtown. They had each other. For now, that would have to be enough. He pressed the accelerator, and the old truck carried them toward the mountains, its engine loud in the strange, powerless world. Chapter 3. Strangers in the Same Boat. For the first 10 minutes out of Brookstone, nobody talked. It wasn't an intentional silence. It was the kind that settled when four different sets of thoughts pulled in four different directions. Ethan watched the road. Grace watched her kids. Alex watched the world sliding past the window like a movie he hadn't paid to see. Mia watched her own reflection in the glass, eyes too wide. Jamal watched all of them. And somewhere behind them, on a city street that already felt like it existed in a previous life, Riley Hart locked the front door of Hart's Diner, took off her apron, and stepped into the same unraveling world. The two-lane road out of Brookstone twisted between fields gone to late summer gold. Here and there, farmhouses sat back from the road, their porches full of people. Some waved as the truck passed. Most just stared. "Why are we the only ones moving?" Mia asked quietly. "We're not," Jamal said. "We're just early." Grace squeezed Mia's hand. "People are still adjusting," she said. "They're waiting for the lights to come back on." "Will they?" Mia asked. Grace looked at Ethan in the mirror. His face stayed neutral, but there was an answer there that Mia didn't want to hear. "They might," Grace said, "but we're not going to sit around and hope. We're going to somewhere we can manage either way." "Your cabin," Alex said. "Where's that exactly? In the middle of a horror movie forest or like charming postcard forest?" "More charming than horror," Ethan said, "as long as you don't poke the wrong porcupine." "Great," Alex said. "I always wanted to measure my life in porcupine proximity." Jamal chuckled. "Kid jokes when he's scared," he murmured. "It's a family trait," Grace said. Ethan slowed as they came around a bend and saw a cluster of cars stopped ahead, angled across the road. "Uh-oh," Jamal said. "What?" Mia asked. "Something we should never see this early in the day," he said. "Roadblock improvisation." Three vehicles blocked most of the lane: a minivan, an old sedan, and a pickup whose hood was up. People milled around them. No guns, from what Ethan could see. No uniforms, just a bunch of stranded travelers, hot and confused. He eased the truck toward the shoulder, ready to turn around if he saw anything that looked like a weapon. A woman in a floral dress waved at him, her other hand clutching a toddler. "Stop!" she shouted. "Please!" Grace's fingers slid to the door handle. "Slow down," she said. Ethan pulled onto the shoulder and put the truck in neutral. Jamal cracked his door open. "Stay inside," Grace told Alex and Mia. "Door's locked. If anyone besides us tries to get in, you scream bloody murder and hit them with whatever's closest." "Got it," Alex said, his joking tone gone. Ethan and Jamal stepped out, keeping the truck between themselves and the knot of people. The woman in the dress hurried toward them, toddler on her hip, another child clinging to her skirt. "Thank God," she said. "You're the first car we've seen moving in an hour." "What's going on?" Ethan asked. "Everything died," she said. "Cars, phones, everything. We tried to push some of them off the road, but—" She gestured helplessly to the minivan, which sat at an awkward angle, two wheels off the pavement. "They're too heavy. We can't get past and we can't get help, and my parents are waiting for us in Cedar Hollow. My son needs his inhaler. It's in the bag." Her words tumbled over each other, panic rising. Jamal held up a hand. "Breathe," he said. "Is anyone hurt?" "No," she said. "Just stuck." Jamal nodded. "Okay, that's the good part," he said. "We're heading past here anyway. Give us a minute. We'll help clear enough space to get through." He walked to the nearest car, a compact sedan. Two men stood beside it, one young and skinny, the other older with a farmer's tan and a ball cap. "Engine dead?" Jamal asked. "Yeah," the older man said. "Thing just Cut out. Coasted to a stop. I'm trying to get it off the road, but my back's not playing along. Mind if I push? Jamal said. You steer. Within minutes, he and Ethan had a rhythm going. One steering, one pushing, swapping places when necessary. The sedan rolled onto the shoulder with a groan of gravel. The minivan was harder. It had stopped half on the road, nose dipped into the ditch. Two teenage boys put their shoulders against the rear as Jamal and Ethan heaved. On three, Jamal said. 1, 2, 3. They pushed. The van didn't move. Again, Jamal said. The second time, the tires caught. Inch by inch, groaning complaint, the van climbed backward onto the pavement. In the cab, a girl of maybe 12 watched them wide-eyed from behind the glass. She had an inhaler gripped in one hand like a talisman. That her? Jamal asked the mother. The woman nodded. Emma, she said. She's fine now. But if we get somewhere dusty or smoky, keep that inhaler close, Jamal said. And if she starts wheezing and it doesn't help, find me. Name's Jamal. Where are you going? The woman asked as the road finally cleared enough for one vehicle to thread through. Ethan hesitated. Up into the hills, he said. Friend's cabin, Cedar Ridge. Her eyes widened. That's near Cedar Hollow, she said. My parents' place is just off the main road up there. Could you? She stopped herself, biting her lip. No, I know. You don't have room for 4 more. Jamal looked back at the truck. Grace sat in the front seat now, watching, one hand on the dashboard. We don't, he said gently. Not for all of you. But if you keep moving, you'll get there. It's, what, 8, 9 miles? 7, the older man in the ball cap said. I live past the hollow. We can walk it. Just didn't want my grandkids in the road if some fool comes barreling through in a truck. He squinted at Ethan's Ford. No offense. None taken, Ethan said. We'll keep our speed down. The man stuck out his hand. Name's Carl, he said. Thanks for the help. Ethan said, shaking it. Carl nodded. If you're going up 214, watch the old bridge by Miller Creek, he said. Last rain took a bite out of it. And keep your eyes open, not just for potholes. Ethan heard the unspoken phrase, for people like the ones we just saw at the gas station. We will, Ethan said. As they headed back to the truck, the woman in the floral dress called after them. If you see a little white house with blue shutters and a swing in the front yard, she said, tell them the Harpers are walking home. We will, Grace called through the open window. Back inside, the truck felt suddenly smaller. Why didn't we take them? Mia asked softly as they rolled past the newly cleared gap. Because physics exists, Jamal said. We can cram a lot into this cab, but not everyone. And if we try, we slow down, burn more fuel, become less useful to anyone. He didn't sound happy about it. Sometimes helping a little is the best you can do, Ethan said. We got their cars off the road. We gave them information. It's not enough, but it's something. Alex stared out the window. Feels like not enough is going to be the new normal, he said. No one argued. By the time Riley Hart decided to leave the diner, the sun had shifted enough to throw the front booths into shadow. They had eaten. It had been the simplest, strangest feast of her life. After Carla locked the doors, they'd taken stock. A walk-in freezer full of meat starting to thaw, a fridge stacked with eggs, cheese, and milk, shelves of canned tomatoes and beans, bags of rice and flour. We can't save all of it, Hank had said grudgingly. Some of it's going to go bad no matter what we do. Then we cook what we can, Carla had replied. We feed who's here now, and we send the rest out the back to whoever wants to carry it home. That's stealing, Mr. O'Malley had protested. It's survival, Carla had said. I'll argue about the difference when the power comes back. They'd lit the gas grill manually, propped the back door open for ventilation, and set to work. Riley flipped burgers, fried eggs, and assembled sandwiches, like it was the Saturday rush. But every so often, her gaze drifted to the window, watching the still stalled traffic, the people congregating at the corner. When the food was ready, Carla unbolted the front door just long enough to let in a handful of stragglers, a couple of truckers, an old woman with a walker, a young guy in a delivery uniform who looked like he might cry with gratitude at the sight of a hot burger. We can't feed everyone, Carla had said as they watched the line form outside, but we can feed some. They'd handed out plates until the grill was empty. When it was done, when the last egg had been cracked and the last burger flipped, Hank turned off the gas and slumped onto a stool. "Can't cook air," he said. By then, Riley's brain felt like it had been on a low simmer for hours. The adrenaline that had carried her through the improvised service finally ebbed, leaving a cold, shaky space. "What are you going to do?" she asked Carla. "Sit tight," Carla said. "I've got a basement, some candles, a husband who thinks the world is always ending, and a shotgun he bought for the end of it." "You?" Riley chewed her lower lip. Her roommate worked nights at the hospital. She'd probably been on shift when everything went dark. Their apartment was 8 miles away on the other side of Riverbend. Normally, Riley took the bus or biked. Today, neither option sounded smart. "I've got nobody waiting for me at home," she said, "and no car, and the fridge there has less food than this place did before the blackout." "What about your dad?" Carla asked. "He's still on the road?" "Last I heard, he was hauling up north," Riley said. "Probably stuck at some rest stop with a dead rig by now." "You could stay with us," Hank said gruffly. "For a while. We could use extra hands if this goes on." Riley looked around the diner. She loved this place. It had broken formica and a coffee machine older than she was, but it also had her memories pressed between its layers like flowers. Her first job, her first regular customers, her first Christmas Eve shift with the unofficial rule that no one eats alone. But the diner sat in the industrial strip of Riverbend, surrounded by warehouses and gas stations and people who didn't live here. If things got bad, it would go from community hub to loot magnet fast. "I think I need to get out of the city," she heard herself say. Carla studied her for a long moment. "Where?" she asked softly. "Anywhere that isn't here," Riley said. "West, I guess. Toward the hills. I've got cousins near Cedar Ridge. Haven't talked to them in years, but it's something." "You gonna walk?" Hank asked. "If I have to," she said. "You're crazy," he said, "but brave." "Those aren't mutually exclusive," she replied. Carla hugged her in the doorway, the diner warm behind them, the street hot and uncertain ahead. "If you find somewhere safe," Carla murmured, "and there's room, send word. I'm not married to this grill." Riley nodded, throat tight. "I will," she said. "You two be careful." "You too, kid," Hank said. "Don't let anybody talk you out of your shoes." She laughed despite herself. "That was oddly specific advice," she said. "You'd be amazed what people will steal first," he grunted. She stepped out into the sun, backpack slung over one shoulder, a kitchen knife and a roll of duct tape tucked inside like talismans, and started walking west. The road Ethan chose towards Cedar Ridge, County Route 214, wasn't the fastest way on a normal day. It twisted through low hills and patches of forest, avoiding the main highway in favor of a longer, quieter route. Today, quiet sounded good. "Is this the road with the creepy trees?" Mia asked. "Which trees are creepy?" Ethan asked. "The ones that look like if you stare at them long enough, they'll move closer," she said. "That's all trees," Alex muttered. "They're just trees," Grace said. "And yes, this is the road with them." "Great," Mia said faintly. The truck climbed steadily. Houses grew sparser. Mailboxes leaned at the ends of gravel driveways. An old tractor sat in a field like a fossil. They passed the Harper's place without realizing it. A white house with blue shutters in a swing in the front yard. An elderly couple sat on the porch, hands entwined, watching. The road. Ethan slowed enough to roll down his window. "You expecting your daughter and grandkids?" he called. The woman sat up straighter. "Yes," she said. "You've seen them?" "Back at the 2-car pileup by the county line," he said. "They're on foot, headed this way. Everyone's okay." Relief washed over both faces in the same wave. "Thank you," the man said hoarsely. "We were starting to worry." "So were they," Ethan said. "Get some water ready. It's a hike." "We will," the woman said. Grace smiled as they drove on. "See," she said to Mia. "Sometimes we do get to deliver good news." Mia nodded, chewing her lip. 10 minutes later, they crested a rise and saw the first real sign that they weren't the only ones trying to reach the hills. A town line sign for Cedar Hollow. Pop. 2104 stood at a crooked angle. Just beyond it, the small general store, gas station, post office hybrid that served the area sat like a one-building welcome committee. So did the 4 cars stalled in its gravel lot, and the knot of people arguing near the door. "Another gas station," Jamal said. "Fantastic. Want to bypass it?" Ethan asked. "We could," Jamal said. "But if this is the last outpost before the ridge, there might be things we actually need. Water, extra bandages, whatever they still have on the shelves." Grace eyed the lot. "Looks calmer than the one in the city," she said. "For now." Ethan pulled in slowly, careful to keep space behind the truck in case they had to reverse out fast. Most of the people in the lot looked like locals. Older men in work pants, a woman in a floral blouse, a teenager leaning against a dead pickup. 2 bikers in leather vests argued loudly about whether to siphon fuel from the cars, just in case. Near the ice freezer by the door stood a familiar figure in a faded t-shirt, jeans, and scuffed sneakers, a backpack at her feet. Her hair was pulled up in a messy knot. Her eyes were sharp and tired. "Is that—" Grace began. "It is," Jamal said. "Girl from the diner." Riley saw the truck at the same time and straightened, shading her eyes. "Is that the same one from earlier?" Alex asked. "Yep," Ethan said. "You know her?" Mia asked. "Sort of," he said. "We drove past her before all this got real." Grace unbuckled her seatbelt. "I'm getting a feeling," she said. "What kind of feeling?" Alex asked. "The kind that says we're not meant to leave her standing there," she said. Jamal smiled. "You are absolutely my kind of people," he said. They climbed out. Riley watched them approach, recognition flickering. "You again," she said. "The guy with the truck that still thinks it's 1995. "Ethan," he said. "This is Grace, Alex, Mia, Jamal." "Riley," she said. "Some of us have names too, you know." Jamal chuckled. "Saw you back at Hearts," he said. "What are you doing all the way out here?" "Walking," she said. "As it turns out, that's still allowed. I hitched a ride on a flatbed for a few miles, then the guy turned north. I'm heading west." "Family?" Grace asked. "Cousins out near Cedar Ridge," Riley said. "We haven't exactly done Christmas together for a while, but they've got land, chickens, all that off-grid Instagram crap that suddenly seems relevant." Grace glanced at Ethan. His face said what she was thinking. This is more than coincidence. "You planning to walk all the way?" Jamal asked Riley. "Unless my shoes quit," she said. "And even then, I'll probably walk on bloody socks." Alex winced. "Graphic," he said. Riley looked at him properly for the first time. "You bring your commentary to every apocalypse?" she asked. "Or just this one?" "This is my first," Alex said. "I'm still finding my style." She snorted. A small explosion of sound near the pumps cut across their banter. One of the bikers had kicked a plastic bucket hard enough to send it skidding. "I'm telling you, Chuck," he shouted. "We can't just sit here waiting for the power ferry. We got to take what we can." "Take it from who?" the older clerk behind the counter demanded, leaning half out the door. "There's nothing to take. Pumps are dead. Generators dead. Unless you want to drink motor oil." "We got cans," the biker snarled. "We siphon from these fancy stalled cars. They ain't using it." "That's theft," the clerk said. "That's survival," the biker shot back. Ethan felt the conversation teeter on a knife edge he was already sick of seeing. He stepped closer to Riley, lowering his voice. "You carrying anything?" he asked. She lifted a shoulder. "Small kitchen knife," she murmured. "Duct tape. A truly alarming amount of gum." "Why?" "Because things like that," he nodded toward the bikers, "can go sideways in about 30 seconds, and I'd rather not be in the kill zone when it does." As if on cue, one of the bikers pushed away from the car he'd been eyeing and started toward the pumps, eyes set on the rubber hoses as if they belonged to him. "Don't," the clerk warned. "I'm serious, Jimmy. You try to steal gas, I'll—" "You'll what?" Jimmy sneered. "Call the cops? Their cars are dead too." The clerk's hand twitched toward the baseball bat propped inside the door. Jamal sighed. "All right," he muttered. "Showtime." He walked forward, hands up, voice calm. "Hey," he called. "Fellas, let's not redecorate the parking lot with each other's brains on day one, okay?" Jimmy glared. "Who the hell are you?" he demanded. "Someone who's seen how stupid this gets," Jamal said. "You start stealing gas from locals on their own turf, you're going to be sleeping with one eye open for one as long as you live. which at this rate won't be long. This is none of your business, Chuck said, older than Jimmy, beard flecked with gray. We're just trying to get enough to get back to our place. You got wheels, we don't. That's a big difference. Riley watched Ethan's jaw clench. Okay, Ethan said quietly. We're leaving. Now. Grace glanced at the biker with the bucket, at the clerk with the bat, at Jamal standing in between. Not without him, she said. Give him 30 seconds, Ethan said. If it goes bad, we go. Riley raised an eyebrow. You always this decisive? She asked. Only when it's life or death, he replied. In the lot, Jamal kept his voice steady. Look, he said, I get it. You're worried about getting home. So is everyone here. But siphoning gas out of strangers' cars is a good way to start a feud you can't afford. What if that sedan belongs to the guy whose barn you're going to need later? What if that SUV's owner has a cousin on the local volunteer fire squad? Jimmy scoffed. You think we're going to have fire squads after this? He asked. Whole systems toasted. Maybe, Jamal said, but one thing will absolutely survive. Grudges. You really want to be the guys everyone remembers as the first thieves? Chuck hesitated. The clerk's grip on the bat loosened slightly. It's not stealing if nobody can use it, Jimmy muttered, but his shoulders sagged a fraction. Tell you what, Jamal said. You're bikers, right? You know engines. You help the folks here move their dead cars off the road, maybe tweak a few lawnmowers into generators, and I bet the clerk here, he nodded toward the man with the bat, will be a lot more willing to trade favors later. You get reputation instead of enemies. The clerk squinted. I ain't promising anything, he said, but we could use the help. He glanced at the old pump handles. And if I can figure out that manual override, we'll all need containers. Chuck rubbed his beard. Jimmy muttered something under his breath, but he wasn't moving toward the hose anymore. Fine, Chuck said. We'll help push. Attaboy, Jamal said. He backed away slowly, giving them room to decide the rest for themselves. That was something, Grace said as he returned. Negotiation, Jamal said. Step 1 of not getting stabbed. Step 2 is leaving before someone changes their mind. Agreed, Ethan said. He looked at Riley. You coming? She blinked. That's it? She asked. No background check? No do you bring snacks interrogation? Do you bring snacks? Alex asked hopefully. Riley snorted. I've got some protein bars and half a bag of pretzels, she said. Then she passes, he said. Ethan's expression stayed serious. We don't have infinite space, he said, or food, or patience, but you're heading the same way we are, and it's not safe to walk alone. We can take you as far as Cedar Ridge. After that, we'll see. Riley studied his face, then Grace's, then Jamal's. Let me guess, she said. Cabin in the woods. Mysterious past. One of you has a tragic backstory and a locked room you tell everyone to stay out of. I just have a basement full of plumbing parts, Grace said. And Ethan's tragic backstory is that he's been right about boring disasters for years and nobody listened, Jamal added. Riley thought about the miles between here and the city, about the way the bikers had looked at the gas hoses, about the dead phones and the silent sky. Okay, she said, I'm in, but if this turns into a cult, I'm leaving. We don't have matching outfits, Alex said. You're safe. Mia slid over on the back seat to make room as Riley climbed in. The cab suddenly felt very full. Hi, Mia said shyly. Hi, Riley said. I'm Riley. I can cook eggs 8 different ways, and I know how to split a check in my head faster than most people can open a calculator app. Or, used to. Mia's eyes lit up just a little. I draw, she said. If you ever need a menu board redone, I'm your girl. Riley smiled. Deal. Grace settled in the front seat again. We good? She asked. Ethan looked at the 6 faces in the mirror. Grace, Alex, Mia, Jamal, Riley, and felt the weight of them like extra cargo, not unwelcome, just real. We're good, he said. As they pulled out of the lot, the clerk raised a hand in a half wave. Chuck and Jimmy had, grudgingly, put their shoulders against a stalled SUV, helping push it clear of the entrance. That could have gone worse, Jamal said. Give it time, Riley said. The day's young. They drove in silence for a while, the road narrowing, trees crowding closer. Ethan's old truck labored up the hills with the steady patience of a mule. "So," Riley said at last, "this cabin, what's the story?" Ethan chose his words carefully. "It was my grandfather's hunting place," he said. "A few acres, a well, some old fruit trees. After he died, I kept it up, fixed the roof, added some shelves, moved some supplies there." "Some supplies," Jamal echoed. "He means water filters, canned food, tools, batteries, medical kits, and enough duct tape to hog-tie a small town." Riley whistled. "You're one of those guys," she said. "One of what guys?" he asked. "The if the world ends, I have a spreadsheet guy," she said. "My dad used to watch shows about you. Always yelled at the TV, 'Those fools think they're ready.'" "Is he ready?" Alex asked. "Probably more ready than I am," Riley said. "He drives long haul, keeps a cooler, a sleeping bag, and enough coffee in his cab to wake the dead. But if he was anywhere near the city when this hit, he's stuck like everybody else." "We might be able to hear something on the radio once we're up high enough," Ethan said. "I've got a shortwave that was shielded. If anyone's broadcasting, we'll catch it." Riley nodded, looking out at the trees. "And your cousins?" Grace asked. "On Cedar Ridge?" Riley hesitated. "We were close when we were kids," she said. "Summers at their place, chasing chickens, getting yelled at for climbing hay bales. Then, stuff happened. Family fights. We stopped visiting." "What kind of stuff?" Alex asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. "The kind where adults forget kids are listening," she said. "Nothing illegal, just ugly. Haven't talked to them in 5 years." "You think they'll welcome you now?" Mia asked softly. Riley shrugged. "Worst case, they tell me to get lost and I keep walking," she said. "At least I'll know I tried." "Or," Grace said, "they'll be so glad to see a familiar face in all this mess they won't care about old grudges." Riley's mouth twisted. "You're an optimist," she said. "No," Grace said. "I'm a mother. There's a difference. Optimists think everything will turn out fine. Mothers know it probably won't, but they still hope their kids show up on the porch." Silence fell again, this time softer. The road dipped into a shaded hollow, then rose toward a ridge line that marked the edge of Cedar Ridge proper. As they climbed, Ethan felt something in his chest shift. It wasn't quite relief. There was too much unknown for that. But it felt like crossing a line he'd been drawing in his head for years. City behind, hills ahead, plan moving from theory to practice. "You know," Alex said, breaking the quiet, "if this really is the end of the world, it's significantly less dramatic than the movies." "Give it a few days," Jamal said. "The special effects budget ramps up." "Don't encourage him," Grace said. Mia pointed out the window. "Look," she said. On a distant hillside, smoke rose in 2 thin plumes, one dark, one pale. Not a forest fire, more like controlled burns or bonfires. "Signals?" Riley asked. "Could be someone burning brush," Ethan said. "Could be something else. Hard to say from here." He made a mental note of the direction. The truck crested the ridge. On the far side, nestled in the trees, the outline of a small wooden cabin came into view. Roof patched with new shingles, chimney stone solid against the sky, a metal water tank glinting above a simple catchment system. "Home sweet bunker," Jamal murmured. Mia pressed her forehead to the glass. "It's, smaller than I pictured," she said. "It'll feel bigger when we're not all in the same truck," Grace said. Riley leaned closer to the window. "I've seen worse Airbnbs," she said, "and none of them came with their own apocalypse." Ethan turned down the rutted driveway, gravel crunching under the tires. For the first time all day, the feeling in his gut wasn't just fear. It was something like resolve. They were strangers mostly. An office worker with a plan and a truck, a plumber with 2 kids, a medic with scars he hadn't talked about yet, and a waitress with a backpack and a knife. They were, in the language of his old disaster recovery slides, a hastily assembled incident response team. They were also, whether they liked it or not, in the same boat now. He parked the truck next to the cabin and killed the engine. The sudden quiet rang in their ears. "Okay," Ethan said. "Welcome to Cedar Ridge." He looked at the group. Grace, Alex, Mia, Jamal, Riley, standing in the driveway with the woods at their backs and the world behind them. "This is the easy part," he said. No one laughed. They picked up their bags and walked toward the cabin as the sun tipped past noon, throwing long shadows that reached toward the trees. Chapter 4. New Rules, Old Ghosts. The front steps of the cabin creaked in the same spots they always had. That, weirdly, was the thing that made it real for Ethan. EMP or no EMP, the third board still complained when you put your weight on it, and the rusty horseshoe nailed to the railing still hung lopsided from the winter wind. Everything else had changed. He dropped his backpack by the door and turned to the others. "All right," he said, "before we haul everything in, ground rules and quick tour." Alex looked up at the small, weathered building. "You mean this is it?" he said. "This is the fortress of solitude you've been secretly building for the end of the world?" "It's a work in progress," Ethan said. "It's small," Mia said, not accusing, just stating a fact. Riley tilted her head. "It's cozy," she said. "If by cozy you mean we're going to be very aware of each other's breathing." "Cabin beats car," Jamal said. "Or sidewalk, or gas station parking lot." Grace nodded. "We make it bigger from the inside. One step at a time," she said. "Come on, show us what you got, Mr. Disaster Recovery." Ethan pushed the door open. The familiar smell hit him first. Wood, dust, old coffee, a hint of cedar. The cabin was one big main room with a low loft above, reached by a ladder. To the left, a wood stove squatted against a stone chimney. To the right, a small kitchen area, sink, counter, propane stove. Against the back wall, shelves held neatly stacked boxes and bins. Everything was exactly where he'd left it on his last maintenance trip 3 weeks ago. It looked, he thought, like a diorama labeled, "In case of emergency, break glass." He stepped aside to let the others in. "Nice," Jamal said, wandering over to the stove. "You got a flue that works?" "Yes," Ethan said. "Went through it last winter. No birds living in it, no obstructions. There's seasoned wood stacked behind the cabin, under cover." "Water?" Grace asked immediately. "Out back," Ethan said. "Well, head with a hand pump. It's deep enough it shouldn't have been affected by anything topside. I've got a gravity filter we'll set up inside for drinking water." "That's actually reassuring," she said. Alex gravitated toward the shelves like a metal shaving to a magnet. "What's in the bins?" he asked. "Food, mostly," Ethan said. "Dry goods, cans, some freeze-dried stuff. Tools, fuel, basic first aid." Jamal opened a plastic tote, peering inside. "Basic is right," he said. "Gauze, tape, some over-the-counter meds. Enough for scrapes and small disasters. Not enough for, say, a bullet or a major fracture." "Working on the no bullets policy," Ethan said. "Good luck with that," Riley murmured. Mia was still standing near the doorway, fingers tracing the grooves in the wooden frame. "How many beds?" she asked. Ethan pointed. "There's a double in the loft and a pull-out couch here," he said. "I've got cots in storage out back. It's going to be snug." "So basically a forced sleepover," Alex said, "with more canned beans." Riley set her backpack down gently. "I've slept in worse staff rooms," she said. "At least here we have walls." Ethan clapped his hands once. "Okay," he said. "Let's get the truck unloaded before the weather changes its mind." They fell into a rhythm, the way strangers sometimes did when the task in front of them was simple enough. Ethan and Jamal hauled in crates from the truck bed, food, tools, a metal ammo box that did not contain ammo. Grace ferried lighter boxes and blankets. Alex, with a look that suggested he had something to prove, insisted on carrying anything he could lift, including a water jug that was almost as big as Mia. Riley took charge of the kitchen corner, arranging pots and pans, stacking cans where she could see the labels. "Organization is the only thing between us and chaos," she said when Alex teased her about lining up the soup labels. "Also, I need to know exactly where the coffee is at all times." "There's coffee?" Mia asked, hopeful. "For the adults," Riley said. "You get hot chocolate, if we have any." Mia smiled faintly. That alone made the coffee hoarding worth it. By the time the truck was empty, the sun had slipped down the sky enough that the cabin's interior was full of slanting gold light. Ethan stood in the doorway, wiping sweat from his forehead with the back of his arm, and looked out at the trees. The quiet here was different from the city's dead silence. It was full of small sounds, wind in branches, and insects buzz, a bird calling from somewhere up the ridge. The truck was the only man-made noise. "We need to decide where to park it," he said over his shoulder. "Closer means easier access. Farther means less obvious if someone comes up the drive." Grace joined him at the door. "Back it into the trees," she said. "Nose out, just in case. Half hidden by those bushes." He nodded. Of course she'd think about escape angles too. 10 minutes later, the truck was tucked behind a stand of laurel, still reachable but not obvious from the road. Inside, the cabin looked occupied. Backpacks on hooks, shoes by the door, the pull-out couch half deployed. Jamal rummaged through the first aid bin with a thoughtful frown. "All right," he said. "Assessment time." Ethan raised an eyebrow. "Of what?" he asked. "Everything," Jamal said. "We need a picture. Food, water, shelter, heat, medical, security. Rank them. What's good? What's barely adequate? What's a disaster waiting to happen?" "You really were a medic," Riley said. "You think I'd talk about triage this much for fun?" he replied. Grace sat at the small table, knees brushing the underside. "Let's start with food," she said. Ethan pulled a notebook from one of the shelves, a cheap spiral-bound thing, and set it on the table. "I've got roughly 3 months of staple food for one person," he said. "Less if we're picky, more if we get creative." 6 people, Grace said. "So you've got 2.5 weeks, maybe 3, if we rely only on what's here. Plus whatever we can scrounge, hunt, or trade for," Ethan said. "There's a patch we can turn into a garden out back. Won't help much for a while, but it's something. There are deer and rabbits in these woods. Foxes, too." "I know a few ways to stretch staples," Riley said. "We can make soups, stews, maybe pretend rice and beans are a delicacy." "Water?" Jamal asked. "Well, solid," Ethan said. "Tested clean last year. We've got a gravity filter rated for a few thousand gallons. Catchment on the roof for rain. We're better off than most." "That's something in the good column," Jamal said. "Shelter is acceptable. Heat? Wood stove and plenty of deadfall in the woods," Ethan said. "If this goes into winter, we'll be cutting more. But for now, we're okay." "Medical?" Jamal said, tapping the bin. "Less okay," he answered himself. "We've got bandages, disinfectant, some antibiotics, over-the-counter painkillers, no serious trauma supplies, very little in the way of prescription meds." Grace's hand tightened around the edge of the table. "Alex's inhaler is in my bag," she said. "He doesn't need it often, but when he does, we'll ration it," Jamal said. "Use it only when absolutely necessary, and we should look for more. That'll mean going where the pharmacies are. Towns." "Security?" Ethan asked quietly. Everyone went a little still. "We've got thick woods, one main approach, and a clear field of view from the EU porch," he said. "That's the good news. The bad news is we're not the only ones who can see this place. People around here know the cabin exists. Some of them know it's mine." "Any, history there?" Riley asked. "Feuds? Secret poker debts? That kind of thing?" "Nothing dramatic," Ethan said. "Some of the locals think I'm the weird city guy who plays at being a woodsman. Some know I keep supplies out here. Most are fine. A few might come asking." "Or demanding," Jamal said. Grace looked from face to face. "We can't hold this place against everybody," she said. "Not if everybody turns out to be half of Cedar Hollow looking for safe ground." "Then we need rules," Ethan said. "For us first, before we deal with anyone else." Riley leaned on the back of a chair. "House Rules, Apocalypse Edition," she said. "Okay, shoot." Ethan opened the notebook and started a list. "Rule 1, he said. No one leaves the cabin area alone. 2 people minimum, 3 if you're going off the property. No exceptions." Alex opened his mouth. Grace shot him a look. He closed it again. "Rule 2, Ethan continued. We keep the well, the food stores, and the medical supplies under lock when we can. Not because I don't trust you." "You don't?" Riley said cheerfully. "No, I do," he said. "But I don't trust scared, hungry versions of any of us. We'll have a daily inventory. If we open a can, we write it down. If we use bandages, we write it down. Rule 3, Jamal added. No loaded weapons lying around. If someone picks up a firearm, he glanced at Ethan, they get proper handling training first. No exceptions. Alex blinked. We have guns, he asked. A couple, Ethan said. Rifle, shotgun, locked in the cabinet in the corner. I'd like to keep it that way as much as possible. Grace nodded. Agreed, she said. We're not starting any fights. We're just prepared to finish them if we have to. Rule 4, Riley said. Nobody does stupid hero stuff without telling the group. No, I went to town alone because I thought it'd be fine. I feel personally attacked, Alex muttered. Good, she said. I intended it personally. Ethan wrote the rules down, feeling faintly ridiculous and yet weirdly calmer as the page filled. Words on paper. A framework. The illusion of order, maybe. But sometimes illusion bought time. Anything else? He asked. Yeah, Mia said softly. All eyes turned toward her. Rule 5, she said. We remember we're not the only people left in the world, even when it feels like it. Ethan met her gaze and saw something there that made his chest hurt, a mixture of fear and stubborn compassion. He wrote it down. Okay, he said. Rule 5. They sat with the list for a moment. Outside, a bird called. Somewhere deeper in the woods, something rustled. All right, Grace said briskly, clearing her throat. Next steps. We can't live on canned soup and wishful thinking forever. We need more information, more supplies, more human contact, maybe. Cedar Hollow, Ethan said. There's a general store, a feed store, a little clinic. They'll be the first place people go. And your cousins, Grace said to Riley. Riley rubbed the back of her neck. They live on the far side of town, she said. I remember the driveway more than the address. Long dirt road, swings in a big maple tree, chickens that hated me. Then that's tomorrow's job, Ethan said. We rest, we organize, and in the morning, we send a small group into town. See what's happening, see what we can help with, see what we can bring back. I'm going, Grace said immediately. Me too, Jamal said. Town means injured people. And maybe news, Riley said. I'm in. Ethan glanced toward Alex and Mia. You two stay here, he said. Guard the fort with whoever stays. We can't all leave at once. Alex looked ready to argue, then seemed to think better of it. Fine, he said. If anyone attacks, I'll beat them with a can of beans. Mia cracked a smile. Ethan closed the notebook. Okay, he said. That's a start. By late afternoon, the cabin had sorted itself into functional chaos. Grace and Riley scoured the kitchen, taking stock of pots, pans, and utensils. They found an ancient percolator coffee pot and handled it with reverence. There is a God, Riley said, and he wants us caffeinated. Jamal set up a more robust medical corner, turning a small shelf into a makeshift clinic with neatly arranged bandages, bottles, and the precious inhalers. He improvised a splint out of 2 pieces of scrap wood and some cloth, just in case. Alex and Mia explored the immediate area under supervision, checking the woodpile, peering into the small shed, inspecting the outhouse with theatrical disgust. You'll live, Grace told them. You say that now, Alex said, but wait until we start drafting the Geneva Convention on Teenage Bathroom Rights. Ethan climbed up into the loft and dragged down a metal case from under the bed. Inside, wrapped in foil and cloth, lay the shortwave radio he'd built into a Faraday shield. His heart pounded as he unwrapped it. If the EMP had been stronger, if his shielding had been sloppy, this would be an expensive paperweight. He set the radio on the table, connected it to the 12-volt battery he'd kept in the same case, and flipped the switch. For a moment, nothing happened. His stomach clenched. Then the small screen flickered to life, green digits glowing faintly. Ha! He breathed. Riley looked over from the stove. That's either very good or very bad, she said. Both, Ethan said. Let's see. He extended the telescoping antenna, then connected a wire lead to a makeshift long wire he'd strung between 2 trees on a previous visit. It wasn't fancy, but it would pull in more than the stock antenna alone. Static filled the small cabin, alive, shifting static, with hints of something under it. He turned the dial slowly, scanning. Repeat, we have multiple. A voice crackled, then dissolved into hiss. "Stop there," Jamal said, moving closer. Ethan fine-tuned, trying to bring the voice into focus. "This is emergency net, all stations, all stations. Massive failure reported across a region. If you can hear this, shelter in place. Do not attempt to travel." The signal faded, then surged again. "Grid is, repeat, the grid is down. Unknown cause. FCC has all commercial off air. This is volunteer emergency amateur radio service. Relaying." Static swallowed the words. "Shelter in place," Riley muttered. "Clearly they've never met my landlord." Ethan spun the dial further. Channels rolled past, some dead, some full of angry squeals, some with faint fragments of voices. Looting in downtown, police overwhelmed, hospital running on generator, supplies, critically low. I repeat, if you can hear me, you are not alone. That last one, from a flat Midwestern voice, lingered in the air like a message in a bottle. Ethan let the static wash over them for a minute, then clicked the radio off. The cabin seemed too quiet without it. "Well," Grace said, "that answers one question." "Which one?" Alex asked. "Whether it's just us," she said. "It's not." Jamal rubbed his jaw. "Hospital on generators," he said. "If this hits them as hard as the grid, they won't have fuel for long, and every town with a clinic is going to be swarmed." Riley leaned back against the counter. "So towns are both where the help is and where the trouble is," she said. "Convenient." "Tomorrow," Ethan said, "we go in, we keep our heads down, we help where we can, and we don't advertise that we've got a stock cabin in the woods." "Think the locals don't already know?" Jamal asked. "Some do," Ethan said, "but some is better than everyone." Mia hugged her sketchbook to her chest. "Can we listen again later?" she asked. "Yes," Ethan said. "We'll make a schedule. An hour in the morning, an hour at night. We can't drain the battery." Grace nodded. "We're on our own," she said, "but we're not alone." It was a small distinction. It mattered. Dusk crept up the slope like spilled ink. The group ate their first shared meal on mismatched plates. Rice and beans, cornbread baked in a cast-iron skillet, canned peaches rationed by spoonfuls. Riley cooked, moving with practiced efficiency in the small kitchen. "Diners are training grounds for the apocalypse," she said when Ethan commented. "You learn to feed too many people with not enough stove and exactly 5 working utensils." Afterward, they washed dishes in filtered well water and hung them to dry near the stove. Outside, crickets started their night chorus. Ethan stepped onto the small front porch, the notebook under his arm. The sky was turning violet, first stars pricking through. He heard the door creak behind him. "Can't sleep either?" Jamal asked, joining him. "Didn't try yet," Ethan said. "Too many what-ifs bouncing around." Jamal leaned against the porch post. "Yeah," he said. "My brain's doing a full highlight reel of every disaster briefing I ever sat through." Ethan set the notebook on the railing, flipping it open. "What are you writing now?" Jamal asked. "Map," Ethan said. "Not just roads, people, Harper's at the White House, bikers at the station, clerk who didn't hit anybody with a bat, the crowd at Brookstone. If this lasts, the social map is going to matter as much as the physical one." "You really can't switch it off, can you?" Jamal said. "Can you?" Ethan asked. Jamal smiled faintly. "No," he said. "I'm mentally triaging the entire county right now. This one will make it 2 weeks, this one 3 days, this one 30 seconds if he keeps poking gas pumps." A light flickered through the trees. Both men straightened. "Lantern," Jamal said. "Maybe flashlight if it survived. Moving slow." "Driveway?" Ethan asked. "Looks like," Jamal said. Ethan stepped back inside and grabbed the shotgun from the locked cabinet. He didn't chamber a round, yet, but the weight of it in his hands was both comforting and awful. Grace saw it and stiffened. "Who?" she asked. "Coming up the drive," Ethan said. "Lantern. Could be a neighbor." "Or not," Riley said quietly, slipping a hand toward the kitchen knife she'd laid on the counter. "Kids," Grace said, voice calm but firm. "In the loft. Now." Mia and Alex obeyed without arguing, scrambling up the ladder. The loft railing gave them a view of the door and the front windows without exposing them too much. Jamal stepped back onto the porch with Ethan, hands empty and visible. "No sudden moves," he said. "We don't want to spook somebody who might be friendly." Ethan nodded. The lantern light grew closer, bobbing between the trees. A figure emerged from the shadows. Older man, lean, wearing a flannel shirt and jeans. He held a kerosene lantern in one hand and a walking stick in the other. No visible weapon beyond the stick. When he saw Ethan on the porch, he stopped just out of easy shotgun range and lifted the lantern. "Evening," he called. "Evening," Ethan replied. "Nice to see your lights on," the man said, "for a given value of lights." Ethan recognized the voice before his eyes fully caught up. "Mr. Dalton," he said. "Last I checked," the man said, "and you're Ethan Cole, the hermit of Cedar Ridge." Ethan lowered the shotgun, though he didn't put it away. "Didn't realize I'd earned a title," he said. "Oh, son, you earned it by bringing store-bought coffee into my hills every month," Dalton said. "Word gets around." He took a few steps closer, studying the cabin. His gaze flicked over Jamal, the faint glow of the lantern catching the younger man's face. "Got yourself some company," Dalton said. "Heard a truck on the road earlier. Sounded like yours." "We picked up some people in Brookstone and on the way," Ethan said. "Friends mostly. Everyone's trying to get somewhere safer." Dalton nodded slowly. "That they are," he said. "And some of them are trying to get here." He lifted the lantern, illuminating his own lined face. "Town meeting at the Hollow this afternoon," he said. "Whole place jammed into the church hall. Folks scared, mad, confused. Sound familiar?" "Yeah," Ethan said. "Couple of families already asked about your place," Dalton said. "That cabin up on the ridge where the city fella keeps his fishing gear," they said. "Wondered if it might be a good place to congregate." Ethan's stomach tightened. "What did you tell them?" he asked. "I told them it wasn't mine to offer," Dalton said. "But that if you had any sense, you'd be down there at the next meeting explaining what you're willing to share and what you're not, before somebody decides for you." Jamal whistled under his breath. "That was nice of you," he said. "Most folks would have just pointed uphill and said, 'Free buffet.'" Dalton's eyes crinkled. "Most folks owe me less favors than Ethan does," he said. "He fixed my generator last winter, and he listens when I talk about the weather. That's rare." "Generator's dead now," Ethan said. "I know," Dalton said. "Makes your well more valuable and my extra milk more negotiable." "How bad is it in town?" Grace asked from the doorway. Dalton peered past Ethan, taking in her, Riley behind her, the shadows of the kids in the loft. "Bad enough they're already talking about rationing at the store," he said. "Bad enough some idiot tried to take a swing at Pastor Miller when he said we're going to have to share. Good enough that nobody shot anyone yet, far as I know." "Any word from Riverbend?" Jamal asked. "Mostly rumor," Dalton said. "Heard the hospital's running on fumes. Heard a couple of doctors drove out this way. Couldn't do much more in the dark. One of them set up shop in the old clinic by the feed store. Indian lady, sharp eyes, bossy voice. Name's Desai, I think." "Priya," Jamal said quietly. Ethan glanced at him. "You know her?" "Dr. Priya Desai," Jamal said. "ER doc at Riverbend General. Sewed up half my unit when we got back from deployments. She's good. If she's here, that changes things." "Changes them how?" Grace asked. "We've got a real doctor within reach instead of just an enthusiastic amateur," Jamal said. "No offense to my own skills. If people are getting hurt, and they will, she's going to be in the center of that storm." Dalton shifted his lantern to his other hand. "Storm's a good word," he said. "Folks are standing outside the clinic already, asking for pills, for stitches, for magic. She's going to need help, and we're going to need someone who can talk sense into a crowd before they start thinking with their trigger fingers instead of their heads." He pointed his chin at Ethan. "That someone might as well be the man who's been planning for this," he said, "even if nobody wanted to listen yesterday." Ethan felt the weight of the shotgun in his hands, the notebook in his pocket, the eyes on him from the loft. "I was planning for something like this for me," he said, "and maybe a handful of people." Dalton snorted. "World doesn't care about your plans, son," he said. "It cares about what you actually do." He let that hang, then added, "Town's meeting again tomorrow at noon." Maybe you come down, maybe you don't. But if you don't, they'll still talk about this cabin. They'll still imagine what's up here. People are real good at imagining other people's pantries. Thanks for the warning, Ethan said. Dalton tipped his head. Consider it payment for that generator, he said. Also, if you got any spare sugar, my wife will trade you a dozen eggs that don't exist in most of the county anymore. Grace blinked. You have chickens? She asked. 2 dozen, Dalton said. And a cow that's just as confused as the rest of us, but still doing her job twice a day. We're not starving yet. Would like to keep it that way. We'll trade, Ethan said. Sugar for eggs. Tomorrow, maybe. Dalton smiled. Tomorrow, then, he said. And if you go into town, keep your hands visible and your head clear. Folks are on a hair trigger, and they don't even know what they're aiming at. He turned to go, then paused. Oh, he said. One more thing. Yeah? Ethan asked. Dalton looked back at the cabin, lantern light painting deep lines on his face. Whatever you decide about who gets to stay up here, he said, decide it quick and stick to it. Nothing gets people killed faster than changing the rules in the middle of a panic. Ethan swallowed. Got it, he said. Dalton nodded once and disappeared into the trees. Lantern glow bobbing away until the woods swallowed it. For a moment, no one spoke. Nice guy, Riley said eventually. Terrifying sense of timing. Jamal exhaled. Town meeting, real doctor. People talking about your cabin, he said. We were always going to have to deal with the neighbors. At least now, we know when. Grace stepped out onto the porch beside Ethan. We go tomorrow, she said. We meet this Dr. Desai. We show our faces before someone else invents a story about us. Ethan looked up at the dark sky, then at the list of rules folded in his pocket. Yeah, he said. We go. Night was a blanket that didn't quite reach everyone. Inside the cabin, the lantern, real flame, not LED, threw warm light across log walls and tired faces. Outside, the woods settled into their nocturnal rhythms, small movements in the underbrush, occasional rustle of something larger. Ethan lay on the pull-out couch, not sleeping. Above him, in the loft, he could hear the small sounds of shifting bodies. Mia turning over, Alex whispering something, Riley's occasional cough. Jamal had claimed a spot near the stove, within reach of the medical shelf. Grace sat at the table, a notebook of her own open in front of her. What are you writing? Ethan asked quietly. She glanced up, surprised. She'd thought everyone else was asleep. Names, she said. People we saw today. The guy with the stuck van. The woman with the inhaler kid. The teachers at the school. If we make it through this, I don't want to forget them. He watched the way her fingers tightened on the pen. You think about going back? He asked. All the time, she said. Every time I picture this cabin, I picture my customers in Riverbend standing ankle-deep in sewage because the pumps died. I picture the nursing homes, the shelters. We can't fix the whole city, he said. I know, she said. My head knows. My stomach hasn't agreed yet. He understood that feeling, a split between the part that made pragmatic decisions and the part that wanted to run back into the burning building because there were still people inside. We do what we can reach, he said. One ring out from here at a time. Yeah, she said softly. One ring. She closed the notebook. You blame yourself? She asked suddenly. For what? He said, though he knew. For being right, she said. For seeing this coming enough to plan and not being able to make anyone listen. He thought about the email he'd sent that morning with the word final in the subject line. Yes, he said. Sometimes. Mostly I just feel weirdly guilty for having a head start. She studied his face. Then don't waste it, she said. That's how you pay for it. You use it. He nodded slowly. Get some sleep, she added, standing. You're on first watch with Jamal. I'll take second. If Alex volunteers for anything, say no. From the loft, a sleepy voice murmured, I heard that. That's why I said it, she replied. Ethan smiled despite himself. He lay back on the thin mattress, listening to the cabin's new crowded heartbeat, and tried to imagine what tomorrow's meeting in Cedar Hollow would look like. He pictured a room full of scared faces. He pictured an exhausted doctor from the city trying to work by lantern light. He pictured the invisible line between us and them getting drawn in real time. Somewhere between those thoughts, sleep finally found him. Outside, two plumes of smoke still rose from distant hills, unseen in the dark. In the morning, they would go into town and meet the people who were trying, like them, to redraw the map of what survived. For now, the new rules hung in the cabin like invisible beams, holding up whatever fragile sense of safety they'd managed to build in a single day. Old ghosts of plans, of cities, of lives that had existed yesterday, lingered in the corners. Tomorrow they'd have to decide how many of those ghosts to keep and how many to let go. Chapter 5. Fault Lines in Cedar Hollow. Morning didn't so much arrive as seep in through the cabin walls. Ethan woke to the sound of someone moving quietly in the kitchen and the faint smell of coffee. Real coffee, not the instant crystals he'd stocked for emergencies. For a blissful half-second, he forgot why the air was too still, why there was no refrigerator hum, no distant traffic, no buzz of a phone on the nightstand. Then yesterday came back in a rush. The dead city, the highway of silent cars, the gas station arguments. Dalton's warning that the town was already talking about his cabin like it was a public resource. He exhaled and swung his feet to the floor. Grace stood at the stove in jeans and a t-shirt, hair pulled back, pouring coffee from the dented percolator into mismatched mugs. Riley leaned against the counter, with her mug cupped in both hands like she was stealing heat from it. Jamal sat at the table, sharpening a pocket knife with slow, economical strokes. Alex appeared half down the loft ladder, hair sticking up, eyes half closed. Mia hovered at the top, sketchbook already under her arm. Ethan checked his analog watch. 6:12 a.m. Morning, he said. Technically, Riley replied. Emotionally, I feel like it's been late Tuesday for 3 years. Grace handed him a mug. Drink fast, plan faster, she said. Town meetings at noon. And clinic duty before that, Jamal added. If Dr. Desai really is set up at the old clinic, she'll be drowning already. Mia came down the ladder carefully, like the space below might have rearranged while she slept. Can I help? She asked. With breakfast, yes, Grace said. With going into town, no. Mia's mouth tightened. I wasn't going to ask, she said. You were thinking it, Alex said. So were you, she shot back. He grinned at her. Yeah, but I know a losing battle when I see one. Ethan drained half his coffee in 3 swallows, savoring the burn. All right, he said. Let's lay it out. Today is about 2 things. Information and relationships. We need to know what Cedar Hollow's dealing with, and we need them to see us as neighbors, not hoarders. Good luck with that, Riley muttered. Jamal sheathed his knife. Who's going into town? He asked. Me, Ethan said. I know some of the people there, and my name's already on their lips, apparently. Jamal for the clinic. Grace because the whole county's plumbing is one bad day from becoming a biological weapon. Romantic, Grace said, but she nodded. Riley raised her hand. What about me? She asked. I've got crowd control skills and a solid 10 years of pretending to be nice to rude people. That's like 90% of community relations. Ethan hesitated. Your cousins, he said. We'll need to at least try to find them. Riley shrugged one shoulder, the motion sharper than it needed to be. If they're at home, someone in town will know, she said. If they're not, they'll come through town eventually. Either way, Cedar Hollow is my best shot at news. Okay, Ethan said. You're in. Alex straightened. So we just sit here? He asked. Guard the couch. Guard the cabin, Grace corrected. That's not nothing. Alex opened his mouth to argue, then caught the look on her face and wisely closed it. What exactly are we guarding against? Mia asked. That's the uncomfortable part, Ethan said. We don't know. Dalton thinks some folks are already eyeing this place. If anyone comes up the drive, you don't open the door. Not all the way. Not for anyone you don't know. What if it's Dalton? Mia asked. Then you open the door, Jamal said, but still not all the way. What if it's somebody hurt? Alex asked. Bleeding? Then you use your eyes before you use your heart, Jamal said. If it's clearly a trap, you don't fall for it. If it's real, we'll trust you to make that call together. You have the radio. Check in every hour if you can. Alex glanced at the shotgun leaning in the corner. And the guns? He asked. They stay locked unless there's no other choice, Ethan said. You won't have time to turn into expert marksmen in one morning. Your job isn't to win a shootout, it's to keep yourselves alive until we get back. Alex nodded slowly. Mia flipped open her sketchbook. I can draw the driveway, she said. Angles, trees, places you can hide behind, just in case. Good idea, Ethan said. Maps are weapons too. Riley drained the last of her coffee and set the mug in the sink. So we're the advanced diplomatic team, she said. Think we should bring cookies? Bring skills, Grace said. Cookies come later. The drive down to Cedar Hollow felt different than the drive up had the day before. Yesterday, Ethan had been hyper-focused on the physical. The ruts in the road, the curve of the hills, the sound of the truck's engine. Today, he heard echoes. Dalton's voice, the fragments from the shortwave radio, the unspoken fears of the people in the car with him. They passed the Harper's house again. This time, the grandchildren were there. Emma, the 12-year-old with the inhaler, sat on the porch swing wrapped in a blanket despite the warm morning, her little brother beside her. Their mother stood behind them, hands on their shoulders. The grandfather lifted an arm as the truck went by. The gesture was less wave and more salute. They made it, Grace said softly. 7 miles on foot with kids, Jamal said. Not bad. Guilt level, slightly reduced, Riley murmured. Cedar Hollow proper came into view around the next bend. A cluster of buildings around an old stone church. A water tower with the town's name fading in flaking blue letters. A few side streets lined with houses. On a normal day, it was the sort of place you pass through on your way to somewhere else, and only remembered because the general store sold both fishing lures and handmade quilts. Today, it looked like the set of a community theater play about the apocalypse. People clustered in front of the general store, the feed store, the church. Children ran in small packs. Their play a little too wild, a little too loud. The single traffic light at the main intersection was dark, but someone had dragged a couple of orange cones into the road to nudge cars into taking turns. Not that there were many cars moving. Most sat sullen and still, their owners leaning against them. Ethan parked the truck on a side street, facing outward, as close to the clinic as he could while still giving himself room to escape. The clinic was a squat brick building with a faded sign, Cedar Hollow Family Practice. In the small parking lot, 2 pickup trucks that predated Bluetooth sat at crooked angles. A hand-lettered sign on the door read, Open, emergency only, no power. A line of people stretched from the door to the edge of the lot. Some clutched bandaged arms, others held sickly-looking kids. One older man sat on a folding chair with his foot propped up on a cooler. Looks like a party, Jamal said grimly. I'll go in. You 3 find the town meeting folks and try not to let anyone draft you as supreme overlords. That's the job you want, Riley muttered. Supreme overlord of no electricity. I'll be at the church after I check in here, Jamal said. If something goes sideways, that's home base. He hopped down from the truck and headed toward the clinic door, weaving through the line with the guilty ease of someone who actually belonged at the front. Think he'll get yelled at for cutting? Riley asked. Probably, Grace said. But he'll get away with it because he actually knows what he's doing. Life goal, Riley said. Being allowed to cut important lines. They headed toward the church. The church was older than anything else in town. Stone walls, wooden doors, stained glass windows depicting sheep and a smiling shepherd that now seemed almost offensively cheerful. Inside, the air was cool and smelled faintly of candles and dust. Pastor Miller, a balding man in his 50s with a gentle voice, stood near the front, talking quietly with 3 other people. Marge Keegan, who owned the general store, Deputy Travis Long, the county sheriff's sole representative in Cedar Hollow, and a man Ethan knew by sight but not by name, the owner of one of the bigger cattle operations in the area. Tall, broad, sun-browned, with a jaw that looked like it had been carved for the specific purpose of clenching. We can't keep giving everything away, Marge was saying as they approached. People cleaned out the bread and milk yesterday. If I open up the stockroom without a plan, we'll have a riot and then nothing. You want a riot, you tell people you're locking the doors, the cattleman said. They'll take what they want either way. Better you have a say in it. We're not handing this town over to mob rule, Pastor Miller said quietly. We set up an order. We explain. We ration. As if anyone's going to listen to a sermon about sharing when their kids are hungry, the rancher shot back. Deputy Long rubbed his temples like his head hurt. I've got one working cruiser, he said. No radio beyond a 10-mile range, and one jail cell that we use for drunk uncles on Saturday nights. If there's a riot, it's going to be a very short law enforcement response. Ethan cleared his throat. 3 faces turned toward him. The fourth, Deputy Long's, had already clocked the truck outside and knew exactly who it belonged to. Afternoon, folks, Ethan said. Heard there was a town meeting. Pastor Miller's expression warmed. Ethan, he said, good to see you're all right. You made it up to your place? Yesterday, Ethan said. Brought some people out from Brookstone and Riverbend. We heard Dr. Desai set up shop here. She did, Deputy Long said. Arrived late last night with 2 nurses and a trunk full of supplies that might last, 12 hours at the rate people are lining up. Your friend Jamal came in with her. I saw him heading that way. Ethan nodded. He's there now, he said. Marge Keegan studied Grace and Riley. You bring a crew, she said. Grace Alvarez, Grace said, offering her hand. Plumbing. Riley Hart, Riley added. Professional feeder of people and breaker of 20s. Marge shook their hands, her grip firm. Marge, I sell everything that isn't nailed down, she said. And a few things that are. The cattleman crossed his arms. Todd Kincaid, he said. Kincaid Ranch. You're the one with the cabin up on Cedar Ridge. Ethan felt the subtle shift in the room when Todd said it, like someone had nudged a glass toward the edge of a table. That's me, he said. Todd's gaze was measuring. Heard you've been trucking supplies up there for years, he said. Food, fuel, tools. Some folks are saying you saw this coming and kept your mouth shut. I wrote 3 disaster recovery plans for my company, Ethan said evenly. Nobody wanted to hear, what if the lights don't come back on? I didn't exactly have a hotline to God, Todd snorted. Doesn't change the fact you plan for yourself. And a few others, Ethan said. We've got 6 people at the cabin now. 4 adults, 2 kids. We're not exactly living like kings. Pastor Miller stepped in. We're glad you're safe, he said. Cedar Hollow is going to need every able-bodied person we can get. That's what this meeting is about. What exactly is this meeting? Grace asked. Marge blew out a breath. We're trying to figure out how to keep this town from eating itself, she said, literally and figuratively. Specifically, Todd said, we're deciding who gets what, food, fuel, access to the spring, and who gets to come in from outside. Riley's brows went up. We're doing border control now, she asked. Got little stamps and everything? Outsiders mean more mouths to feed, Todd said. We barely have enough for our own. Some outsiders have skills we need, Pastor Miller said. Like Dr. Desai, and I suspect, like your friends here. Which is why they're already inside, Todd countered. We can't take everyone. We have to draw a line somewhere. We draw it with compassion, Miller said. We draw it with math, Todd said. Or we try to do both, Marge said. Because if we don't, the line's going to get drawn with fists and then guns. Deputy Long looked at Ethan. Dalton told us you'd probably come down today, he said. Said you were one of the few people who'd actually thought about something like this before it happened. We could use your head. Ethan almost laughed. Congratulations, he thought. You've been promoted from disaster recovery guy nobody listens to disaster recovery guy everyone wants answers from. I can give you ideas, he said. I can't give you miracles. Miracles are Miller's department, Marge said. We'll take ideas. Pastor Miller smiled faintly. I'm fresh out of loaves and fishes, he said. But I can offer words, you can offer logistics. Seems like fair division of labor. Riley raised a hand. Before we start divvying up jobs, can someone point me toward the coffee that Marge is definitely hoarding in a secret back room? Marge gave her a long look. I like her, Marge said. She can stay. The town meeting wasn't so much a formal assembly as a series of overlapping conversations that gradually migrated into the church hall as word spread. By 11, the hall was full. Farmers, shopkeepers, retirees, teenagers, parents with small kids, they all drifted in, voices low, faces tight. Pastor Miller stood at the front with Deputy Long, Marge, Todd, Ethan, Grace, and Riley near the folding tables that had been turned into a makeshift dais. Jamal slipped in from the clinic just as Miller cleared his throat. "How bad?" Ethan murmured as Jamal took his place beside him. "Bad," Jamal said. "Dr. Desai's already gone through half her bandages. We've got cuts, burns from people trying to cook on improvised stoves, one guy with a smashed hand from losing a fight with a tractor. And that's just day one." "Any word from Riverbend?" Grace asked. Jamal shook his head. "Priya says the hospital's a war zone," he said. "Generators sputtering, meds locked in systems nobody can access because the computers are fried. She left because she realized she could save more people here than she could argue with administrators in the dark. That should tell you something." "Later," Pastor Miller said quietly. "For now we start." He raised his hands. "Friends," he said, and the murmur in the room slowly died. "Neighbors, we all know why we're here. The power is out across the county, maybe farther. Phones are dead. Cars are dead. We don't know when or if things will go back to the way they were." A restless shift ran through the crowd at that "if." "I wish I could stand here and promise you that this is temporary," Miller continued, "that the lights will be back on by supper and the grocery trucks will roll in tomorrow. But that would be a lie, and lies waste time we don't have." He stepped aside slightly, letting the others be seen. "We've asked some folks to help us think through what comes next," he said. "Marge, who knows what's on the shelves and what's not? Deputy Long, who's responsible for keeping us safe. Todd Kincaid, who knows how much food is on the hoof and in the fields. Dr. Desai and Jamal Price at the clinic, and Ethan Cole, who's been thinking about worst-case scenarios longer than most of us knew we needed to." There was a ripple of whispering at Ethan's name. Todd stepped forward, arms still crossed. "Here's the situation," he said bluntly. "Marge has maybe 2 weeks' worth of food in that store, if we pretend the rest of the county doesn't exist. Fuel's another story. What gas we got in cars and underground tanks is all we're going to have for a while. No trucks coming, no resupply." Marge nodded grimly. "We already had folks cleaning out bread and milk yesterday," she said. "If we open the stockroom without a plan, it'll be empty in a day." "So we ration," said a woman from the back. "Like they did in the war. Books, stamps, all that." "Maybe," Marge said. "But somebody's got to decide who gets what. Families with kids, elderly folks, people who work essential jobs. If I'm the one handing out beans, I'm the one everybody's mad at." "Let them be mad," Todd said. "Better mad than starved." Another voice cut in. "What about people from outside?" It was a wiry man in work jeans. Tom Jenkins, who ran a small repair shop. "We already had 3 cars from over the ridge roll in this morning. Folks asking for gas, food, a place to sleep. We can't feed the whole world." "We're not turning away people in need," Pastor Miller said. "We're not inviting a stampede either," Todd shot back. "We put word out that Cedar Hollow's handing out free groceries. We'll have half of Riverbend up here by the weekend." "That might not be a bad thing," someone muttered. Heads turned. The speaker was a woman in her 30s with a toddler on her hip. Jen Alvarez, a cousin of Grace's they hadn't seen in years. The resemblance hit Grace like a physical thing. Same tilted eyes, same stubborn chin. "People in the city have nowhere to go," Jen said. "You think they're just going to sit in the dark while we have food and wells up here?" "That's exactly why we need rules now," Ethan said, before Todd could reply. Dozens of eyes swung toward him. He took a breath. "I'm Ethan," he said. "Some of you know me as the guy with the cabin on the ridge. Some of you think I'm a weirdo who spends too much time reading about disasters. You're not wrong." A few people laughed, the tension easing a hair. "I don't have all the answers," he said, "but I do know this. If we act like it's still last week, if we assume the trucks are coming and the lights are going to flick back on, we'll burn through what we have and be worse off when they don't. If we panic and grab everything we can carry, we'll turn on each other and lose the one thing we've got that's more valuable than food: trust." "Trust doesn't fill stomachs," Todd said. "No," Ethan agreed, "but the lack of it empties them faster. You want to plant crops, guard roads, keep watch at night, run a clinic? You need people who trust that they'll get fed when it's their turn. Otherwise, they take what they can and run." "What's your plan then?" a man near the front asked. Since you've been thinking about this, Ethan glanced at his notebook, at the rules they'd scribbled in the cabin the night before. They weren't all applicable here, but the principles were. Short term, he said, we do three things. We secure water, we secure basic food distribution, and we stabilize the clinic. Water's fine, someone called. We got springs, wells. Until everybody starts dumping waste in the wrong place, Grace cut in. I'm Grace Alvarez. I fix things when they explode. If we don't get ahead of sanitation, you'll have cholera and God knows what else in a month. So yeah, you've got water. The question is whether you keep it clean. There was a ripple of unease at the word cholera. Grace is right, Jamal said. I've seen refugee camps. The fastest way to turn a bad situation into a nightmare is to ignore toilets. Several people winced. We can set up safe latrine areas, teach people how to keep gray water away from wells. Grace continued. It's not glamorous, but it's necessary. Food, Marge said, leaning on the table. I can close the store, do inventory, figure out exactly what we have and how long it'll last at different ration levels. But I'm not making those decisions alone. We form a committee. More meetings, someone groaned. Yes, Marge said tartly. Because the alternative is me giving your neighbor more rice than you, and you deciding it's time to decorate my windows with rocks. That committee should include somebody from each part of town, Pastor Miller said, and someone from the outlying farms, so there's buy-in. Clinic, Jamal said. Dr. Desai's triaging everyone who walks in. She needs volunteers she can trust, people who can follow directions and not freak out at blood. We also need runners, strong kids who can go between the clinic, the store, the church, the farms with messages. Several teenagers straightened a little at that, including Alex's cousin Jen's oldest boy. And outsiders? Todd asked. What do we say when the first 100 people from Riverbend show up? The room murmured, uneasy. We say we're willing to help, Pastor Miller said. To a point. Todd snorted. Nice and vague, he said. Ethan forced himself to meet Todd's gaze. We set a policy, he said. Case by case. Families with kids, elderly, people with critical skills, medical, mechanical, farming, we prioritize. Drifters who just want a handout? We consider sending them on with some water and directions to places that can absorb more people than we can. Like where? Jen asked. Larger towns with functioning water plants, Jamal said. If any. Or church camps, retreat centers, places built to host groups. We don't have that capacity here. And your cabin? Todd asked sharply. Where's that in your plan? The room went quiet again after that question, like someone pulled the sound out of the air. Ethan felt all the eyes again, heavier this time. My cabin is not a town resource, he said slowly. It's a private property with limited supplies, already housing 6 people. If we throw the doors open and tell the county free food, we'll be overrun in a day. So you lock everyone else out, a man near the back said. Hide up there like kings while the rest of us scrape by? Grace's chair scraped back as she stood. You think we're kings? She said. We're sleeping on a pull-out couch and taking turns on watch. We have food, yes, enough for a few months for a few people if we stretch. We're not hoarding gold. We're trying to stay alive long enough to help. Help how? Todd demanded. By not becoming more mouths for you to feed right away, Ethan said. By bringing skills and tools into town when we can. By trading, sugar for eggs, labor for seed. By knowing we have a fallback if things here go sideways. That matters. What if things go sideways here because people know you've got more than they do? Tom Jenkins asked quietly. Desperation makes folks stupid. That's why we don't flaunt it, Ethan said. We don't brag about the cabin. We don't treat it like Fort Knox. We treat it like a lifeboat that already has as many people in it as it can safely hold. We can throw ropes, not invite everyone to jump in. The metaphor seemed to land. Some faces softened. Others remained skeptical. Pastor Miller spread his hands. We are all going to have to hold 2 truths in our hands at once, he said. That we are responsible for our own families and that we are responsible to our neighbors. If we lean too hard on either side, we lose ourselves. We also need to be honest about the fact that not everyone gets a seat in every boat. Jamal said, voice flat, and that we're going to live with the weight of those choices for a long time. Silence sat with them for a beat. Marge cleared her throat. Okay, she said briskly. Action items before we all sink into existential dread. Food committee. I'll take volunteers after this. Sanitation. Grace, you'll head that up? Grace nodded. I'll need people who aren't squeamish, she said, and some shovels. Clinic volunteers, see Dr. Desai or Jamal, Pastor Miller said. Runners, talk to Deputy Long. We'll organize shifts. As for outsiders, he looked at Ethan. We'll post a notice at the crossroads, Miller said. Cedar Hollow is open to emergency aid, water, first aid, some food, while supplies last. Long-term stays will be decided case by case. Does that sound fair? No, Todd said, but it sounds less unfair than anything else I've heard. It was apparently as close to agreement as the room was going to get. The rest of the meeting fractured into smaller knots of planning. Ethan found himself cornered by a group of older men, wanting to know exactly how many cans he had and what kind of ammunition his guns used. I'm not giving you an inventory, he said, partly because I don't have it memorized, partly because that's not how trust works. So we're supposed to trust you to do the right thing? One of them asked skeptically. No, Ethan said. You're supposed to watch what I actually do and decide from there. Hell of a time to be earned, not given, the man grumbled. But he didn't push further. Across the room, Grace was already sketching a rough latrine plan with two farmers on a scrap of cardboard, arguing about wind direction and slope. Riley stood by Marge, sorting townspeople into lines. Inventory helpers, ration card volunteers, runners. Jamal slipped out again, back to the clinic. Ethan's head hurt. He stepped outside for air. The sunlight felt too bright after the dim church. Down the street near the general store, someone had set up a table with a jug of water and paper cups. Children played in the grass beside the church, their games jarring in their normalcy. A dog barked somewhere, joyous and unaware. Quite a show in there, a voice said. Ethan turned. Dalton sat on the stone steps, a tin cup in his hand, hat tipped back. He looked like he'd been there for a while, just watching. You stayed quiet, Ethan said, sitting beside him. Old men who talk too much in meetings get volunteered for thing, Dalton said. I prefer strategic silence. What do you think? Ethan asked. Dalton took a sip. I think you did about as well as anyone could have, he said. You didn't promise what you can't deliver. You didn't pretend to be a saint. Folks will grumble, but they'll remember who showed up. Ethan stared at the road. Todd's not going to let the cabin go, he said. No, Dalton agreed. He's got a herd to think about. Hey, water. He's scared, and scared men look for things they can control, like other people's pantries. Think he'll try something? Ethan asked. Not today, Dalton said. Too many eyes on him. But if things get tighter, maybe, or someone like him. That's why you got to stay part of this. Show up. Help. Make it harder for anyone to paint you as the enemy. Ethan rubbed his temples. I was hoping the apocalypse would come with clearer instructions, he said. Dalton chuckled. Oh, the instructions are clear, he said. They're just ugly. Share what you can without killing yourself. Stand your ground without losing your soul. Simple, just not easy. Ethan couldn't argue with that. The clinic was a different kind of crowded. Inside, the waiting room buzzed with low-level panic. Kids crying, adults pacing, the occasional muffled groan from the back. The fluorescent lights were dead, but someone had dragged in every lamp they could find and plugged them into a humming generator outside. The air smelled of sweat, antiseptic, and fear. Dr. Priya Desai moved through it like a small, intense storm. Next, she called, wiping her hands on a towel. Who's got bleeding, broken bones, or trouble breathing? Everyone else, you wait. I've been waiting 2 hours, a man complained. And you're still standing, she shot back without looking at him. Congratulations, you're not dying yet. Jamal, I need those sutures. Working on it, Jamal said, ripping open another packet with his teeth. He glanced up as Ethan, Grace, and Riley slipped in. Welcome to the party, he said. Priya turned. Which of you can follow instructions without talking back? She demanded. None of us, Riley said, but we're all willing to fake it. Priya gave her a quick once-over. Name, useful skill, she said. Riley Hart, Riley said. Diner waitress. I can keep a line moving, stop people from cutting, and I've cleaned up more spilled bodily fluids than I care to describe. Good, Priya said. Your triage front desk. Sit people, get names, figure out who's urgent. Use this scale. She tapped a piece of paper taped to the wall with 3 columns. Red, immediate, yellow, can wait, green, walking wounded. You screw up and send me a green before a red, I will personally staple your shirt to the ceiling. Yes, ma'am, Riley said, oddly cheered by the harshness. Next, Priya said. Grace Alvarez, Grace said. Plumber. I keep water where it's supposed to be and waste where it's not. Priya's eyes brightened for the first time that morning. Bless you, she said. The bathroom in this place is a disaster waiting to happen. I've got people using buckets out back. If you can rig something that doesn't make us all sick in a week, I'll name my next child after you. I thought you didn't have kids, Jamal said. I don't, Priya said. But if I did, they'd be named Grace. Grace laughed. Show me the pipes, she said. Priya pointed. Down the hall, last door. And if you find any leaks, plug them. Don't just promise to come back later, like every other plumber I've ever met. I charge extra for attitude, Grace said, disappearing down the hallway. Priya turned to Ethan. And you? She asked. Ethan Cole, he said. Systems architect, logistics. I make plans for things that break and annoy people with memos. Wonderful, she said. You get to organize my supplies. Jamal's been grabbing whatever he can, but we need an actual inventory. How many bandages? How many antibiotics? How many pain meds? Write it down big enough I can read it when my eyes go blurry. On it, he said. An hour later, the clinic felt marginally less chaotic. Riley sat behind a makeshift desk with a clipboard, shuffling people into chairs, soothing some, snapping at others when they tried to push past. You're limping, but you're breathing, she told one man who tried to shove his way to the front. That's a yellow at worst. Sit down before I upgrade you to red myself. Grace cursed cheerfully from the bathroom, up to her elbows in pipes, having convinced 2 teenage boys to dig a trench outside for gray water. Ethan stood in a storage closet that smelled of bleach and cardboard, calculating how long the antibiotic supply would last if Priya used them only for critical infections. Best case, 3 weeks, Woodiyar told her when she stuck her head in. Worst case, 1 week. After that, you're on soap, water, and hope. Soap and water I can work with, she said. Hope is questionable. Jamal moved between exam rooms, cleaning, bandaging, setting a sprained ankle. At noon, the clinic's small clock, battery-powered, clicked over. The town meeting would be winding down. Go, Priya told Ethan and Jamal. I'll manage here for an hour. You sure? Jamal asked. No, she said, but I don't have a choice. Go make sure they don't decide to burn this place down when someone dies. That's uncomforting, Riley said. Priya managed a tired half-smile. If we get through today without anyone shooting, stabbing, or stamping, I'll call it a win, she said. Low bar, Jamal said. It's the apocalypse, she replied. The bar is where it is. By late afternoon, Cedar Hollow had the rough shape of a plan. Not a good plan, not a complete one, but better than the free fall they'd been in that morning. Marge and her newly minted food committee had locked the store, posted hours, and drawn up ration cards on index cards. Grace had set up a temporary hand-washing station and latrine area behind the clinic, complete with clear hand-painted signs. Wash here and not here. Riley had a list of clinic patients and their conditions that would have made hippie lawyers faint, but which meant Priya knew who to check on first if things got worse. Deputy Long had recruited 6 teenagers as runners, complete with whistles and instructions. If you see fists or weapons, blow and run. Ethan had a notebook full of numbers and names and a headache that felt like it had teeth. As the sun started to slide toward the trees, he gathered with Grace, Jamal, and Riley near the truck. We should get back, Grace said. Kids are expecting us before full dark. And I promised Dalton we'd talk about that egg sugar trade, Ethan said. Ah, yes, Riley said. The new currency, protein and dessert. Jamal glanced back at the clinic. Priya stood in the doorway, arms folded, watching the street. You good? He called. No, she said, but I'm functional. Go. I'll need you more tomorrow. He gave a small salute. They climbed into the truck. As they pulled out of town, Ethan caught sight of Todd Kincaid leaning against his pickup, talking to a couple of other ranchers. Todd's gaze followed the truck, calculating. "Think he's going to be a problem?" Riley asked. Ethan didn't look away from the road. "He already is," he said. "The question is how big." "What do we do about him?" Grace asked. "Same thing we do about everything else," Jamal said. "Watch, prepare. Hope he makes good choices and plan for what happens if he doesn't." Riley sighed. "I miss the days when my biggest decision was whether to give the regulars. Extra fries," she said. "Those days were yesterday," Ethan said. "Feels like a century," she replied. Back at the cabin, Alex had drawn a map. It covered half the table. A rough sketch of the cabin, the driveway, the surrounding trees. He'd marked lines of sight, places to hide, spots where the ground was uneven. Mia had added shading and symbols. Little trees, a cluster of stones, the outline of the cabin square and neat. "How many visitors?" Ethan asked as he stepped inside. "Two," Alex said. "Dalton just checking in, and a guy looking for gas. Sounded like he'd been drinking." "What did you do?" Grace asked sharply. "Didn't open the door," Alex said. "Talked through it. Told him we didn't have gas to spare." Which was technically true, Mia said. "We didn't spare any." "Did he push?" Jamal asked. Alex hesitated. "He got loud," he said. "Kicked the bottom step once. Mia had the shotgun pointed at the floor just in case." Grace's eyes went wide. "You what?" "I didn't touch the trigger," Mia said quickly. "I just wanted him to know we weren't helpless." Ethan pressed his fingers to the bridge of his nose. "Okay," he said. "Not ideal, but also not the worst call. Next time the gun stays out of sight unless you are actually going to use it. Visible weapons escalate things." "Did he leave?" Riley asked. "Yeah," Alex said. "Stumbled back down the drive. We watched until he hit the main road." Grace pulled both kids into a hug so sudden Alex yelped. "Hey!" he protested. "Mom, oxygen!" "Don't care," she said into his hair. "I will hug you until the world unends." Jamal flopped into a chair. "Well," he said, "good news is you passed your first solo test. Bad news is that was the easy level." "Easy?" Mia squeaked. "You'll know the hard level when it shows up," he said. "Meanwhile, nice map." She brightened a little. "You think so?" she asked. "Yeah," he said. "Remind me to have you sketch the layout of the clinic tomorrow. Could be useful." Ethan set his notebook beside Alex's map. "Town has rough plans," he said. "Rationing, sanitation, clinic triage. People are scared, but they're listening." "For now," Grace said. "For now," he agreed. "Any word about my cousins?" Riley asked quietly. Ethan shook his head. "Nobody's seen them today," he said. "But half the town was out working fields this morning. They might just not have made it in yet." Riley's jaw tightened. "Or they might not want to," she said. "If Uncle Pete is still mad about the Great Thanksgiving incident of 2017, I wouldn't blame them." "What happened?" Alex asked. "Somebody put the wrong label on the gravy boat, and Grandpa almost ate the dog's medicine," she said. "Long story, stupid. Not worth staying mad over if the world's ending, but people are weird about grudges." "Maybe tomorrow we take a drive past their place," Grace suggested. "With the truck." Riley nodded slowly. "Yeah," she said. "Yeah, okay." Ethan looked around the small, crowded cabin. The walls hadn't moved, but the space felt different, denser, threaded through with invisible lines connecting town and ridge, clinic and church, Dalton's porch and Kincaid's ranch. Fault lines, he thought. Some visible, some not, all waiting to shift. He caught Grace's eye. "You were right," he said softly. "We can't just hole up here. We're tied to them now." "We always were," she said. "We just pretended we weren't when the lights were on." Outside, the sun slid behind the trees, throwing long fingers of shadow across the clearing. Inside, under lamplight, they ate another simple meal and shared what they'd seen, what they'd heard, what they feared. No one said it out loud, but they all knew. Today had been the easy part. Today, people had still mostly listened. Today, tempers had simmered but not boiled. Tomorrow, the rations would start. Tomorrow, the first outsider turned away might not take no for an answer. Tomorrow, the clinic might lose its generator, or the store might lose its lock. Tomorrow someone might decide that one cabin on a ridge owed them more than it had to give. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight, for a few hours, they had a plan, a roof, a table, and each other. It wasn't enough. It would have to be. Chapter 6. Lines in the Dirt. The second morning on Cedar Ridge felt less like waking up from a bad dream and more like reporting for duty. There was no hesitation this time. No half second of, maybe the lights are back. Everyone knew they weren't. The quiet had settled into their bones. Ethan was up before dawn, boots on the porch, notebook in his lap, watching the trees turn from black to charcoal to green. The cabin behind him murmured softly, a cough from Jamal, boards creaking overhead as someone in the loft rolled over, the soft clink of mugs as Grace tried to make coffee without waking the kids. He let himself have one selfish minute, eyes closed, breathing the cool air, imagining what this place would feel like if the world hadn't broken. Just a weekend cabin, a grocery list in his pocket instead of a ration plan. Then the minute was up. He flipped his notebook open. To do day 3, town ration rollout. Observe, support Marge check on clinic. Generator fuel, Yamed usage, latrines. Materials run for Grace Riley's cousins. Confirm alive, possible alliance cabin security. Patrol plan, cache locations. He underlined the last one twice. The front door creaked. Thought I'd find you out here, Grace said, stepping onto the porch with 2 mugs. You have a gift, he said, taking one. The coffee was weak but hot. No, she said. You have a pattern. You worry. In places with good sight lines. He huffed a small laugh and took a sip. How'd you sleep? He asked. Badly, she said. You? Same. They drank in companionable silence for a while, watching the woods wake up around them. Kids? He asked. Alex pretended he wasn't scared and then had a nightmare about toilets overflowing forever, she said. Mia sat up half the night drawing maps in the loft. I finally made her stop when she started drawing lines over people's faces. Lines? He asked. Like fault lines, Grace said. She kept saying, we need to know where they'll break. Ethan stared into his coffee. She's not wrong, he said quietly. Doesn't mean it should be in an 8th grader's job description, Grace said. The loft ladder creaked. Alex climbed down, hair a mess, t-shirt askew. If we're out of coffee, I'm declaring martial law, he said. In this house, Grace said, martial law means you do all the dishwashing. Alex reconsidered. Democracy is great, he said. Mia followed more slowly, sketchbook tucked under her arm as usual. Hey, she said, rubbing one eye. Who's going where today? Ethan glanced at Grace, then at the kids. Same basic split, he said. Town team and cabin team. Town team is me, Grace, Jamal, and Riley. Cabin team is you 2. Alex opened his mouth. And no, Ethan said. That's not negotiable yet. We need someone here we trust. 2 someones. Dalton might swing by. That guy from yesterday might come back with friends. I'd rather they met you than an empty cabin. You're saying we're bait, Alex said. I'm saying you're our early warning system, Ethan said. No heroics. Doors stay closed. You use the radio at the top of the hour, every hour. If we don't hear from you, we come back fast. Mia hugged her sketchbook tighter. I can draw signs, she said, like codes. If you're coming up the drive and you see a paper on a tree, you know if it's safe or not. Like flags, Grace said. Green for good, red for bad. Yeah, Mia said. We might not always be able to talk on the radio if someone's listening. Ethan's throat tightened a little at if someone's listening. Do it, he said. We'll pick a tree where we can see it from the road. Alex looked disappointed but resigned. Fine, he said. While you're gone, I'm inventing booby traps. No, 3 voices said at once. Nothing that can hurt us by accident, Ethan added. If you want to stack cans on the porch to fall over and make noise, be my guest. But no pits, spikes, or flamethrowers. Man, Alex said, you take all the fun out of the apocalypse. Cedar Hollow looked the same from a distance as it had the day before. Church steeple, water tower, low buildings. But the energy was different. Yesterday had been shock. Today was the beginning of hunger. A hand-painted sign hung on the general store door. Ration hours, 9:11 a.m., 3:05 p.m., one family member per household. By 8:30, a line had already formed. Parents clutching bags, older kids trying to look responsible, a few solitary men with folded arms and set faces. They stood mostly in silence, broken now and then by short, sharp exchanges. I was here first. You were here yesterday. You got bread. And my kids ate it, so what's your point? Folks, Marge called from the doorway, voice carrying more from determination than volume. We're not opening early just because you line up early. You crowd each other, I shut the door, and we try again tomorrow. I mean it. Lord, Riley muttered. This is like the lunch rush, but with more existential dread. She stood near the door with a cardboard box full of index cards and a pen tied to it with string. The ration cards. Ethan had suggested keeping them simple. Name, number of household members, tick marks for each day's allocation. Nothing fancy. Nothing that needed a computer. Grace eyed the line. Could be worse, she said. Could be people with guns. Give it a week, Jamal said. Deputy Long stood nearby, hand resting on his holster, posture carefully relaxed. His cruiser sat dead at the curb, a relic. Ethan knocked once on the doorframe. Marge, he said. Everything ready. As it'll ever be, she said. Flour, rice, beans, canned veg, some powdered milk. We're holding back a little in the storeroom for emergencies. No candy, no soda, no cigarettes. I am not starting a riot over Twix bars. Fair, Riley said. Marge handed Ethan a second box. This is the emergency stash list, she said. Half the town's got food at home. We're supplementing, not replacing. People who can't cook or can't get what they need, we quietly give them extra. Who decides? Ethan asked. Me, she said. And the committee. You, Todd, Miller, the Keegans, Mrs. Hahn from up on Old Mill Road. If anyone has a problem, they can take it up with all of us. Speaking of Todd, Jamal murmured. The rancher approached, hat low, shoulders squared. Two other men walked with him, one of them carrying an empty burlap sack. Marge, Todd said, nodding. Cole. Morning. Todd, Ethan said. Todd glanced at the sign on the door. One household member per family, huh? He said. You realize my household is pushing 8 people. Hands, wives, kids. Then send one of them, Marge said. You're not special. Todd's mouth tightened. I'm responsible for more mouths than most, he said, and more livestock. That herd feeds half this town in winter. I can't exactly tell the cows to ration grass. You've got hay, someone in line called. You're better off than most. Todd ignored him. Eyes on Marge. I just want to make sure the system takes that into account, he said. Big families, big operations. We can't get the same as a widow living alone. Marge's jaw set. You want a bigger share, she said. Say it plain. Todd didn't flinch. Yes, he said, because what I've got feeds more than my own table. Marge glanced at Ethan. This is where you say something wise, she murmured. Ethan thought fast. We should weight rations by household size, he said. Not just head count, but contribution. People running the clinic, the store, the farms. They're burning more calories than someone sitting on a porch. That doesn't mean we starve the porch, but it does mean we acknowledge work. And what if somebody doesn't have work? A man near the back asked. My wife's invalid. I'm not leaving her to go stand in a field all day. We're not turning this into some he who works eats purity test, Pastor Miller said, approaching from behind the line. We care for those who can't stand on their own. That's not negotiable. So how do we do both? Riley asked. Because right now we've got 80 pounds of beans and 200 opinions. Day 1, Ethan said. We start with simple. Base ration per person. Everybody gets something. After that, we adjust. If Todd's guys are spending 12 hours a day in the fields, they get bumped. If someone's sitting on their stash and trying to double dip here, they get bumped down. And who decides that? Todd asked. The committee, Ethan said, with input from people like you, but not just you. Todd studied him for a long second, then gave a curt nod. All right, he said. Day 1, but we revisit this. We're not freezing it in stone. Nothing's frozen anymore, Riley murmured. Not even the chicken nuggets. Deputy Long cleared his throat. We're losing time, he said. People are getting antsy. Marge straightened. Then let's start, she said. The first 30 minutes went surprisingly well. Riley called names from the index cards. People shuffled forward, collected bags of staples, stepped aside. Some thanked Marge. Others grumbled under their breath. A few tried to argue for more and got shut down gently but firmly. Bennett, family of 4, Riley called. Rice, beans, flour, 1 can of veg, powdered milk. Can we swap the beans for more flour? Mrs. Bennett asked. My kids won't eat beans. They will if they're hungry enough, Marge said. Next. Ethan kept an eye on the line, watching for tension spikes. Jamal drifted between door and street, checking on people who looked unsteady. The first crack appeared around the 40-minute mark. A thin man with hollow cheeks and eyes too bright stepped out of the line, cutting ahead of 3 people. Hey, someone shouted. Back of the line, Randy. My kids haven't eaten since yesterday, Randy said. I'm not waiting another hour while you all argue over who gets what brand. The line's there for a reason, Deputy Long said. You cut, you go to the back. Randy's hand shook. You got food at home, he said. You're all fine. My pantry's been bare for a week. The truck was supposed to bring my check and it never... I know, Marge said. You get your share like everyone else, but you wait your turn. Randy's gaze flicked to the bags, the shelves visible through the open door, the stacks of cans beyond that. Easy for you to say, he muttered. You're the one standing in front of the stash. Randy, Pastor Miller said gently, this isn't the way. Randy's mouth twisted. Course you'd say that, he snapped. You already got your bread. What happened to the last shall be first, huh? A ripple of uncomfortable laughter ran through the line. Ethan stepped forward. Randy, he said, look at me. Randy's eyes snapped to his. You push this, Ethan said quietly. This line turns into a mob. You've got kids at home? They need you there, not here in a pile of trampled people. You go back 2 steps, wait 10 more minutes, and you walk out with food in your hands instead of nothing. Randy swallowed hard, throat working. His hands clenched and unclenched. For a second, Ethan saw the moment go either way. A lunge at the bags, a fist, a shove. Then something in Randy's posture sagged. 10 minutes, he repeated. Fine. He backed up 2 steps. The tension in the air eased. Conversations resumed. Riley let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. You memorized that speech? She muttered to Ethan. Pretty much my entire career, just with servers instead of food, he said. If you reboot the system in a panic, you lose everything. Same principle. Less chance of getting punched in the face at your old job, though, she said. You'd be surprised, he replied. When the morning ration window closed, there was still food on the shelves and people still standing in line. We'll reopen at 3, Marge called. Same deal. 1 per household. You show up with cousins from 2 towns over. They go to the back of their own line. Assuming we let them stay, Todd muttered. Enough, Pastor Miller said. They drifted into smaller groups. Jamal checked his watch. Clinic, he said. Priya's probably ready to strangle someone by now. I'll come, Riley said. I want to see if anyone's actually listening to my triage speech or just nodding at me. Go, Ethan said. Grace and I need to get supplies for the latrines anyway. Grace raised an eyebrow. And by supplies you mean shovels and dignity, she said. Pretty much, he said. He glanced at Riley. After clinic, you and I take the truck out to your cousin's place, he added. Daylight's our friend. Her throat bobbed. Yeah, she said. Okay. The clinic was hotter today. The small generator outside still rattled and wheezed, but its sound had taken on an ominous note Ethan recognized from failing machines everywhere. Priya had dark circles under her eyes and a ferocious set to her jaw. We had 3 more falls, she said as Jamal and Riley walked in. 1 kid tried to climb a tree to pick apples and discovered gravity. 2 people burned themselves trying to cook on candle stoves. Also, somebody decided to clean out the cuts with straight bleach. Jamal winced. How bad? He asked. We flushed it, she said. We'll see. Generator? Ethan asked, nodding toward the door. Running low on fuel, she said. We've been turning it off between patients who need light. I've got maybe 2 more days before we're strictly windows and lanterns. Town has fuel stored? Jamal asked. A little, Priya said. Miller thinks we should save it for the water pump at the church. Todd thinks we should save it for tractors. I think I'd like to not stitch people up in the dark. Welcome to democracy in crisis. Can we rig solar? Grace asked from the hall, overhearing as she wiped her hands. Even just a panel for a few lights? Not with what we've got on hand, Ethan said. Maybe if we improvise, but that's a longer-term project. Priya's shoulders drooped for a heartbeat, then squared again. Fine, she said. We adapt. Jamal, go change the dressings on Mrs. Hahn's leg. Riley, you're back at the front. Ethan, you get to be my pharmacist/accountant. I want to know exactly how many painkillers I can hand out without turning half the town into an underground economy. Yes, doctor, they said in unison. By noon, Ethan had a clearer picture of the clinic's supplies. It wasn't pretty. We're going to run out of broad-spectrum antibiotics in a week, he said quietly, showing Priya his list. Sooner if that cut on Tom Jenkins' arm gets infected, and we have to go heavy. We can try to supplement with what people have at home, she said. Half the old folks have expired prescriptions they never finished. It's a terrible habit, but it might save us now. You sure you want to start random antibiotic cocktails? Jamal asked. I'm sure I'd rather gamble on suboptimal dosing than watch a kid die from a scratch, she said. Lawyers aren't exactly knocking on the door anymore. Ethan studied her face. You're going to burn yourself out, he said. Not yet, she said. Later. As if on cue, the generator coughed. The lights flickered once, twice, then went out. The hum died. The sudden silence was almost sickening. Jamal, Priya snapped. Check it. He was already moving. Riley lit a lantern with quick, practiced motions. Ethan went to the window, pulled the blinds up. Sunlight streamed in, harsh and angled. Generator's out of fuel, Jamal called from outside. Tank doesn't have a drop. Any more cans? Priya shouted. No, he said. We used the last one yesterday. Priya closed her eyes for a second. Then she opened them. Then that's that, she said. We save the fuel we have in town for water and tractors. We work with what we've got here. We can try to bring you more from outlying farms, Ethan said. Dalton, maybe. He might have some. Maybe, she said. But we can't count on maybes. Lanterns and windows it is. She looked around at the people in the waiting room, some of whom were already starting to panic. Everyone, listen, she called. The generator's out. That does not mean we stop. It means we do things a little differently. If you are not bleeding, broken, or unable to breathe, you may need to come back later. If you are, you will still be treated. Nobody dies in this room because of a light bulb. Got it? Her voice cut through the rising murmur like a scalpel. Some people nodded. Others grumbled. But they stayed. Later that afternoon, after setting a broken wrist by lantern light and draining an abscess with a sterilized knife and grit, the streak broke. An older man with heart failure, Mr. Dugan, came in on a makeshift stretcher. His daughter's hands shook as she gripped the edges. He started gasping, she said. Couldn't get air. We did the pills. We did everything. Priya listened to his chest, checked his pulse, looked into his gray, terrified eyes. Without monitors, without oxygen, without a functioning pharmacy, there was only so much she could do. They tried anyway. Jamal lifted his shoulders, tried to keep his airway open. Riley held the lantern steady, jaw tight. Ethan stood uselessly against the wall, wishing he could throw a line back to a hospital that still had functioning machines. Mr. Dugan died on the exam table 15 minutes later. No drama, no last words. Just a slow failing of a tired heart that had been kept going by modern medicine until modern medicine stepped out for a smoke and never came back. His daughter made a sound Ethan never wanted to hear again, a low, animal thing, and clutched his hand long after it had gone slack. I'm sorry, Priya said. I'm so sorry. What did we do wrong? The daughter asked, voice raw. We gave him the pills. He took them every day. You did everything right, Priya said. We don't have the tools we used to have. This isn't your fault. It's not his. It's... She didn't finish the sentence. The word system would have felt obscene here. Outside, word spread fast. By the time they carried Mr. Dugan out on a sheet-covered board, small clusters of people had formed by the clinic door, eyes searching for answers. He was old, someone said. His heart was bad. Yeah, but if the hospital was still running, the hospital is still running, someone else muttered. Just can't get there. Maybe it's better this way, an older woman murmured. He went at home. He didn't, the daughter snapped. He went here, in the dark, because nothing works anymore. Her grief hung over the clinic like a fog. Priya sagged against the wall once they were alone in the room. That's one, she said quietly. It won't be the last. Jamal put a hand on her shoulder. You kept 3 others breathing today who wouldn't have made it without you, he said. Mr. Dugan's heart was a clock. It just ran out. She nodded, but her eyes were distant. We need to go, Ethan said softly. Riley and I still have to get out to her cousin's place and back before dark. Priya straightened, wiped her face with the back of her hand and nodded. Go, she said. And if you find any working pharmacies on the way, loot them for me. Doctor's orders, Riley said. Doctor's war crimes, Priya replied. I'll sign the paperwork in my dreams. Riley's cousins lived on the far side of Cedar Hollow, up a long gravel drive flanked by wild blackberry bushes that snagged at genes and memories. As the truck bumped along, Riley's fingers drummed on her knee. You okay? Ethan asked. Nope, she said. But we're doing this anyway. You don't have to go in, he said. I can talk to them. She snorted. Oh, sure. Hi, I'm a stranger with the guy who hasn't called in 5 years. Can I have some eggs? That'll go great. Point taken, he said. The house came into view around a curve in the drive. White siding, green roof, big maple tree out front, with 2 old tire swings dangling from thick branches. A chicken coop squatted nearby, hens pecking in the yard. The place looked like a postcard titled Rural Stability. Ethan parked beneath the tree. A woman stepped out onto the porch, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She had Riley's eyes in the same stubborn line to her jaw, but her hair was lighter, threaded with gray. Marie, Riley said under her breath. The woman squinted. Riley, she called. Hey, Aunt Marie, Riley said, forcing a smile. Long time no catastrophic world event. Marie Hart stared for half a second, then came down the steps fast, wrapping Riley in a hug that knocked the air out of both of them. You idiot, Marie whispered. You took your time. Traffic was murder, Riley said into her shoulder. When they pulled back, Marie's eyes were wet. You all right? She asked, scanning Riley's face. Walking, breathing, making questionable life choices, Riley said. The usual. Marie looked past her to Ethan. And you brought company, she said. Ethan Cole, he said. Friend, we've got a place up on Cedar Ridge. Everybody's got a place somewhere now, she said. Come on in. Inside, the house smelled like bread and wood smoke, comforting and almost surreal after the clinic's antiseptic tang. A man sat at the kitchen table, arms crossed, a mug in front of him. He was broader than Marie, with a weathered face and hands that looked permanently stained with grease and earth. Uncle Pete, Riley said. He grunted. Figured you'd show up eventually, he said. World ends, strays come home. Nice to see you too, she said. 2 kids hovered in the doorway, a boy around 10 and a girl maybe 8, both staring at Riley with frank curiosity. This is Ethan, Riley said. He's the reason I didn't have to walk the entire way. Just part of it, Ethan said. Pete's eyes narrowed. You're the fellow with the cabin, he said. Apparently that's my new full name, Ethan said. Ethan the fellow with the cabin. Yes, Pete snorted. Dalton mentioned you at the meeting, he said. Said you had more beans than sense. Beans are lighter than sense, Ethan said. Easier to carry. Marie rolled her eyes. Ignore him, she told Ethan. He's been in a mood since the lights went out. Lights go out, trucks stop, city folks start sniffing around for country food, Pete said. Forgive me for not turning cartwheels. Riley's smile thinned. We're not here to raid your pantry, she said. I just wanted to know you're alive. And maybe see if we can help each other. You from the city, boy? Pete asked Ethan. Riverbend, Ethan said. Work there? Yeah. But I've had this cabin for years, spent a lot of weekends here. Playing lumberjack, Pete said. Practicing self-sufficiency, Ethan said evenly. Turns out that wasn't a bad hobby to pick up, Pete grunted, which might have been grudging acknowledgement. Marie set out cups. You two eat? She asked. We've had ration beans and clinic drama, Riley said. I could eat an entire cow. Don't say that too loud, Pete muttered. Todd Kincaid might charge you by the moo. Ethan's ears perked up. You've seen Todd today? He asked. Pete scowled. He was by this morning, he said, driving one of his old trucks, one of the few that still runs. Told me he's organizing a road watch with some of the other ranchers. Road watch? Riley repeated. Checking who's coming in and out of the area, Marie said, making sure no undesirables are setting up camp. Undesirables meaning anyone he doesn't already owe a favor to, Pete said. He stopped by to let us know he's keeping an eye out around here. That sounds either useful or terrifying, Ethan said. Both, Pete said. Guys like Todd love a crisis. Gives them an excuse to tell other people what to do. Did he say anything about us? Riley asked carefully. Marie nodded. Said the town was fussing over your friend's cabin, she said. Asked if we knew you were tied up there. Riley stiffened. What did you tell him? She asked. Marie gave her a look. I told him it was none of his business who was staying where, she said, and that if he wanted to know, he could ask you himself like a grown man, not gossip about you like a teenage girl at the feed store. Marie pitched him off the porch once, back in the '09, Pete said. He hasn't quite forgiven her. He grabbed my arm and called me honey, she said. He's lucky I didn't pitch him into the road. Despite herself, Riley snorted. So, Marie said, sitting, you've got a cabin. We've got a farm. Town's got a store and a clinic and a whole lot of nervous people. What's your plan, Riley? To not die, Riley said. Step 2, maybe help other people not die either. Specific, Pete said dryly. Ethan interlaced his fingers on the table. We're trying to split the difference between hunkering down and helping, he said. We've got some supplies up at the cabin, enough for a small group for a few months if we stretch. We're already working with town on rations in the clinic. We're not inviting the whole county to come camp on the ridge, but we're not ignoring them either. Marie nodded slowly. Sounds reasonable, she said. Until someone decides reasonable isn't fair. Like Todd? Riley asked. Like Todd, Pete said, and plenty of others. People get hungry. They get stupid. They'll start making lists of who owes what. Where do you two fall on that? Ethan asked quietly. Marie met his gaze. We've got more food than most right now, she said. Garden, chickens, a couple of pigs, jars in the cellar. We don't have 100 people's worth. We've taken in my neighbor's sister and her 2 kids already. That's 8 of us in a house built for 4. So you're not looking for more mouths, Ethan said. She shook her head. Much as I want to keep you here and shove you back into your old room, she said to Riley, we can't house your whole crew. Not long term. I get it, Riley said. The words still stung. But, Marie continued, we can trade. Eggs, vegetables, some meat later, for things we don't have. Sugar, coffee, medical care, extra hands when we need them. And if things in town go sideways, it wouldn't hurt to know there's a bolt hole up the ridge that's friendly. Ethan nodded. We can do that, he said. Fair trade. Open door in emergencies. Closed door to the general public. And we say that out loud, Pete added. If you don't set the boundary, somebody'll set it for you. Riley stared at the table, then up at them. I'm sorry, she blurted. Marie blinked. For what? She asked. For not calling, Riley said. For missing birthdays. For letting that stupid Thanksgiving blow-up be the last time we said more than 2 sentences to each other. I don't know what I thought, that there was always more time. Marie's face softened. There's never as much time as we think, she said. But you're here now. That counts for more than you think. Pete made a non-committal grunt, but his jaw unclenched. Besides, Marie added, if the world keeps ending like this, we're going to need all the Hart family stubbornness we can get. Riley laughed wetly. Guess we're in, she said. They loaded a crate into the truck before they left. A dozen eggs, a basket of late tomatoes, 2 jars of last year's jam. In return, Ethan left a small tin of sugar, a bag of coffee, and his promise. If Todd gives you trouble, he said, hand on the tailgate, signal us. Tie a red rag to that fence post by the road. We'll come. Will you bring the shotgun? Pete asked. And the guy who knows how to use it without shooting his own foot, Ethan said, nodding toward Jamal and Absentia. Pete's mouth twitched. Then we've got ourselves a deal, he said. They drove off with dust in their wake and something heavier than dust off Riley's shoulders. Halfway down the drive, she let out a breath. Well, she said, that went better than expected. What were you expecting? Ethan asked. A screaming match about mashed potatoes from 5 years ago, she said. Instead, I got hugs and apocalypse barter. See, he said. End of the world has some upsides. Don't get cocky, she said. We still have to tell my aunt I may be living in sin in your cabin. You're not, he began, then saw the corner of her mouth. Oh, he said. You're messing with me. Got to get my entertainment somewhere, she said. By the time they got back to the cabin, the sky was sliding toward evening again. Mia's signal paper fluttered on the designated tree, a green circle drawn in thick marker. Good sign, Ethan said. Alex flung the door open before they could knock. Took you long enough, he said. Any world-saving accomplished? Some world-maintaining, Grace said, slipping past him. What happened here? Dalton came by, Alex said. Again, brought eggs. Said he'd talk to you. Also, 2 guys from town walked up halfway, saw the truck wasn't here, and turned around. Did you talk to them? Jamal asked. Through the door, Mia said. They said they were just looking around. They didn't come close. Just looking around is never just looking around, Riley said. Anything else? Ethan asked. Alex and Mia exchanged a glance. There was a sound, Mia said, from the road, like a distant pop or crack. Like a gunshot, Alex said. Only once. Maybe twice. We couldn't tell. Ethan's stomach did a small, unpleasant flip. Direction? He asked. Downhill, Mia said. Toward town. Not close, though. They stopped after that, Alex added. No more pops. No screaming either. Small mercies, Jamal said. They gathered around the table as the light faded, the map and notebooks between them, the new crate of eggs and tomatoes beside the older cans. Okay, Ethan said. Let's put it all together. He sketched rough circles on Mia's map. Cedar Hollow, the cabin, Marie and Pete's farm, Kincaid's ranch, Dalton's place. Town's got a ration system barely, he said. Clinics functioning with no generator and a doctor who's already lost a patient. Farms like the Harts and Daltons have food but limited space. Todd's setting up a road watch, which could end up being either a protection or a protection racket. Your aunt and uncle? Grace asked Riley. They're okay, Riley said. Stressed, crowded, worried about Todd, but okay. We're trading with them. They know about the cabin. They won't broadcast it. They might need us if Todd pushes. Which he probably will, Jamal said. Guys like that always push. So we need to decide where we stand when he does, Grace said. With town? With the farms? On our own? We can't straddle every fence. We stand for fairness, Pastor Miller would have said. Fairness is in short supply, Todd would have countered. Ethan tapped the table. We stand for 3 things, he said slowly. We don't take food out of people's mouths just to feel safe. We don't let anyone take everything we have just because we prepared. And we don't let fear turn us into the kind of people we'd be ashamed to be if the lights came back on tomorrow. So we fight when we have to, Jamal said. We help when we can. And we don't kid ourselves that we can save everyone. Mia looked down at her map. Then we need to draw more lines, she said. Not just who we help, but how far we go. Where we say this is as far as we can stretch. Like you said, Ethan murmured. Fault lines. Lines in the dirt, Riley said. Literal and otherwise. Outside, something moved in the woods. A deer, maybe, or a person. Everyone went quiet, listening. After a moment, the sound faded. Tomorrow, Ethan said, I go back to town. Talk to Miller, to Marge. See what that gunshot was. Riley, you check in with Marie from a distance if you can. Jamal, Priya needs you. Grace, sanitation's your kingdom. And us? Alex asked. You keep doing what you did today, Ethan said. You watch, you plan. You keep the radio on, Mia's flags up, and the shotgun locked unless the world outside that door gives you no choice. Alex nodded. Mia shaded in a new patch on the map with her pencil, a darker area around the cabin. "What's that?" Grace asked. "Us," Mia said. "Our zone." "What do the different shades mean?" Ethan asked. "Light is where things are still kind of normal," she said. "Like Marie's house, a little. Dark is where things are changing faster. Town, the clinic." "And us?" Riley asked. Mia looked up, eyes older than they should have been. "We're where all the lines meet," she said. "So we're dark too." Nobody disagreed. They ate in near silence that night, the weight of the day heavy on their shoulders. Somewhere down the ridge, someone had fired a gun. Somewhere in town, a woman grieved her father in a world that had taken away the machines that might have helped him. Somewhere between the farms and the church and the cabin, men like Todd Kincaid were deciding what kind of crisis they were going to be in. Up on Cedar Ridge, in a cabin that creaked in all the old places and groaned under new burdens, 6 people stared at a hand-drawn map and tried to decide which lines in the dirt they were willing to defend and which ones they were willing to cross. Chapter 7, The First Hard. No, the third morning after the lights went out came with a thicker kind of silence. Not just absence of machine silence, but a waiting stillness, like the whole ridge was holding its breath. Ethan woke to the faint rasp of Grace splitting kindling outside and the scrape of a chair as someone moved at the table. He lay there for a moment on the pull-out couch, staring at the log ceiling, listening. The cabin no longer sounded empty when he woke. There were too many people, too many rhythms. Jamal's soft snore near the stove, Riley's sleep-heavy cough from the loft, the whisper of pages from Mia's sketchbook even before dawn. He rolled up, rubbed the grit from his eyes, and swung his feet down. Grace was by the stove, hair in a loose knot, t-shirt and flannel overshirt thrown on, coffee pot already starting to burble on the propane burner. "You're up early," Ethan said. She didn't turn, just reached for a mug. "You were up at 5 yesterday," she said. "Consider this my competitive contribution." He smiled, took the mug she handed him. The coffee was thin again, rationed, but hot. "Kids?" he asked. "Pretending to be asleep," she said. "I heard Mia rustling 15 minutes ago. Alex muttered something about booby traps in his dreams." Ethan leaned against the counter, letting the warmth seep into his hands. "Same plan as we talked about last night?" he asked. "Unless you woke up with a miraculous solution," Grace said. He hadn't. "Okay," he said. "Town team, me, Jamal, Riley. Cabin team, you and the kids. If Dalton comes by, hear him out. If anyone else comes up the drive." "I know," she said. "Door stays shut until I decide otherwise." "That's not quite the phrase I'd choose," he said. She turned then, meeting his eyes. "You want me to lie to you and say I'll follow every rule you wrote in that notebook if it means leaving someone bleeding on the steps?" she asked quietly. He held her gaze. "No," he said. "I want you to live long enough to argue with me about it later." A beat, then the corner of her mouth twitched. "Deal," she said. The loft ladder creaked. Mia came down first, hair still tangled from sleep, sketchbook already under her arm. Alex followed, yawning theatrically. "I think my spine has filed a formal complaint against the loft floor," he said. "Your spine can fill out a suggestion card." Riley's muffled voice drifted from above. "Box is by the imaginary HR office." "It's nice to know sarcasm survived the apocalypse," Ethan said. "Cockroaches and sarcasm," Riley said, climbing down after them. "The last 2 things on Earth." Jamal sat up from his spot near the stove, stretching carefully until something in his back popped. "How's the world?" he asked. "Still broken," Ethan said. "But we've got a schedule." He ran through it again, more for the kids than the adults. "Top of every hour," he said to Alex and Mia, "you check in on the radio. Just a quick all clear or problem. If we don't hear anything for 2 check-ins in a row, we assume something's wrong and one of us heads back immediately." "What if the radio breaks?" Mia asked. "Then we use the flags," Grace said, nodding toward the stack of colored paper on the table. "Green circle on the tree means safe. Yellow triangle means keep your eyes open. Red X means do not come up here without help." "And what if there's no time to hang flags?" Alex asked. "Or the person coming up the drive isn't you?" Then we fall back to the rules, Ethan said. Never open the door all the way. Never step out onto the porch unless you can see all the way down the drive. Never let someone push you past what your gut says is safe just because they're louder. Or crying, Mia said quietly. Ethan hesitated, then nodded. Even then, he said. Especially then. They ate breakfast in a hurry. Scrambled eggs thinned with water, a few slices of fried tomato from Marie's basket, flat bread made from whatever mix of flours Grace had found on the shelf. Riley chewed slowly, staring at the map Mia had left spread out from the night before. We really are in the middle of everything, she said. Her fingertip traced the pencil circles. Cabin, Cedar Hollow, Dalton, Hartz, Kincaid. Geographically, yeah, Ethan said. Morally, too, she muttered. Jamal pushed his plate away. Clinic first, he said. Then ration line check-in? Yeah, Ethan said. We need to know if that gunshot yesterday was an isolated thing or the new soundtrack. You hear that? Alex said lightly. New soundtrack. Bang. Bang. Civilization's dead. 10 out of 10 would not stream, Riley replied, standing. Grace caught Ethan's sleeve before he reached for the door. Hey, she said quietly. You come back. He looked at her, at the kids behind her, already watching. I will, he said, unless something really stupid happens. She snorted. In that case, I expect you to come back and tell me all about it, she said, so I can say, I told you so. Motivating, he said. They stepped out into the morning. The air was cool, the sky clear. It felt, Ethan thought, obscenely normal. He, Jamal, and Riley climbed into the truck. Gravel crunched under the tires as they pulled away. Grace watched them go until the trees swallowed the taillights, then exhaled slowly. All right, she said, turning back to the cabin. Kids, welcome to Guard Duty Day 1. Alex raised a hand. Can Guard Duty Day 1 include me not cleaning the latrine buckets? He asked. No, she said, but it can include you digging a new trench. We aim for small victories. Mia glanced toward the narrow slice of driveway visible between the trees. What if someone comes before you're done digging? She asked. Grace ruffled her hair gently. Then we find out if we're as brave as we pretend to be, she said. One thing at a time. If Cedar Hollow had looked tense the day before, it looked brittle now. The air itself felt tight as Ethan's truck rolled down the main road, past the church steeple and toward the general store. People were already lined up again, earlier than yesterday, cluster thicker, conversations sharper. Today they weren't just quietly waiting. Today they looked like a spark away from shouting. Marge stood in the store doorway, arms folded, ration box at her feet. Deputy Travis Long stood off to one side, hand resting near his holster, posture deceptively casual. Behind him, Pastor Miller moved through the crowd, hand on shoulders, murmuring. Todd Kincaid was there too, hat low, his two usual shadows flanking him. They weren't in line. They were watching the line. Fantastic, Riley said. This is exactly the vibe you want before handing out limited food to scared people. Jamal blew out a breath. Let's make sure nobody decides today's the day to test gravity with Marge's windows, he said. Ethan parked and they climbed out. He felt eyes on them immediately. Here comes the cabin crew, someone muttered. Mr. Prepared. He pretended not to hear, but he logged the voice in the direction in the back of his mind. Riley slid into her spot by the door with the ration cards, as if she'd been there for years. Morning, folks, she called, plastering on her best customer service smile. You know the drill. One person per household. Cards out if you've got them from yesterday. If you don't, we'll fix that. A few people shifted, pulling index cards from pockets. Marge glanced at Ethan as he approached. Generator at the clinic's dead, he said quietly. Priya's working by lantern and window. They're going to need more help today. Marge winced. I'll send what volunteers I can spare after the morning rush, she said, assuming the morning rush doesn't end with me hanging from the rafters. Let's avoid lynching as a conflict resolution strategy, Ethan said. We've got enough problems. Deputy Long stepped closer. Heard about a shooting yesterday, he said under his breath. Kids heard it up on the ridge, Ethan said. Sounded far, toward town. You know what it was? Long grimaced. Todd's boys, he said. Road Watch had a discussion with some folks from Riverbend trying to drive in. Warning shots into the air by the county line. Idiots. Anyone hurt? Jamal asked. Not that time, Long said. But you know how it goes. You shoot long enough, sooner or later somebody's in the way. Riley cut in, voice pitched low. Those Riverbend folks? She asked. Did they come through here? Some did, Long said. Handled about as well as you'd expect. Some turned tail and went back. Others said they'd find another way. Another way like the back roads that lead suspiciously close to Marie Hart's place and our cabin, Ethan muttered. Exactly, Long said. Todd's playing sheriff on the roads, but he's not thinking about where he's pushing people. They're not just pixels on a map. They're scared, tired, and now they've got a reason to hate everybody up here. Great, Riley said. Everything's fine. Let's get through this without adding to the list, Ethan said. Marge cleared her throat, raised her voice. Okay, she called. We're starting. Same as yesterday. Staple rations by family size. No, you can't trade all your beans for sugar. No, your dog does not count as a dependent. There was a ripple of uneasy laughter. Riley started calling names, ticking off cards. For the first 20 minutes, it was almost routine. Harper, family of 6, she called. 1 rice, 1 beans, 1 flour, 1 veg, 1 powdered milk. Lopez, family of 3. Jenkins, family of 2. Yes, Tom, I know you're mad, but the line still applies to you. Ethan watched faces as they stepped up to the doorway, took bags from Marge, stepped aside. He noticed the same hollowness he'd seen yesterday, only deeper now. Not starvation yet, but anticipation of it. About halfway down the line, the temperature shifted. A boy of maybe 17 stood there alone, thin in a too-big hoodie. His eyes were sharp, taking everything in, darting from bags to faces to Deputy Long's hand near his gun. Name? Riley asked. David Creeley, he said. My folks are over at my aunt's with the littles. I'm the runner. She checked the box. You came yesterday, she said. Family of 5. Yeah, he said. We ate yesterday's in 1 meal. You ever tried telling a 6-year-old they've had enough when they haven't? Her expression softened. Today you pace it, she said. We're trying to make this stretch for more than a week. Yeah, well, trying doesn't make soup any thicker, he muttered. David, Pastor Miller's voice came from a few people behind him. You'll make it stretch. Your mom always does. David's jaw worked, but he stepped forward and took the bag Marge held out. He was still walking away when the first real crack appeared. 2 men cut in from the side of the line, dusty, tired, faces flushed with more than sun. Ethan recognized the look immediately. Riverbend, or what was left of it. City still clung to them in their sneakers and hoodies, in the way they kept glancing back toward the road as if expecting sirens that would never come. Excuse me, the taller one said, louder than necessary. We've been walking all morning. We heard you're handing out food. Line starts back there, Riley said, not unkindly, pointing. Everybody waits their turn. We were turned, the shorter one snapped, at your damn roadblock. Murmurs rose in the crowd. What's he talking about? Roadblock? That Todd's thing? They shooting people now? Sir, Deputy Long said, stepping forward, voice professional. If you came through the southern road, you probably ran into Kincaid's crew. They shouldn't be firing weapons at anyone. We can talk about that with them. But the ration line is for people who live here. Someone in back cut in. We barely got enough for our own. Marge's jaw clenched. We said we'd help who we can, she said. These men are hungry like the rest of you. Todd already helped us, the tall man said. He pointed his rifle at our car and told us to turn around. Said if we came into town, we'd be someone else's problem. So here we are. Problem delivered. All eyes swung to Todd, who had not moved from his post near the side of the building. He shrugged, utterly unapologetic. Town said outsiders were their call, he said. So I made sure outsiders came through here, not my fields. That's not what we agreed, Pastor Miller said, jaw tight. We said case by case, Todd said. This is the case. You want 'em, you feed 'em. I got my own to worry about. A low growl went through the line. We're standing right here, you know, the shorter man muttered. Riley's shoulders went rigid. Names? She asked them, pen hovering over a blank card. Marcus and Eli Turner, the tall one said. Our folks are back near Riverbend, but their street's a mess. We came out to see if there was anywhere safer. His voice faltered a little on that last word. You came out to see if we're a buffet, someone near the back muttered. Marcus heard. His head snapped toward the voice. We're not asking you to feed us for life, he said. We're asking for lunch. And dinner, Eli added. And maybe breakfast. That's enough, Pastor Miller said. We are not going to turn this into a shouting match. But we are going to have to decide what we do with people like them, Todd said. You turn them away now, they'll move on. You let them in, you open the floodgate. Every city mouse with a backpack will be up here by Sunday. Riley's eyes flashed. People are not mice, she snapped. No, they're worse, Todd said. Mice don't argue with you when you say no. The air felt thick. Ethan stepped in, hands out slightly. Okay, he said. Let's take this one at a time. Marcus, Eli, how much food do you have left? The brothers exchanged a glance. A couple granola bars, Eli said. Half a bottle of water. You got skills? Ethan asked. Medical? Mechanical? Farming? We're electricians, Marcus said. Or we were. Work for a company in Riverbend. We know wiring, solar, some generator work. Ethan's brain flashed a dozen possibilities. Clinic, water pumps, maybe rigging some kind of primitive power if they could find parts. Before he could say anything, Todd barked a bitter laugh. Great, he said. They can wire up the nothing we've got to power with the fuel we don't have. Enough, Pastor Miller said again, sharper. He turned to the brothers. If we can feed you today, what's your plan tomorrow? Marcus's shoulders slumped. We don't know, he said. We heard there's cabins in the hills, farms. We thought maybe. He trailed off. He didn't say we heard there's a guy with a stocked cabin on Cedar Ridge. He didn't have to. Several heads turned in Ethan's direction anyway. There it was again, the invisible arrow pointing up the hill. Ethan felt the weight of those looks like rocks in his pockets. We can't whiteboard this in the doorway, Marge said, voice tight. I've got 20 locals in line and 2 hungry city boys at my feet. We set a policy yesterday. Emergency aid, case by case. This looks like a case. She looked at Ethan. Your call, she said, low enough that only he and the nearest few could hear. If we feed them today, you know they're going to ask about your place next. He wanted to say no. He wanted to say yes. He thought of the clinic, of Priya washing blood off her hands in lukewarm water, of Marie and Pete giving them eggs and tomatoes when they could have slammed the door, of Mr. Dugan's daughter asking, what did we do? Wrong. He also thought of 2 kids on a ridge, their hands on a shotgun they barely knew how to use. David, he said suddenly, raising his voice just enough to carry to the teen who'd come through earlier. David looked up from where he sat on the curb, ration bag at his feet. You know that tent site by the old quarry? Ethan asked. The one folks use during hunting season? Yeah, David said slowly. Good water and some flat ground, Ethan said. He turned back to Marcus and Eli. You want emergency food, you get it with a condition. You set up camp there. Not in town, not wandering around farms. You help at the clinic, at the store, wherever we need. You don't head for private cabins without an invitation. You pull your weight or you move on. You break that, you're not welcome here. That's awfully generous, Todd said sourly. We're just giving away groceries and land now? It's common ground, Pastor Miller said. The quarry's not anyone's front yard. Marcus swallowed. You'd feed us? He asked. Even after... He glanced toward Todd's direction. He didn't finish the sentence after your people pointed guns at us. Today, yes, Marge said. Tomorrow it depends on whether you prove worth the beans. We might all be dead by then anyway, so let's start with lunch. An ugly little chuckle ran through the line at that. Marcus looked at Eli. Eli nodded once. Okay, Marcus said. We'll take it. And you leave my cabin out of your campfire stories, Ethan added quietly. If you hear rumors, you keep them vague. You talk about Dalton's farm, Marie's garden, the church, the clinic, not us. Marcus met his eyes. We're not stupid, he said. We know what happens to places that look like they have more. Ethan thought of smashed windows and stripped shelves in Riverbend, of apartment buildings gutted by panic and fire. Good, he said. Let's keep it that way. Riley scribbled their names on a card and handed them a smaller bag than the locals. Marge added an extra bar of soap when Todd wasn't looking. "Welcome to Cedar Hollow," she said. "Temporary citizens. Don't make me regret it." They moved on, heads low, shoulders hunched against more than the weight of the bag. The line exhaled, some tension draining. "That," Jamal murmured to Ethan, "was your first soft no." Ethan frowned. "Soft?" "You didn't invite them in," Jamal said. "You didn't give them everything. You drew a line, but you still threw them a rope. That's the easy version. Hard version's coming." Ethan didn't argue. Back on the ridge, guard duty day 1 started quietly. Too quietly, in Alex's opinion. He stood in the doorway, peering down the tree-tunneled driveway, like it might sprout marauders at any second. "Nothing," he said after a full 5 minutes. "Again, I'm going to die. Of boredom." "That's the goal," Grace said from the side of the cabin where she was checking the water barrels. "If you're bored, it means nobody's trying to kill you." Mia sat on the steps, sketchbook open on her knees. She'd drawn the cabin in the immediate clearing so many times that morning, Ethan could have navigated it blindfolded. "You could help dig," Grace called. "I am helping," Mia said. "If we get new visitors, I can show them where not to stand." "You are not giving people guided tours while we're gone," Grace said. "I meant you," Mia said. "I can show you." Grace tipped a bucket, checking the flow from the catchment. "Fair enough," she said. They checked in on the radio at 9. "Cabin to town," Alex said, trying to sound more professional than he felt. "All quiet on the western front." "Town to cabin," Ethan's voice crackled back. "Busier than a Black Friday sale. Keep those flags handy." "Copy that," Alex said. Mia added a green circle to the flag tree anyway, just in case. 10 o'clock came and went. Grace made them do push-ups and jumping jacks in the yard. For stamina, Alex complained. Mia counted out loud until he lost track. Shortly after 11, as Alex was about to announce to the world that he had officially achieved peak boredom, Mia's head snapped up. "Did you hear that?" she asked. Alex paused mid-eye roll. "Hear what?" "Footsteps," she said. "On the road. Slow ones." Grace straightened, wiping her hands on her jeans. They all listened. There it was, a faint crunch, then another. Not the easy rolling sound of a vehicle, not the light patter of deer. Human. Tired. "Inside," Grace said quietly. "Now." Alex retreated into the cabin, Mia on his heels. Grace closed the door but not all the way, leaving the latch set but not locked, just as they'd practiced. She stood where she could see the driveway through the small window, hand resting on the bat propped beside the frame. A figure appeared between the trees. At first she thought it was one person. Then the angle changed and she saw two. A man in his late 20s, maybe 30, tall but stooped with exhaustion, shoulders bowed under the weight of a backpack. Beside him, leaning heavily on his arm, a woman about the same age, pale and sweaty, one arm clutched tight to her ribs. They stopped a few yards from the porch. "Hello?" the man called, voice hoarse. We're not armed. We just want to talk." Grace's fingers tightened on the bat. "Stop there," she said. "Hands where I can see them." The man raised his free hand. The woman tried to lift hers and failed. "We're from Riverbend," he said. "We've been walking since yesterday. People in town said there was a cabin up the ridge with someone who might help." Alex muttered something that sounded a lot like "damn it" under his breath from behind her. Grace kept her face neutral. "Names?" she asked. "Liam and Tara," the man said. "Liam Brooks, Tara Santos." "What do you want?" Grace asked. "Water," Liam said. "Food if you can spare it. And—" He hesitated, glanced at Tara. She lifted her face. Grace's stomach flipped. She'd seen that look before, on Alex's face after a hard run in summer. The wide-eyed, tight-chested desperation of someone trying to suck in more air than their lungs would give. Tara wheezed faintly, each breath shallow. "And maybe somewhere to stay," Liam finished. "Just for a few days. Long enough for her to recover. Please." Behind Grace, she heard a sharp inhale. Alex, she didn't turn. "You sick?" Grace asked Tara bluntly. The woman shook her head, or tried to. "Asthma," Liam said. She lost her inhaler yesterday. It fell out of her pocket when that guy with the rifle shoved her at the roadblock. We've been trying to make it to the clinic, but she keeps having attacks. We saw town this morning from the ridge. It looks insane. Someone said this place was safer. Roadblock. Rifle. Todd. Of course. Grace swallowed. You have any medicine at all? She asked. Liam shook his head. She used the last of the spare last night, he said. She's running on fumes. Tara tried to speak, coughed instead. I'm okay, she managed. Just tight. She wasn't okay. Grace knew that much without being a medic. She also knew the exact shape and weight of the inhaler in her own bag, the one she kept labeled separate for Alex. 2 kids, 1 medication. 1 more asthmatic in the cabin meant doubling the risk every time they used it. Grace, Alex whispered roughly, we can't just... She held up a hand behind her back, stopping him. Why us? She asked Liam. Why this cabin? Because everybody else said no, he said. There was no anger in it, just bone-deep exhaustion. The gas station guy said he was out. The store woman said there was a clinic, but not much else. The man at the road said to try the nut with the cabin who thinks he's ready for the end of the world. Ethan. Grace didn't know whether to be relieved or furious that he'd become half mythical already. And we couldn't make it that far, Liam added. Tara. He broke off as she doubled over in a fit of coughing. Grace swore under her breath. Behind her, Mia whispered, Mom. Grace had never in her life wanted Ethan to materialize in a doorway more than in that moment. Instead, she had a bat, 2 kids, 1 cabin, and 1 inhaler. Alex, she said, forcing her voice to stay level. Radio. He grabbed the walkie-talkie from the table, thumb already on the button. Cabin to town, he said. Cabin to town, this is Alex. We've got visitors. Repeat, we've got visitors. Static hissed. Then Ethan's voice. Town here, what kind of visitors? Riverbend, Alex said. 1 guy, 1 woman. She's bad. Asthma bad. They're asking to stay. They say Todd shoved her at the roadblock and she lost her inhaler. Silence. Tiny. Too long. Copy, Ethan said. His voice was tighter now. Grace, you there? I'm here, she said, stepping back half a pace so the radio would catch her better. I'm looking at 2 people who are about 10 wheezes away from Tara collapsing on my driveway. Any meds? Ethan asked. Any inhaler left? Nothing, Grace said. They've got lungs and a prayer. That's it. Another beat of silence, filled with Tara's strained breathing and Liam's whispered apology. Clinic slammed, Ethan said. Priya lost a patient this morning. They don't have oxygen. We've got exactly 1 full inhaler for Alex. We were going to ask Dr. Desai about alternatives today, but we don't have them yet, Grace said. She could hear it in his voice, the war between his heart and his spreadsheets. Do you think they'll make it to town if you send them down? He asked quietly. She looked Tara over more clinically now. The woman was exhausted, yes, but she was upright, however tenuously. The drive was steep but not impassable. If they went slow, took breaks, conserved her air. Maybe, Grace said, if we give them water and something to eat, if we walk with them part of the way. Grace, he began. She cut him off. I know what you want to say, she said, and I know what you can't bring yourself to say. So let me say it. She turned back toward the open crack of the door, toward Liam and Tara. You can't stay here, she said. The words were heavier than anything she'd carried up this ridge. Liam flinched like she'd hit him. We're not asking to move in forever, he said quickly. Just a few days, until she can... You can't stay here, Grace repeated more firmly now. We've got 1 kid who can't breathe properly when he runs too fast, and exactly 1 inhaler to keep him out of a grave. If I bring you inside and you have a bad attack before we can get you to a doctor, I'm going to be standing there choosing between my son and a stranger. I will not put us in that situation. Tara stared at her, eyes wide, breath coming faster. Are you really talking about picking who lives? She managed. Grace swallowed. Her own chest felt tight now, but for very different reasons. That's what this is now, she said softly. Pretending it's anything else is how we all die. Behind her, Mia made a small sound. Alex's hand found his sister's and squeezed hard. "But I'm not just shoving you back down the road," Grace went on. "We're going to feed you. We're going to fill your bottles. And we're going to walk with you halfway to town, so if you fall down, you don't fall alone. There's a doctor there who might be able to help. There are more people, more options. Here, there's just 6 of us, and barely enough for that." Liam's jaw clenched. "So the cabin is for people who got here first," he said. "Everyone else can go die in line." Anger flared in Grace's chest. Tired, guilty anger. "No," she said. "The cabin is for people I can keep alive without killing someone else. If you want to be angry about that, go ahead. I'm angry too. At the world. At the people who made it this fragile. At Todd with his damn rifle. But the math doesn't care how we feel." Tara's legs buckled. Liam caught her, lowering her carefully to one knee. "Hey," he said. "Hey, breathe. Slow. In and out. We're okay." "We're not," she whispered. "They're turning us away." His eyes were bright when he looked up at Grace again. "You're really going to make her walk," he said. "You're going to look at her and say no." Grace's throat burned. "I'm going to look at her and say we'll do everything we can that doesn't kill someone else," she said. "I'm going to walk with her until I know she's in someone else's care. And I'm going to hate that that's the best I can offer." She stepped back, grabbed 2 canteens from the hook by the door, filled them at the pump, and grabbed a cloth bag of food. Some bread, a jar of jam, a handful of the precious tomatoes. She set them on the porch, then stepped back inside the doorway again. "No farther," she said. "Not today." Liam stared at the supplies like they were poison. "You could just let us in," he said. "Yes," she said. "And in 2 days, when your girlfriend can't breathe at 2 in the morning, and there's no doctor, and my son's chest is tight because we're splitting his medication, you'd hate me more for saying yes than you do now for saying no." The radio crackled at her side. "Grace," Ethan's voice said low, "you're not alone in this. I back your call." "Good," she said, "because if you didn't, we'd be having a very loud argument later." There was the ghost of a breath laugh on the line. "Jamal says make sure they get to Priya," Ethan added. "He'll flag her down when you come in with them." "We will," Grace said. She stepped out onto the porch, bat still in one hand, water in the other. "Up," she said gently to Tara. "One step at a time. If you can't make it, we stop. If we have to carry you, we'll figure it out." Liam's face crumpled, then hardened. He helped Tara to her feet, took the canteens with a shaking hand. "Why are you helping at all?" he asked. "If you're just going to send us away?" "Because there's a difference between no and screw you. Die," Grace said. "And I'm trying really hard to stay on the right side of that line." The walk down the ridge was slower than any Grace had ever taken. She'd gone up and down this path a dozen times in the last few years, either alone or with Ethan, in all kinds of weather. She knew every bend, every route, every place where the slope shifted underfoot. She'd never done it with someone gasping beside her like the air had turned to mud. They took it in segments. Down one stretch, stop, breathe, sip water, count, repeat. Mia stayed at the cabin, watching until the trio vanished around the first bend. Alex stood beside her, both hands white-knuckled on the shotgun he wasn't supposed to touch unless absolutely necessary. "You think she'll be okay?" Mia asked. "Mom or Tara?" Alex asked. "Both," Mia said. Alex swallowed. "If anybody can get someone down that hill without letting them die, it's Mom," he said. "She's too stubborn to let death win on her watch." Mia wasn't sure that was how it worked. Down on the road, Grace walked just behind Tara, close enough to catch her if she stumbled. "Why are you doing this?" Tara asked at one point, between breaths. If you think we're just dead weight." "I don't think you're dead anything," Grace said. "I think you're a woman who got screwed by a world that doesn't have backup systems. I think you deserve better than being left on a roadside. So we walk." "You could have just said we were on our own," Tara wheezed. "Yeah," Grace said. "We could have. I'm trying really hard not to be that person." Liam trudged on her other side, silent, jaw clenched, eyes focused on the road ahead, like he could will it shorter. When they reached the halfway point, an old stump by a bend where the trees thinned enough to show a slice of town below, Grace stopped. This is as far as I go, she said. Liam turned on her. You can't be serious, he said. We're not even... From here, you follow the road, she said, pointing. You'll hit the church first, then the clinic. The line will be long. Push to the front. Tell them Jamal Price sent you. Tell them you feel like you're breathing through a straw. They're going to look at me the way you did, Tara whispered. Maybe, Grace said, but they have more options than we do. They've got a doctor, more meds, more people. If anyone can help you, it's her. She looked at Liam. I wish I could do more, she said. I wish there was room at the cabin. I wish we had unlimited medicine. I wish the power was back on and all of this was just a bad camping trip. Liam's eyes were wet now, anger and grief mixing. But it's not, he said. No, she said. It's not. He stared at her for a long moment. I don't forgive you, he said. Good, she said. If you did, I'd worry about you. She handed him the rest of the food bag. Keep her moving, she said. Slow but steady. If she gets worse, make noise. We'll hear you from the ridge. Jamal's listening in town. You're not invisible. A muscle jumped in his jaw. Thanks for the... Almost, he said bitterly. She didn't flinch at it. She watched them walk away until they were small figures on the bend. Then smaller still, then gone. Only when they disappeared did she let herself sit on the stump for a minute. Elbows on her knees, hands over her face. The radio crackled at her hip. Grace, Ethan's voice said. You okay? She blew out a breath, dropped her hands. I just disappointed two people who might die anyway, she said. So no, but I'm upright. How bad off was she? Jamal's voice joined the channel now, faint but clear. Bad, Grace said, but not collapse now bad. They're coming your way, half an hour maybe. We'll be ready, Jamal said. You did the right thing. She dug her nails into her palms. That's the problem, she said. The right thing feels like crap. In town, crap had its own flavor. By the time Grace's call came through, the morning ration window had closed, but the tension hadn't. The incident with Marcus and Eli had left hairline fractures in the crowd's composure. People who'd been willing to wait yesterday now muttered louder about fairness. Rumors flew faster than facts. About Todd's road watch shaking people down, about the Dugan death at the clinic, about a rumored camp at the quarry. Jamal overheard at least 3 versions of what had happened at the cabin already, none of them accurate. And then he waved a shotgun at a bunch of starving families and told them to eat dirt. I heard he's got a whole bunker under that cabin, full of MREs and gold. My cousin's neighbor saw a truck go up there yesterday, loaded with stuff, and now the Harpers are saying he turned away some poor Riverbend girl who couldn't breathe. He caught Ethan's eye. Grapevine's in full bloom, he said. I know, Ethan said, jaw tight. We can't chase every rumor. No, Jamal said, but we should know which ones might turn into torches and pitchforks. They stood in the narrow alley beside the clinic, catching a few minutes of shade between crises. Riley poked her head out the back door. We've got 2 ahead of Tara in the queue, and Priya's hands are full, she said. We'll hustle when we see them. You tell her what happened? Ethan asked. Yeah, Riley said. She didn't say much, just that she'd rather make decisions about inhalers down here than have us play God with them up the ridge. Too late, Grace's voice drifted over the radio. We're already in the deity cosplay business. Ethan pressed the button. I'm sorry you had to do that without us, he said. No, she said. You're doing your own version down there. This is just the home edition. He could hear the strain in her voice and made a note to ask her later how much of it was guilt and how much was fury. Any movement from Todd? She asked. Ethan glanced toward the street. Kincaid stood near his truck, talking with 2 other men. The words road watch and quarry floated over in fragments. He's very pleased with himself, Ethan said. Says his boys kept the wrong kind of people out yesterday. Like Tara, Grace asked. Exactly like Tara, Ethan said. Remind me to punch him in the throat sometime, she said. Get in line, Riley muttered. The line was already forming for the afternoon ration window when the trouble came. This time it didn't start with a cut-in. It started with a no. A woman with 3 kids in tow, Kelsey Moore, whose husband had been stuck on an oil rig when the EMP hit, stepped up to the doorway, card in hand. Moore, family of 4, Riley read. Okay, we've got... She reached for a pre-sorted bag and froze. The bag was lighter than it should have been. "Marge," she called. Marge turned from the shelf. "What?" "We're short," Riley said softly. "On flour. The next bags are smaller." Marge's knuckles whitened on the shelf edge. "We had a weevil problem in one of the sacks," she said. "Had to throw a chunk of it out. We'll have to shave the rations today." "You can't be serious," Kelsey said, having caught enough of the words to piece them together. "You want me to feed 4 people on less than yesterday?" "We're all getting less today," Marge said. "No exceptions." "I have kids," Kelsey said. "My youngest is 2. "And Mr. Dugan's dead," Marge snapped, patience fraying. "You think his daughter cares how many kids you have? You think the virus cares? The grid? Everybody's hurting, Kelsey. You're not the only one who wants more." Kelsey's face flushed red. "So you're saying no," she said. "You're saying my kids get to be hungrier today because you apparently can't keep bugs out of a sack." "Don't talk to Marge like that," someone behind her said. "Why not?" Kelsey fired back. "She's the one holding the bags. She's the one saying, 'No, you get less today. Try not to starve too fast.'" Ethan saw it building again. Pressure, resentment, the urge to grab and run. He stepped forward, hands out. "Kelsey," he said, "look at me." She did, eyes wet and furious. "I have watched you pack lunches for 3 kids every morning for 5 years," he said. "You are a professional at turning not enough into somehow enough. I know that doesn't make this easier, but if we don't cut back now, we'll hit a cliff in a week. Then less turns into nothing." "Easy for you to say," she snapped. "You've got your mountain pantry." There it was again. The mountain. The pantry. The assumption. He didn't flinch. "Yes," he said, "I do. And I'm not asking you to pretend that's fair. It's not. What I'm asking is that you don't blow up the one system that's handing food to your kids because you're rightly pissed about the whole universe." She shook, knuckles white around her card. "You landed on your feet," she said. "We're all down here eating dirt." His voice softened. "I landed on my feet because I spent 10 years preparing to break my fall," he said. "You spent 10 years raising good kids. Now we both have to decide what we do with what's in front of us." He nodded toward the bag. "This is me saying yes to you," he said. "It's smaller than yesterday, but it's still a yes. You start grabbing for more, you turn it into a no." For a heartbeat, he thought she'd swing the bag at him. Then Kelsey's shoulders sagged. "You make a terrible motivational speaker," she muttered. "I know," he said. She took the bag. She didn't say thank you, but she also didn't swing. Behind her, Todd watched, unreadable. Later, as Ethan stepped away from the doorway to give Riley a break, Kincaid fell into step beside him. "You just keep standing there saying yes and no like the town father," Todd said. "You realize that, right?" "I'm not anyone's father," Ethan said. "I'm just trying to keep people from beating each other with sacks of beans." "You turned those Riverbend boys away from your cabin," Todd said. "Everybody's heard about it by now. Turned away that girl, too." Ethan's stomach clenched. "Grace did what she had to," he said. "Sure," Todd said. "You did what you had to. I did what I had to. You said no to people at your door. I said no to people at the county line. Difference is, when you do it, the preacher pats you on the back. When I do it, everyone whispers tyrant behind my back." "Maybe because you wave rifles in their faces," Ethan said. Todd's eyes flashed. "A warning shot's better than a bullet," he said. "Those folks turned back because they knew I'd make good on the next one. You, on the other hand, are still pretending you can feed everyone's conscience while the pantry runs dry." He leaned closer. "How many more are you going to turn away before you realize you're as ruthless as me?" he asked softly. "Only difference is, I admit it." Ethan took a step back, jaw locked. "I may end up making decisions I hate," he said. "I won't enjoy them." Todd shrugged. "Enjoyment's irrelevant," he said. "Results are what matter." He walked away, leaving the question hanging between them. How many more? The first hard no at the cabin didn't end with a gunshot or a riot. It ended with Grace walking back up the ridge alone, legs heavy, heart heavier. The trees closed around her, turning the world into green and shadow. The air felt thicker than before, like she'd walked through an invisible field and something had stuck. At the clearing, the cabin looked the same as it had every other day. small, stubborn, slightly lopsided. Mia met her halfway, eyes wide. Did they make it? She asked. They were still on their feet when I left them, Grace said. Jamal and Priya were waiting down there. If anyone can help, it's them. And if they can't? Alex asked. Grace's jaw clenched. Then it won't be because we didn't try, she said. She hung the flags herself this time. Green on the tree for safe, a smaller yellow one tucked in behind it for caution, because the world had stopped being simple 2 days ago. Inside, she sank into a chair at the table, elbows on the worn wood, palms pressed to her eyes until she saw stars. Mia hovered. Did you feel like a bad person? She asked in a small voice. Grace let her hands fall, turned to look at her daughter. I felt like a person who didn't have enough good options, she said. I don't know what that makes me. You said no, Mia said. I did, Grace said. But you also walked them, Alex said quietly. You didn't just close the door. That was the part that hurt more, she said. Closing the door was clean. Walking with them was messy. I had to keep looking at what I decided. Mia's pencil moved on its own over the edge of the map, adding a new line, thin, dark, winding down from the cabin toward town. What's that? Grace asked. The path you took, Mia said. So we don't forget. Grace stared at the line. Don't forget what? She asked. That we did something, Mia said. Even if it wasn't everything. Ethan and the others returned to the cabin just as the sky started to bleed orange toward sunset. As the truck pulled into the clearing, Alex burst out onto the porch. You're late, he said. I was about 5 minutes from stealing the truck and coming to rescue you. You can't drive stick, Ethan said, climbing out. I would have figured it out on the way, Alex said. Good to know you still have confidence, Riley said, sliding down from the passenger seat. Grace leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. How was town? She asked. Hungry, tired, trying very hard not to punch each other, Ethan said. So, same as yesterday, but more so. Clinic? She asked Jamal. We triaged half of Cedar Hollow and probably saved one or two, he said. Lost another old guy. Priya's running on fumes and defiance. Grace nodded once. Tara and Liam? Ethan asked more quietly. Grace let out a breath. I got them halfway, she said. They were still moving when I left them. Jamal? Priya? Jamal's face softened. They made it, he said. Barely, but they made it. Tara had a minor attack right outside the clinic. We got her inside, sat her up, gave her what little we had. Priya raided every medicine cabinet in town for stray inhalers this afternoon, finding stuff that expired 3 years ago and treating it like treasure. Grace's knees almost buckled with relief. So, she's okay, Mia asked. For now, Jamal said. Asthma's not something we fix in a day, but she's breathing better than she was on your driveway. That's a win. Liam's last words on the road echoed in Grace's head. I don't forgive you. She wasn't sure she forgave herself either. Ethan saw something ease in her shoulders and stepped closer. You did the right thing, he said softly. She gave him a look that was equal parts gratitude and accusation. You were down there when she came in, she said. You say that now because you know the story ended with her breathing. What if it hadn't? He didn't flinch. Then it would still have been the least bad choice, he said. That's what we get now. Not good or bad, just less terrible or more terrible. And what does that make us? She asked. Human, he said, whether we like it or not. Riley dropped her backpack by the couch with a thump. Can we please have one apocalypse day where we don't have to debate the moral calculus of every sandwich? She said. My brain is fried. Alex snorted. I thought the whole point of the end of the world was that tests were canceled, he said. This is way worse than midterms. Mia pointed to the map. I added a new line, she told them. From here to town. And another one, Alex said, tracing an invisible path. From town to the quarry. Apparently we've got a satellite camp now. Grace blinked. What? 2 guys from Riverbend, Ethan said. Electricians. Todd's road watch turned them away at gunpoint. We said yes to food, no to moving in, and sent them to the old quarry. They're going to help Priya and Marge and whoever else needs wiring until we figure out how to wire a civilization without a grid. So we're setting up mini settlements now, Grace said. Great. What's next? Our own flag. Please, no flag, Riley said. Flags mean governments and governments mean taxes. Too late, Jamal said. Marge is already taxing everyone in beans. They ate dinner around the small table. Rice, beans, a fried egg each, tomato slices that tasted like actual summer. Between bites, they shared information. Todd's doubling down on his road watch, Ethan said. Thinks he's the last line between Cedar Hollow and a flood of city refugees. He is one of the lines, Jamal said. Just happens to be the kind that uses guns first and questions later. Priya's going to run out of proper meds in days, Riley added. She's already treating pills like gold coins. Said she'd kill for a shipment of steroids and antibiotics. I told her I'd bring her a unicorn while I was at it. Dalton's checking his fences, Ethan said. He's worried about cattle rustlers. Says he's seen strangers at the edge of his land who aren't from town. And Marie and Pete? Grace asked. They're bracing, Riley said. Todd swung by this morning to check in. He's very interested in who's staying with them. Marie told him it was none of his business and threatened to sick the rooster on him. Grace smiled despite herself. Remind me to send her a thank you pie, she said. If we can find enough sugar to make a pie, Ethan said. They finished eating. Dishes got washed in a small assembly line. Mia dried, Alex stacked, Riley put away. Jamal reorganized the medical shelf for the third time that day, just to feel like something was under control. Afterward, they gathered around the map again. Lines are everywhere now, Mia said quietly. Not just on paper. Roadwatch lines, Alex said. Ration lines. Clinic lines. Lines on who we help and how much, Grace said. Who we let in. Who we send away. Lines between us and them, Riley added. Ethan looked at the messy network of pencil marks Mia had drawn. Paths, circles, shaded areas. Today we drew some of those lines on purpose, he said. Quarry camp, cabin boundary, ration limits. And we crossed some, Jamal said. Taking town help to clinic, walking strangers halfway, giving food to people who aren't from here. Grace traced the path she'd walked with Tara with one finger. I don't know if I can do that again, she said softly. You might have to, Ethan said. We might all have to. And the next time, it might not end with them breathing. Comforting, Riley muttered. It's not meant to be, he said. He looked around the cabin, the cracked window frame, the patched roof, the people in it. When I first started stocking this place, he said, I thought in terms of items. How many cans? How many gallons? How many batteries? Now I'm realizing the real shortages are different. Like what? Mia asked. Time, he said. Attention. Trust. The ability to say no without becoming monsters, or yes without killing ourselves. And inhalers, Alex said dryly. And inhalers, Ethan agreed. They were quiet for a moment. Outside, a nightbird called. The woods shifted inside. Tomorrow, he said at last, we start thinking bigger. Quarry camp needs structure. Town needs a plan for what happens when the next wave of outsiders comes and Todd's boys decide warning shots aren't enough. We need to make sure the first hard no we said today doesn't turn into an easy yes for somebody worse than us. Grace snorted. So now we're competing with worse than us? She asked. Great. Aspirational. Look at it this way, Jamal said. As long as Todd's out there saying no with bullets, our version of no is practically humanitarian. Riley raised her mug in a mock toast. To the least terrible option, she said. They clinked mismatched cups and drank weak coffee and water in honor of a standard none of them wanted, but all of them understood. Up on Cedar Ridge, the first hard no had been spoken. Down in Cedar Hollow, others were forming in people's throats, waiting for whatever tomorrow brought to drag them out. For tonight, at least, the lines held. Barely. Chapter 8. Quarry Town. By the fourth morning, Cedar Ridge felt less like a hideout and more like a headquarters. Nobody said it out loud, but the rhythm had changed. Wake up, check the radio, drink thin coffee, divide up tasks like a small, overloaded company trying to stay solvent in a collapsing market. Ethan sat at the table with his notebook open, lines of scrawled numbers layered over Mia's careful map like invading vines. He'd slept badly, full of dreams where ration cards were credit cards and server rooms filled with beans instead of blinking lights. Grace slid a mug in front of him and leaned on the back of his chair. You're staring so hard, I think the paper's about to catch fire, she said. Just trying to figure out when all of this moves from we're improvising to we're responsible, Ethan said. That happened yesterday, she said. Maybe the day before. He didn't argue. On the loft ladder, there was the familiar double thump of teenagers coming down. Alex first, hair like a haystack, then Mia already clutching her sketchbook. Morning, Alex yawned. Has the world unended yet? Sorry, Riley said from the couch, pulling a blanket off her head. We're still on the Apocalypse channel. No word yet on a reboot. Jamal sat cross-legged near the stove, wrapping a roll of bandages back into something resembling order. Clinic's going to be a mess today, he said. Words spreading about the quarry camp. More people, more injuries, more germs. Speaking of the quarry, Ethan said, that's today's project. Grace raised an eyebrow. Tell me we're not moving in, she said. No, Ethan said, but we can't pretend it doesn't exist anymore. 2 guys with a tent site is one thing. A growing camp 3 miles from town? That's something else. Refugee camp, Jamal said quietly. Call it what it is. The word changed the air in the cabin. Have you dealt with those before? Mia asked him. Jamal's gaze went somewhere far beyond the cabin walls for a second. Too many, he said. Earthquakes, floods, one war you've never heard of. They all look different and the same. People in shock, too few toilets, not enough clean water, too many rumors. And always someone ready to turn desperation into power. Like Todd? Alex asked. Like Todd, Jamal agreed. Ethan tapped his pen on the notebook. Today we need to get ahead of that, he said. Quarry Town, if that's what we're calling it, is going to happen whether we like it or not. We either help shape it into something survivable, or we let it turn into a magnet for every bad decision in the county. So what's the plan? Riley asked. Town team splitting, Ethan said. Jamal, clinic with Priya, same as yesterday. I go with Riley to the quarry to see what's actually happening there, not just what Todd's complaining about. We look at water, waste, food, security. If we can put some basic structure in place, we buy time. And us? Grace asked. You hold the ridge, Ethan said. Same rules. Radio every hour. Flags if the radio goes down. If Dalton shows up, hear him out. If anyone else does. I know, she said. We're not running an open house. Ethan closed his notebook and looked at the kids. Yesterday was the first time we said a hard no, he said. You both saw what that felt like. Today, there may be more of those. You okay holding the fort while we go talk to more people we can't completely help? No, Mia said truthfully. But I'll do it anyway. Alex shrugged, trying to play it off. If anything happens, I'll just unleash the terrifying power of my unfinished algebra homework, he said. That'll scare anyone away. Grace squeezed his shoulder. Use the shotgun only if algebra fails, she said. From above, the old quarry looked like a giant bite taken out of the earth. The road wound through trees and then abruptly opened into a wide, bowl-shaped depression. Gray rock walls dropped away on 3 sides, streaked with rust and moss. On the 4th side, where trucks once drove down to load gravel, the slope was gentle enough to walk. At the bottom, a shallow pool of clear water gleamed in one corner, fed by a trickle from the rock. The rest of the floor was rough dirt and stone, sun-drenched and exposed, and now dotted with tents and makeshift shelters. As Ethan and Riley climbed out of the truck at the edge of the slope, the camp looked smaller than the rumors had made it, but still bigger than the 2-man stopgap it had been yesterday. Maybe 20 people now, spread out in clusters, a couple of cheap nylon tents, a tarp strung between poles, a lean-to made from a truck bed cover and branches. Smoke from 2 cooking fires coiled up into the morning air. Marcus and Eli were easy to spot, both in the same battered hoodies, both moving faster than anyone else. Marcus was helping an older woman tie a tarp down against the rock wall. Eli knelt near the pool, talking to 2 kids about what looked like a complicated water filter contraption built from a 5-gallon bucket and gravel. Okay, Riley said. Points for effort. They started down the slope. Heads turned as they approached. A few faces they recognized from town. People who had decided to sleep here rather than cram into relatives' houses or church pews. Others were strangers with that particular riverbend look. City grit overlaid with fresh rural panic. Marcus spotted them first. "Hey," he called, dropping the tarp rope and jogging over. "You came!" "Of course we came," Riley said. "What? You thought we'd just point you at a hole in the ground and never check if you fell in?" Eli pushed to his feet more slowly, wiping his wet hands on his jeans. "You here to evict us or upgrade us?" he asked. "Depends what we find," Ethan said. He let his disaster planner brain zoom out for a second, taking in the layout. Someone had at least tried to organize the chaos. Tents and shelters were mostly clustered along one side, backs to the rock, leaving a rough open area in the middle. The fires were downwind of the water. A line of buckets and jugs sat near the pool. At the far side, a shallow trench and some sheets of plywood suggested an attempt at latrines. It wasn't good yet, but it wasn't the worst he'd seen in photos. "We've only been here a day," Marcus said, misreading his scrutiny. "We've been telling people, no trash in the water, no crapping wherever you feel like it. Can't promise everyone listens. You'd be amazed how many people forget how to use their brains when the world ends," Eli said. "But we're trying." A woman in her 50s approached, hair streaked white, posture straight despite a weariness in her eyes. "Name's Linda," she said, sticking out a hand. "Linda Cho. Was a teacher in Riverbend. Now I yell at grown adults about washing their hands." "Ethan," he said, shaking her hand, "this is Riley. We're neighbors, more or less." "Neighbors with food," someone muttered nearby. Riley shot the voice a look. "Neighbors with just enough food to not die this month if we're careful," she said. "The cabin is not Costco." Linda snorted. "I keep telling them that," she said. "They hear organized people and assume that means bottomless pantry." "Story of my life," Ethan murmured. He turned back to her. "How many people do you have here now?" he asked. 23, she said. "If everyone who snuck in after dark stays, it's hard to tell who's committed and who's just passing through." "Any medical issues?" Jamal's voice would have asked. He wasn't here, so Ethan did. "A couple of sprains, one guy with a nasty cut on his hand, a woman 6 months along with a baby," Linda said. "The hand guy went down to the clinic yesterday, came back with a bandage and a warning to stop touching rusty things." "Solid advice," Riley said. "What about food?" Ethan asked. "Mostly what people brought on their backs," Linda said. "Canned stuff, some dried noodles, a depressing amount of snack food. We pooled it and started divvying it up yesterday, but without some kind of pipeline to town or farms, we're going to be eating weeds in a week." "What about work?" Riley asked. "Are they just sitting here or helping in town?" "Some went into Cedar Hollow this morning to see about volunteering at the clinic or the church," Linda said. "Others, well, let's say not everyone has figured out that this isn't a free campground." Eli shaded his eyes, looking up the slope. "You see him?" he murmured to Marcus. "Who?" Ethan asked. "The guy with the tats and the attitude," Marcus said. "Call himself Deke. Came in last night with 2 buddies. They're not team players." "Ex-military?" Ethan asked. "More like ex-something else," Eli said. "He's got prison ink. I'm not judging. I'm just saying he tested our no-fights rule 5 minutes after he dropped his bag." "As long as your no-fights rule isn't just don't fight us," Riley said. Linda sighed. "We don't have a jail," she said. "We barely have a latrine. But we can't just let one guy turn this place into his personal kingdom. That's how you get turf wars with nothing worth turfing." Ethan felt Jamal's unseen nod in the back of his mind. Camps need rules. Rules need teeth. Teeth need restraint. He took a breath. "Okay," he said. "Let's start with basics." They walked the camp. He listened more than he talked at first. People were eager to tell their stories, as if saying them out loud made them more manageable. A young couple who'd been camping outside Riverbend when the EMP hit, coming back to find their apartment building charred. A retired nurse whose bus had died on the highway and who'd walked 12 miles with blisters the size of quarters. 2 college kids who'd thought looting a convenience store was a clever idea until Todd's road watch scared them back into the hills. Some eyed him with suspicion when he mentioned the cabin, others with an almost hungry hope. He repeated the same line each time until it felt memorized into his bones. "The cabin is full," he said. "We can barely support the people we have, but town and the farms are trying to build something that doesn't fall apart in a week." If Quarry Town helps rather than hinders, we'll fight for you in those conversations. If it turns into a disaster zone, Todd will have all the excuse he needs to shut it down. Shut it down how? A man with a bushy beard asked. With guns, Linda said grimly. You haven't met Todd Kincaid yet. You will. Near the water, Ethan examined Eli's filtration rig. Layers of gravel, sand, charcoal, and cloth. Crude but effective enough to take out visible gunk. Boiling would still be necessary. This is good work, Ethan said. You set up wastewater away from the pool? Eli nodded toward the far side where a shallow ditch led away from the camp. Anything dirty goes over there, he said. We told people, water from the pool only goes into your mouth or the clean bucket, nowhere else. Latrines? Ethan asked. Linda winced. Partially installed, she said. We dug a trench and put up some privacy tarps. Getting people to use them is another story. Grace could help you improve the setup, Ethan said. She's already building Toilet 2.0 behind the clinic. Then please send her, Linda said fervently. If I have to explain, don't poop near your own water one more time, I'm going to start throwing people in the trench. Riley smiled faintly. You're a teacher, she said. You're built for repeating yourself to people who should know better. Kids are easier, Linda said. Grown-ups think their bad habits are rights. By midday, Ethan had a basic mental checklist. Water source, present, needs management. Waste, barely adequate, needs serious work. Food, scarce, unsustainable without outside support. Security, informal, vulnerable to both internal bullies and external threats. Leadership, emerging but fragile. Linda, Marcus, Eli, a few others. Quarry Town was a skeleton of a system, wobbling on legs too thin for the weight it would soon carry. We need some kind of council, Ethan said, standing with Linda and the electricians near the edge of the camp. Not a dictatorship, not a free-for-all. A handful of people everyone recognizes as planners, not bosses. You volunteering? Linda asked. He shook his head immediately. No, he said. We don't live here. We'll help, but you need people sleeping on this ground, making decisions. Otherwise, the second we drive away, everything we suggest collapses. Smart, Riley said. You heard him, folks. You get to elect your own HOA for the end of the world. No HOA, Eli groaned. I didn't survive Riverbend to get yelled at about my tarp color. Linda rubbed her forehead. We can pick a few for now, she said. Me, Marcus, maybe that retired nurse, Mrs. Crenshaw. And if we can get Deke to agree not to stab anyone, maybe he can help break up fights. You're putting the troublemaker in security? Riley asked. Sometimes the best club bouncer is the guy who used to start bar fights, Linda said. He knows all the tricks. Ethan looked at her with newfound respect. You sure you weren't running disaster drills in your classroom? He asked. You wrangle 38th graders through a fire alarm, and you learn a thing or two, she said. They agreed on some initial rules, scrawled on a flattened cardboard box and tacked to a post near the entrance. Water is life. No washing, dishes, or waste within 10 feet of the pool. Waste in the pit. Latrine only. Bury it. No weapons out unless there's a clear threat. Chores for food. Everyone contributes. No theft. First offense, work penalty. Second, you're sent to town to explain yourself. They look good on cardboard, Linda said. We'll see how they look on people. Talk to Marge, Ethan said. If Quarry Town sends a couple of people every day to help with store inventory, she'll be more inclined to keep you in the ration loop. And Priya could use help at the clinic, Riley added. Runners, cleaners, someone to hold the lantern even. If you show up as an asset, it'll be harder for Todd to argue you're just leeches. Oh, Todd will argue anyway, Linda said. But it'll give us more friends in the room when he does. As if summoned by the mention of his name, an engine noise drifted from above. Ethan and Riley turned toward the slope. A pickup truck rolled into view at the top of the quarry, stopping with its front wheels close to the edge. The engine cough was familiar and unwelcome. That's him, Marcus said under his breath. Todd Kincaid climbed out, boots crunching on gravel. Two men joined him, his usual shadow crew. Both wore rifles slung over their shoulders. Todd's hands were empty, but that meant little. That's our cue, Riley murmured. Ethan felt his pulse pick up. He forced his face into something neutral and stepped a little forward, not toward Todd, but toward the space between Todd and the camp. "Morning," he called up. "Come to help with latrines?" Todd rested his hands on his belt, looking down the slope like a king surveying a conquered battlefield. "Looks like you've been busy, Cole," he said. "Set yourself up a little shanty town." "This isn't mine," Ethan said evenly. "It's theirs. We're just trying to make sure it doesn't turn into a health hazard." "Health hazard?" Todd snorted. "The whole thing's a hazard. You gather this many hungry strangers in one place, you're asking for trouble." He started down the slope without waiting for an invitation. His men followed, boots sending small showers of gravel ahead of them. Camp conversations faltered, heads turning, shoulders stiffening. Ethan walked up to meet them halfway. Riley shadowed him, expression deceptively casual, eyes sharp. "Don't suppose you're here to offer beef and hay," Riley said. "Not exactly," Todd said. "I'm here to talk about a problem." He reached the bottom and turned slowly, taking in the tents, the fires, the people. "This," he said, waving a hand, "is a problem. We're working on making it less of one," Linda said, stepping up beside Ethan. She didn't flinch under Todd's gaze. "We should probably all talk about how." Todd's eyes flicked to her. "And you are?" he asked. "Linda Cho," she said, "used to teach kids. Now I teach grown-ups how not to die of their own stupidity." A few chuckles rippled through the camp. Todd's mouth twitched, then flattened. "You organizing this?" he asked. "Trying. To," she said, "before it organizes itself in more dangerous ways." Todd nodded slowly. "Here's my concern," he said. "I've got families on my land who've been working there for years. I've got cattle that feed half this county. I've got fences that didn't ask to become the front line for a migration. You park a camp here, word spreads. Every desperate soul from Riverbend to God knows where comes sniffing around. They're not going to stop at the edge of this rock pit. They're going to go looking for barns, fields, cabins." His eyes found Ethan, stayed. "You set this up as a magnet," he said. "Don't act surprised when it pulls harder than you can handle." "This wasn't set up," Ethan said. "It formed. We're trying to keep it from turning into something worse. If you break it up, these people don't disappear. They scatter into your fences, into people's homes, into the woods where no one can see who they're robbing." "Robbing?" A voice bristled behind Linda. "Nice to know what you think of us." Todd turned his head. A tall, wiry man with faded tattoos on his forearms lounged against a rock, arms crossed. His expression was bored and sharp at the same time. "That's Deke," Marcus murmured to Ethan, "our resident security risk." "I think desperate people do desperate things," Ethan said aloud. "That's not an insult. It's a reality. I'm trying to make sure the desperation goes into digging latrines and hauling water instead of breaking windows." Todd's mouth curled. "And how long do you think you can play camp counselor before it all goes sideways?" he asked. "That depends," Linda said, stepping forward again, "on whether people like you try to pull the rug out from under us." Todd considered her, then shrugged. "I'm not saying you can't have a few tents," he said, "but this can't turn into a permanent settlement. Town can't feed it, farms can't supply it, and we sure as hell can't have a little river bend popping up on our doorstep. So here's what I'm proposing." He lifted a hand, ticking points off on his fingers. 1. No more than 30 people here at any time. You hit 31, the last one in gets sent on their way. 2. Everyone here has to work, for town, farms, or security. No freeloaders. 3. Curfews. Nobody from this camp wandering around after dark. That's how trouble starts. He dropped his hand. And 4, he added, if there is trouble, if someone from this camp steals, hurts, or threatens one of my people, I shut it down. Personally. A heavy silence followed. Eli exhaled sharply. "So you get to play mayor, sheriff, and judge?" he asked. Todd lifted one shoulder. "Someone has to," he said. "Travis doesn't have the manpower. Miller doesn't have the stomach. Marge has her hands full keeping people from rioting over flour. I've got guns and guys who know how to use them. That's what we've got." "It's also what scares the hell out of half the county," Riley said. Todd looked at her. "Riley Hart," he said. "I remember you from the diner." "Yeah," she said. "You were the one who thought, leave the waitress a political manifesto instead of a tip. Was cute. I've always wanted to return the favor." A few people snorted. Todd's jaw tightened, then he smiled thinly. I never stiffed you on a tip, he said. No, but you tried to lecture me about the free market while you left exactly 10%, she said. So forgive me if I'm not thrilled about you setting up the free market of who gets to eat over here. Enough, Ethan said quietly. He turned to Todd. Your concerns aren't wrong, he said. We can't support an unlimited camp. We can't have people sneaking around at night. And if someone here hurts someone in town, there will be consequences. But dropping an arbitrary cap and threatening to personally shut things down? That's not leadership. That's intimidation. It might work in the short term, but it'll blow up in your face later. What are you suggesting then? Todd asked. That we just let this grow until it collapses under its own weight? I'm suggesting we formalize the ties between Quarry Town and Cedar Hollow, Ethan said. We treat this as an extension of the town, not a separate entity you can bully. Council representation, ration allotments, work rotations. We make it part of the plan, not the enemy. Todd laughed once, sharp. You want a refugee camp to have a seat at the table? He said. Yes, Ethan said, because they're already in the room whether you acknowledge them or not. Pastor Miller's voice drifted from the slope. Ethan's right, he called. Heads turned. Miller walked down slowly, one hand on the rock wall, the other holding his worn Bible under his arm. He looked more tired than he had 2 days ago, deeper lines carved at the corners of his mouth. I've been talking with Marge and Travis, he said as he reached them. We knew this camp was coming, maybe not here, maybe not now, but somewhere. We can pretend it's temporary, or we can acknowledge that it's part of who we are now and try to make it less of a tinderbox. He faced Todd. You're not wrong to worry, he said. More people means more mouths, more conflict. But I won't be part of turning away everyone who shows up with nothing because we're afraid of what might happen. So you'll vouch for them, Todd asked. When someone here steals a chicken or a car, you'll stand up in town and say, it's my fault I said yes? Miller's jaw tightened. I'll stand up and say, we made a choice to be better than we could have been, he said. And I'll stand up and say that when someone from town cheats or hoards or hurts, that's not just how locals are. That's a failure too. You're still not answering the question, Todd said. Miller sighed. I'm answering the one that matter, he said. What kind of people we want to be when this is over. Todd's eyes flicked between Miller and Ethan. You church folks and planners love your philosophy, he said. Me? I've got actual fences to defend. You make your little councils. But if I find someone from this camp on my land, I will treat them like a trespasser. You can council meeting that all you like. He turned to Linda. Your people step out of line, he said. I'll be here. So will my rifle. Your people hurt mine, she replied evenly, and this camp will be the least of your problems. The air between them crackled. Ethan stepped in again. We're done threatening each other for today, he said. Todd's made his position clear. So have we. Next step is bringing Quarry Town into the official ration and work system. Linda, can you send 2 people to town tomorrow morning? They'll sit in on the committee meeting with Marge and Miller. We get you on the books. If we're on the books, Linda said slowly, we're also on the list when the books catch fire. That's true, Ethan said, but at least then people have to see your faces when they decide what to do. It's harder to turn away what you've looked at up close. She studied him for a moment, then nodded. Fine, she said. We'll send 2. Me and Marcus. Marcus blinked. Me? He said. You know wiring and people, she said. You're halfway to being a politician already. He made a face. Way to ruin my day, he muttered. Todd glanced between them. Do what you want, he said, but don't say I didn't warn you. He turned and stalked back up the slope. His men followed, casting backward glances at the camp, some assessing, some uneasy, one openly hostile. As the truck's engine faded, the camp exhaled collectively. Is he always like that? Eli asked. Sometimes he's worse, Riley said. Linda blew out a breath. Well, she said, welcome to Quarry Town. Population, anxious. Mayor, no one, by design. Sheriff, apparently Todd, whether we like it or not. Sheriff by self-appointment, Ethan said. We'll see if we can balance that. He looked around again, at the tents, at the people. This can work, he said quietly to Riley as Linda walked away to settle an argument over dishwashing. But only if the town, the farms, and this place all see themselves on the same team. If Quarry starts poaching or if Todd decides to use it as a scapegoat, it's going to blow. So basically, Riley said, our survival hinges on getting a bunch of stressed out humans to stop acting like stressed out humans. Easy. Simple, he said. Not easy. The clinic's waiting room smelled like a mix of sweat, boiled water, and something sourer Jamal recognized all too well. Diarrhea. We've got a bug, Priya said grimly as she met him at the door. And it's not the metaphorical kind. He pulled on his makeshift cloth mask, hands moving on autopilot. How many cases? He asked. 6, maybe 8, she said. Loose stools, fever, some vomiting, all from the same cluster of houses near the creek. I told them 100 times not to let the kids drink from it directly. Bad water, he said. Fantastic. Tell me about it, she muttered. They moved through the hallway together. In room 1, a toddler fussed in his mother's lap, eyes sunken, skin hot. The mother's face was drawn, guilt in every line. I boiled it, she whispered to Priya. I thought I did enough. I turned my back and he drank from the bucket before it cooled. We're not blaming anyone, Priya said. We're fixing it. In room 2, an older woman lay sweating, gripped tight on the sheets. In room 3, a teenage boy sat hunched, embarrassed, insisting he was fine even as his body said otherwise. Jamal's triage brain kicked in. How much IV fluid do we have left? He asked. Priya grimaced. 2 bags of normal saline, 3 of ringers, she said. And after that, whatever we can rig with oral rehydration salts and a prayer. He did quick math. 6 to 8 patients, varying levels of dehydration. More to come if the creek was still contaminated. Antibiotics? He asked. She nodded toward a small locked cabinet. We've got enough for maybe 2 full courses of Cipro, she said. 3 if we stretch it and the patient is lucky. After that, we're down to whatever expired pills people dug out of their bathroom drawers yesterday. Triage. He hated this part. But he also knew it was where they could cause the most harm by pretending they still lived in a world of unlimited choices. We save the IVs for the littlest and the weakest, he said. Kids and elders, everyone else, oral rehydration, small sips, constant, not chugging. Antibiotics only if we see blood and stools or signs they're tipping toward sepsis. And who decides that? She asked. We do, he said. Like we decided about Mr. Dugan. Like you did about that asthma inhaler this morning. She flinched slightly. You heard about that? She asked. Grace walked Tara halfway down, he said. You saved that woman's life with a handful of puffs and some stern words. Then I turned around and told 3 others they can't have what's left, Priya said. I feel great. Really? He touched her shoulder briefly. Later, he said, you can feel whatever you need to. Right now, we keep kids from drying out like leaves. They moved. Jamal slid into the rhythm he remembered from other emergencies. Check skin. Turgor, count breaths, coax sips of cloudy homemade rehydration mix, water, sugar, salt, into reluctant mouths. Priya monitored vitals, adjusted what little IV fluid they dared to nick open. At one point, a man burst through the clinic door, big and red-faced, carrying a boy of 5 whose lips were cracked and eyes half open. You gotta help him, he said, voice thick with panic. He won't drink. He won't. We will, Jamal said, stepping forward. But you need to put him down so we can work. The man stumbled to a bench, clutching the child. Priya glanced at the boy, then at Jamal, then at the IV rack. Bag 3, she said. Jamal hesitated. That's our last half of saline, he said. I know, she said. You want to tell his father we're saving it for someone hypothetical? He didn't answer with words. He hung the bag. As the fluid started to drip into the boy's tiny vein, the father sagged with relief he didn't yet have a right to feel. You'll be okay, buddy, he whispered. They've got you. Priya turned away quickly, shoulders stiff. In the storage room, Jamal found her gripping the edge of a shelf, breathing carefully. We have to talk about lines, she said without turning. Not just who gets what, but when we stop pretending this is temporary. We can talk while we work, he said, because unfortunately, neither is going away. You ever read about the early days of antibiotics? She asked. When they had, like, one vial and they'd use it, then filter the patient's urine and extract more. He blinked. That's disgusting. That's survival, she said. I'm not saying we're there yet, but we're not in a world of every kid gets their own course anymore. We're in a world of who gets the last bag and who gets an extra liter of sugar water and hope. Her voice cracked a little at the end. He stepped closer. You're allowed to hate this, he said. You're allowed to cry about it later. You're just not allowed to let it paralyze you now. She sniffed once, blinked hard, and straightened. Fine, she said. Then I hate this. You happy? No, he said. I'd be worried if you didn't. They went back out. By late afternoon, the clinic smelled even worse, but a few of the kids had stopped crying and started asking for crackers. That, Jamal decided, counted as a small victory. They'd used 2 IV bags. One remained, hung like a question mark in the cabinet. Tomorrow, Priya said, locking it, we'll have to decide again. He nodded, exhausted. If it's between a kid and an adult, he said, you know the answer. I know, she said. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Back on the ridge, the day passed in a jittery kind of calm. After Grace returned from walking Tara and Liam halfway, she threw herself into practical tasks with a ferocity that made both kids steer clear of her welding torch. She fixed a loose hinge. She checked the water catchment system twice. She rearranged the tool shelf, mumbling about leverage and weak points. What are you doing? Alex finally asked as she tested every latch on the pantry shelves. Making it harder for anyone to help themselves if they get this far, she said. I trust us. I don't trust everyone else. Mia sat at the table, redrawing parts of the map with more detail. Dalton said someone was watching his fence last night, she said. Maybe they were just lost. Maybe not. What did he say exactly? Grace asked. He came by while you were gone, Alex said. Said he saw someone on the ridge at dusk. Didn't recognize the shape. Could have been a deer. Could have been a person who didn't want to be seen. Grace swore softly. Thanks for telling me now, she said. You were busy walking strangers downhill, Alex said. I didn't want to make you more stressed. Newsflash, she said. I was already at capacity. They checked in with Ethan and the others via radio every hour, the ritual itself a comfort. No, the cabin has not been overrun by zombies, Alex reported at 3. Yes, Mia is still making the world's scariest map. Mia stuck her tongue out at him. When the sun dipped low, painting the trees in streaks of gold and red, Grace called them inside. Doors shut, curtains drawn when it gets dark, she said. We don't need to advertise that we're home. Alex slid the extra bar across the door, the metal scraping against wood with a satisfying finality. Think Ethan and the others will be late? Mia asked. Probably, Grace said. Quarry Town is a lot to untangle in one afternoon. She made a quick dinner, rice and eggs again, with a little fried spam for variety. They ate at the table, their positions now almost habitual. Grace at the far side, Alex and Mia facing the door, ears tuned for anything beyond the cabin walls. After dishes, they sat in the dim lamplight, each pretending to be more relaxed than they were. When headlights finally swept across the trees and into the clearing, all 3 of them exhaled at the same time. You're late, Alex said as the truck door opened. Traffic, Ethan said automatically. For once, that's not actually a joke, Riley added. We had a herd of confused refugees clogging the quarry exit. They traded updates, the day's weight pouring out of them in overlapping sentences. When Ethan told them about Todd's visit to Quarry Town, Grace's jaw clenched. Of course he wants to shut it down, she said. He looks at people and sees liabilities, not potential. Conservationist brain, Jamal said. Protect the herd. Cull any threat. It's not evil, just incomplete. And Priya, Grace asked. Working miracles with dirty water and a handful of IV bags, Jamal said. We've got a stomach bug in some of the houses near the creek. We're trying to keep it from turning into a full-blown outbreak. Do we need to boil water longer? Mia asked quickly. You're already doing it right, he said. Catch off the roof. Boil. Cover. Don't let Alex stick his face in the bucket. I haven't, Alex protested. Yet, Jamal said. Later, after Alex and Mia had dragged themselves up to the loft, and the adults had gone through one more rotation of, are we doing the right thing? And what choice did we have? The cabin slipped into the uneasy quiet that passed for sleep. Outside, the forest hummed its own nocturnal song. Insects, distant owls, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush. The sky was cold and clear, stars sharper without the haze of town light. Sometime in the very early hours, too late to be late night, too early to be morning, a sound slid under the cabin's usual creaks. Soft, very soft, a faint scrape against wood. The cabin wasn't entirely soundproof. It had gaps and old joints, places where wind and noise could slip through. But over the last few days, everyone inside had unconsciously tuned themselves to its normal night symphony. This was new. On the couch, Ethan stirred, but did not wake. In the loft, Mia rolled over, eyes fluttering, mind hovering at that border between dream and awareness. She thought for a moment that she heard the pantry door whisper open. By the time she pushed herself to the edge of wakefulness and squinted down into the dark, the cabin was still again. The only light came from the ember glow of the stove and a pale stripe of moon through the curtained window. She told herself it was nothing. Houses made noises. Trees moved. She fell back into sleep. Morning told a different story. Grace was the first one up, as usual. She moved on autopilot, stove, water, coffee, quick glance out the window at the clearing. Then she opened the pantry, stopped, frowned. "Alex," she called, voice neutral, "did you get a midnight snack last night?" Half asleep grumbling floated down from the loft. "No," Alex said. "Why? Are we out of chocolate we don't have? Did anyone go into the pantry after I went to bed?" she asked more sharply. "No," Mia said, more awake now. "You were doing air math with Ethan, and we went straight up." Grace's fingers traced the shelf. It wasn't obvious at first. Nothing dramatic like a toppled stack or a spilled bag. Just a slight wrongness in the pattern she'd memorized over the last frantic days. A gap where there hadn't been one before. 3 cans. She counted twice. 3 cans of soup, cheap, generic tomato, gone from the second shelf. She looked at the latch. A simple hook and eye she'd installed the day they'd moved in. More out of habit than fear. It hung in the open position. She knew, with the cold clarity of people who run through checklists before bed, that she had closed it last night. "Ethan," she said. He appeared in the doorway, hair still mussed, rubbing his eyes. "What?" he asked. Then he saw her face. "What happened?" he asked, fully awake now. She shifted aside so he could see. "It's small," she said, "but it's something." He crouched, examining the shelf, the gap, the latch. "You're sure you didn't?" he started, then stopped himself. Grace didn't misremember this stuff. They checked the door next. No obvious damage. The bar had been in place this morning. The lock showed no scratches. A quick sweep of the windows found the culprit, the small one over the sink, the one that stuck if you didn't lift it just right. Now it was down, but not quite. The latch didn't sit flush. A faint scuff on the sill suggested it had been nudged open and then pulled shut again from the outside, not locked. "Somebody jimmied the window," Grace said. "Slipped in, grabbed what they could carry in one hand, and slipped back out." "Why only 3 cans?" Alex asked, hanging on the ladder. "If you're scared someone's going to wake up, you take what you can reach and get out," Riley said quietly from the table. "You don't stop to fill a shopping cart." Jamal knelt by the window, fingers tracing the frame. "Small," he said. "Whoever came through here wasn't exactly linebacker material. Maybe a teenager. Maybe smaller." Mia's throat tightened. "A kid," she said. "You think it was a kid?" "Could have been," Jamal said. "Could have been a desperate adult who learned how to squeeze. Hard to tell." Ethan's notebook was still on the table, open to yesterday's scribbles about Quarry Town. He looked from it to the window to the pantry. "This is what happens when we draw lines," he said softly. "We create pressure on them." Grace's jaw flexed. "I don't care if it was a kid or an adult," she said. "They were inside our home while we were sleeping." "They took 3 cans of tomato soup," Riley said. "If this was recon for an attack, they're doing it wrong. That's not exactly casing the joint for gold." "That doesn't make it okay," Alex said. "They broke in." "No, it doesn't," Ethan said. But the kind of not okay matters. There's a difference between someone raiding us with a truck and someone sneaking in like a ghost for 3 cans. Mia hugged her sketchbook to her chest. What if they saw the map, she blurted. What if they know everything now? The table was still cluttered with papers from the night before, but the map lay where she'd left it, folded once, pencil lines facing up. Someone could have glanced at it. Whether they'd understood it was another question. They might have seen it, Ethan said, if they came this far in, but most thieves don't. Stop to study floor plans. They look for food, cash, guns. And we made it very clear where the food was, Grace said bitterly. Front and center. Okay, Jamal said. We can do 2 things with this. We can freak out, or we can treat it like data. Data? Alex echoed. Somebody knows we have food. Somebody knows we can be gotten into through that window. Somebody was either desperate enough or bold enough to try, Jamal said. That tells us 3 things. We're visible, we're vulnerable, and we're feeding into rumors whether we intend to or not. So we lock it down harder, Grace said. Bars on the windows, more traps. Nobody gets in without a key, ever. Mia's face crumpled slightly. And what if it was someone like Tara, she asked. Too scared to knock? Too hungry not to try? Then they should have come during the day, Grace snapped. Then she closed her eyes, took a breath. I'm sorry, I know that's not fair. It's violating, Riley said quietly. Finding out someone's been in here. Doesn't matter if they took 3 cans or the whole pantry. They crossed into where we sleep. Ethan straightened. We're not ignoring this, he said. We're also not going to light the woods on fire, hunting whoever did it. We tighten our defenses. We talk to Dalton and Marie, see if they've noticed anything. And in town, we push harder for a system that doesn't drive people to this. You think it was someone from Quarry Town? Alex asked. Could be, Ethan said. Could be someone who heard about us from there. Could be somebody from Cedar Hollow who's decided we're fair game because we have more. Or a kid from up the road dared by other kid, Riley added. We don't know. That's the part that scares me, Grace said. Not knowing. Not being able to put a name to the shoes that walked across my floor. Mia slid the map closer, pencil hovering uncertainly. Don't, Ethan said gently. Don't draw a line for this one yet. We don't know where it leads. She nodded slowly, but her hand still shook. Outside, the forest looked the same. Birds flitted between branches, sunlight filtered through leaves. Inside, the cabin had changed. 3 cans of soup were gone. Something less tangible had gone with them. Trust, maybe, or the illusion of being off the map. Ethan looked at the window latch, then at his friends, then at the path on Mia's map that led down the ridge to Quarry Town in Cedar Hollow. We wanted to stand between chaos and cruelty, he said quietly. Looks like chaos decided to cut through our living room instead. And we haven't even had coffee yet, Riley muttered. Jamal snorted once, humorless. Welcome to day 4, he said. Quarry Town on one side, Todd on the other, and a ghost in our pantry. Awesome, Alex said. Can we go back to the part of the apocalypse where the worst thing that happened was Mom making me dig latrines? Sorry, Grace said. We're moving into the advanced class now. They stood there a moment longer, all of them looking at the same cracked window and seeing different fears. Then Ethan picked up his notebook and flipped to a fresh page. At the top, in block letters, he wrote, New problem, unknown, thief underneath, in smaller handwriting, Titan security, bars, latches, night watch, talk to Dalton, Marie, any similar incidents. In town, push for structured aid to reduce petty theft. Remember fear, plus hunger, plus rumor. More nights like this. He set the pen down. Okay, he said, voice steadying. First, we fix the window. Then we go back down that hill and try to make Quarry Town enough of a home that fewer people feel like they have to break into ours. It wasn't a solution, but it was a start. And for now, that had to be enough. Chapter 9, Rumors and Reckonings. By day 5, the world outside still looked familiar. It was the people who were changing. The trees on Cedar Ridge rustled the same way. The sky shifted from gray to blue in the same slow gradient. The cabin creaked in all its old, reliable places. But inside, everything felt altered. 3 missing cans of soup could do that. Ethan stood at the sink, examining the window frame for the third time. Morning light slanted across the sill, picking out the faint smudges they'd missed earlier, the shadow of fingers where someone had pushed just hard enough. Grace had already unscrewed the latch, measuring it against a metal bracket she'd found in one of Ethan's hardware boxes. "I can weld bars for this one and the back windows," she said. "We'll leave the bedroom ones as is for now. If we turn this place into a cage, we'll all go nuts." Alex leaned on the table, arms folded. "I'm already nuts," he said. "We had a ninja soup thief in here while I was asleep. My brain isn't built for that." Mia sat cross-legged on a chair, sketchbook open but ignored. Her eyes kept flicking to the pantry. "I heard something," she said quietly. "Last night. I thought it was the house. The usual creaks. I told myself not to be stupid." "You're not stupid," Jamal said. "You're human. Half my job in emergencies is convincing people not to blame themselves for being asleep at 2 in the morning." "But if I'd gotten up," she started. "And done what?" Grace cut in, sharper than she meant to. "Walked into a dark kitchen with somebody halfway through the window? You think that ends better?" Mia flinched. Grace closed her eyes, exhaled slowly. "Sorry," she said. "I'm not mad at you. I'm mad that we're in a world where I have to be glad my kid didn't go investigate a noise." Riley sat on the arm of the couch watching them. "The soup's not the point," she said. "We lost 3 cans and gained a new reality. We're on somebody's mental map. Maybe a lot of somebody's." "They already knew about us," Alex said. "Everybody in town talks about the cabin like we're a local cryptid." "Knowing we exist and knowing how to slip in are 2 different things," Ethan said. He straightened, rubbing his thumb along the edge of the sill. "Now somebody has both pieces." Grace held up the bracket. "So we fixed the easy part," she said. "Window bars, better latches, maybe a noise trap or 2. "Can we install something that screams intruder alert in a robot voice?" Alex asked. "No," Ethan and Grace said together. Jamal glanced at the clock. "If we're going into town today, we need to move," he said. "Priya said she wanted me there early. The stomach bug isn't slowing down." "And Quarry Town's sending Linda and Marcus to the ration committee meeting," Ethan added. "We promised we'd back them up in that room." "We telling people about the break-in?" Riley asked. The question settled over the table like dust. Grace automatically started to say no, then stopped. Her eyes met Ethan's. "If we don't," he said slowly, "and it gets out anyway, it looks like we're hiding it. And if whoever did it brags, their version becomes the truth," Riley finished. "Right. So we either own the story or let someone else write it." Jamal nodded. "Tell Marge, tell Miller, tell Travis," he said, "and tell them straight. No embellishments, no martyrdom. Someone got in, took a little. We're tightening up. That's it." "And Todd?" Grace asked. "Let him hear it third hand," Riley said. "He likes stories more when he thinks he dug them up himself." Ethan wasn't sure that was wise, but there wasn't a perfect option. "Same assignments as yesterday," he said. "Jamal to clinic, Riley and I to town meeting and rations. Grace and the kids hold the ridge. Radio every hour. If Dalton shows, ask if he's had any visitors who don't knock." "Got it," Grace said. At the door, Ethan hesitated. He looked back at the pantry, then at the loft where Alex and Mia's blankets hung over the railing. "This doesn't change who we are," he said. It sounded half like a reminder, half like a plea. "What if it has to?" Grace asked quietly. "Then we make sure we don't turn into the thing we're afraid of," he said. She didn't look reassured, but she nodded. Cedar Hollow's main street had picked up a new layer of noise. The usual low murmur of people talking outside the general store now had a sharper flavor. Words like cabin, thief, medicine, hoarding floated on the air like gnats. Ethan felt them land on him as he and Riley walked up the sidewalk. He'd hoped the rumor mill would need more time. Hope, he reminded himself, was not a planning tool. Marge stood in the store doorway. Again, ration box at her feet, lips pressed thin. "Morning," Ethan said. "Define good," she replied, then more quietly. "You hear anything on your end?" "We had a break-in last night," he said. No preamble. "Ripped the bandage off." Marge blinked. "Well, that answers that," she said. "I was going to ask if you'd heard about the thief." "This one was in our pantry," Ethan said. "Came through the kitchen window. Took 3 cans of soup and left. Nobody got hurt. 3 cans, Riley repeated. That's it. No tools, no meds, no cash. We don't exactly have vaults of gold lying around, Grace's voice would have said. He heard it in his head. That's still 3 more cans than we sold yesterday, Marge muttered. You tell Grace I'll trade her for whoever installed her locks. Somebody pried the back door of the feed store last night, too. Took dog food, of all things. I didn't even know people still kept dogs. Any idea who? Ethan asked. Not yet, she said. But you know how it is. Everybody's got a theory. Half of them are wrong, the other half are stupider. Well, let's add unknown thief to the growing list, Riley said. Soups and kibble, coming to a black market near you. A few people in line were openly listening now. Kelsey Moore, ration bag tucked against her hip, narrowed her eyes. So somebody broke into Fort Prepared, she said. Guess even your mountain pantry isn't safe anymore. Apparently not, Ethan said evenly, which is why I'm here telling you instead of pretending it didn't happen. You sure it wasn't you breaking into the feed store too? Someone else called. Hoarding kibble for your secret bunker dogs? Laughter, brittle and nervous. Does he look like a man hiding a pack of German shepherds up there? Riley shot back. He barely manages 6 humans and 1 neurotic map. Ethan almost smiled at that. Marge held up a hand. Enough, she said. We have actual problems. People are sick at the clinic. Quarry Town needs to be sorted, and Travis is 1 more domestic dispute away from quitting. We do not have time for petty accusations. She turned to Ethan and Riley. Committee's meeting in the church hall in 20 minutes, she said. Miller wants Quarry to have a voice. Todd wants them to have a muzzle. You're both going to need coffee. Jamal's already at the clinic, Ethan said. He mentioned a stomach bug near the creek. Yep, Marge said. I've been telling people for years not to dump junk in that water. Nobody listens until it comes out both ends. Riley winced. Visuals, Marge, she said. Reality, Marge replied. She looked at Ethan one more time, eyes searching his face. You okay? She asked. Break-ins. Feel different, even if they don't take much. He hesitated, then decided to tell the truth. I feel like someone walked around in my sleep without my consent, he said. I don't care if they took soup or silver. That's the part that sticks. She nodded once. Welcome to shopkeeping, she said. Now magnify that by a whole town, and you'll see why everybody's hair trigger. The clinic smelled worse today, less like antiseptic and more like sickness. Sour stomachs, stale sweat, the acrid tang of bleach used too late. Jamal moved through the hall with his sleeves rolled up and his mind in triage mode. Room 1. Kid, mild dehydration, Priya said, walking beside him. Room 2. Elderly, borderline. Room 3. Mom who refused to drink anything her kid wouldn't. Room 4. The kid who might be the one who started it, depending on where he got his water. And our supplies? Jamal asked. She didn't answer immediately. Walk with me, she said. They stepped into the small storage room behind the exam rooms. Shelves lined the walls, half full of bandages, gauze, antiseptic, a dwindling stack of IV bags, and a carefully organized section of medicines. 2 days ago, Jamal had helped sort these shelves. He remembered exactly what had been where. His brain liked systems, it liked order. That was why the empty space jumped out at him like a missing tooth. Tell me I'm imagining that, he said. 2 vials of injectable morphine, Priya said, and a bottle of broad-spectrum antibiotics. Gone. He stared at the gap. We didn't use them? He asked, already knowing the answer. She wouldn't have brought him in here if it had been that simple. I double-checked the log, she said. We haven't given anyone morphine since Mr. Dugan. I've been rationing antibiotics like they're made of diamonds. Nobody wrote these out. Nobody signed them out. They just aren't here. Staff? He asked. Volunteers? Patients? That's the fun part, she said. We're in a world where staff means whoever showed up and didn't run away when they saw blood. I can't even narrow it down to owners of medical degrees. He ran a hand over his face. Okay, he said. Let's do what we do in any other disaster. Assume 2 things. 1, whoever took them had a reason. 2, the reason might not be purely malicious. So not step 1. Burn the witch, Priya said. Step half, he said. Then step 2, Figure out who benefits. Anyone in pain within 10 miles, she said bitterly. Anyone with a fever. Anyone who's scared of watching their kid get sick with nothing to give them. He thought of Tara, gasping on Grace's driveway, of Mr. Dugan's daughter clutching her father's hand as he slipped away. Has anyone been hanging around the storage room more than they should? He asked. Volunteers eager to help with inventory? She hesitated. There was one, she said. Jenny Dugan. He blinked. Mr. Dugan's daughter? He asked. Priya nodded. She came by yesterday, she said. Said she wanted to help. I thought maybe it would give her something to do besides sit in her empty house. I put her on bandage duty, sorting gauze. She did fine, but she asked a lot of questions about meds, what we had, what we were willing to give out, what we'd do if someone really needed something. You think she took them? Jamal asked. I don't know, she said. She left before closing. She was upset. I'm not accusing her, but the timeline fits. He leaned against the shelf, thinking. If she did take them, he said slowly, it's probably not to sell. Not yet. More likely she's trying to make sure nobody she loves ends up like her father. Powerless, watching someone die without relief. Which is noble right up until she overdoses somebody or breeds a drug-resistant bug, Priya said. I'm not running a morality play here. I'm running a clinic with limited meds and a very real chance of making things worse by guessing. What do you want to do? He asked. I want to march over to her house and demand them back, she said. Then I want to scream. Then I want to cry. Then I want to go back in time and put a better lock on that cabinet. He waited. But, he prompted, but if I go in there guns blazing, metaphorically, and she's innocent, I've just shredded one more thread of trust, Priya said. And if she is guilty and has already handed the meds off to someone else, all I'll accomplish is making her feel like a criminal in front of the entire town. Jamal nodded slowly. What if we frame it as a general announcement, he suggested. Town meeting. Supplies are missing. They're dangerous in untrained hands. We need them back. No questions asked if they show up. We give whoever took them a chance to reverse course quietly. And if they don't, she asked, then we deal with that tomorrow, he said. One crisis at a time. She sighed. Fine, she said, but you're making the announcement. I don't have the voice for it today. He smiled faintly. I'll add it to my to-do list, he said. Right between prevent plague and mediate between Survival Ranch Barbie and the refugee camp. Hey, she said, don't insult Barbie. She never hoarded antibiotics. The church hall meeting had all the charm of a jury duty summons and none of the donuts. Folding chairs filled the room, arranged in rough rows facing a long table where Marge, Pastor Miller, and Deputy Travis Long sat with notebooks and coffee cups. A few other committee members flanked them. Mrs. Hahn from Old Mill Road, the Keegan brothers, Todd Kincaid sitting with one boot up on a chair rung, and, new today, Linda and Marcus from Quarry Town. The hum of voices quieted as Ethan and Riley slipped into seats near the side. Miller tapped a spoon gently against his mug. Thank you all for coming, he said. I know everyone's tired. We'll try to keep this focused. We have 3 main items today: ration adjustments, quarry camp status, and recent thefts, both from private property and from the clinic. The words from the clinic rippled across the room. Let's start with rations, Marge said, taking over. We had to cut flour yesterday because one sack went bad. That remains in effect. We're stretching what's left until we can get more either from farms or from what people have at home that they're willing to add to the general pool. Willing, one of the Keegans muttered. Marge ignored him. Second, she said, we're officially adding Quarry Town. She nodded toward Linda and Marcus, to the ration rolls. They'll get a small daily allocation as long as they send volunteers to help at the store, clinic, and other critical jobs. This is meant to supplement what they have, not replace it. A wave of murmurs. Todd's mouth thinned. So we're feeding the camp now, he said. Interesting. Where exactly do you think those beans are coming from, Marge? Because I don't see any trucks on the road. They're coming from the same place everybody's beans are coming from, she said. Our shelves, our pantries, our fields. This is about sharing the burden, not adding to it. Easy to say when the burden is other people's, he replied. Linda spoke up. voice calm but firm. We're not asking for charity, she said. We've already sent 3 people to the clinic and 2 to the store today. We're willing to work, but people can't work if they're too weak to stand, and they can't just walk back to Riverbend. There's nothing to go back to. What happens when more show up? Someone in the back asked. 10 more? 20? 50? We're just going to stack them in the quarry like cordwood and hope we have enough sawdust to feed them? We're setting a cap for now, Miller said. No more than 40 at Quarry Town. If more people arrive, we'll have to decide case by case where and if they fit. 40, Todd said. You picked that number out of a hat? We picked it as a starting point, Miller said. We can revisit as we see how resources hold. That brings us to thefts, Travis said, clearly eager to move the discussion along. We've had at least 3 reported incidents in the last 48 hours. Feed store break-in, cabin pantry. And this morning, Dr. Desai noticed missing medication from the clinic. The room went from murmuring to crackling. Ethan felt every eye near him flicker his way. He lifted a hand. Yes, he said, standing slightly so he could be seen. Someone broke into my cabin pantry last night. They took 3 cans through a window while we were asleep. Nobody was hurt. We're reinforcing the windows. See? A man near the back said loudly. If even the cabin folks are getting hit, what does that say about how desperate it's getting? It says what we already know, Riley said. People are scared and hungry and starting to make bad choices. That doesn't mean we toss out everything else we're trying to build. Who did it? Kelsey asked. You get a look? No, Ethan said. Small enough to crawl through the kitchen window, quick enough to grab and go. Could have been a kid, Mrs. Hahn said, voice trembling. Could have been my David. If it was my David, I'd beat his behind, another woman muttered. Ethan let the wave of reactions crest. We're not starting a witch hunt over soup, he said. We're closing our own gaps, and we're here telling you it happened. That's as much as we can do right now. Todd leaned back in his chair, expression unreadable. And the clinic? He asked. What went missing there? Priya stood from the side wall where she'd been lurking. 2 vials of morphine and a bottle of antibiotics, she said, voice flat. Taken directly from our locked cabinet. We don't know when. Sometime in the last day. Gasps. Curses. Someone said, Jesus. We're asking whoever took them to bring them back, Jamal added, standing too. No questions asked. I'll say that again. No questions asked. You leave them on the clinic steps in a bag. You hand them off to me in private. You slip them under the church door. We don't care how. We just need them back before someone gets hurt. And if they don't come back, Todd asked, we just accept that some mystery person has enough drugs to knock out half the town? Priya's jaw clenched. Then we deal with that tomorrow, she said. Today, we're giving people a chance to do the right thing. Todd looked from her to Ethan to Linda. 3 thefts in 2 days, he said slowly, all from the same triangle. Town, clinic, cabin, and there's a new camp full of strangers on our doorstep. You think Quarry did it, someone said. I didn't say that, Todd replied. But if you want to talk about who's had sudden access to our supplies and information, it's not a hard list to make. Linda's eyes flashed. You think we crawled up to that cabin in the dark to steal soup? She asked. We barely knew how to get here until yesterday. Half of us are afraid to go off the path in case we end up staring down your roadblock. And the meds? Todd said. You have a retired nurse in your camp. You got people who know exactly what to take. We also have kids and elders who might need those meds, Linda said. We sent them to the clinic in good faith. If anybody from Quarry took from them, I'll be first in line to drag them back. But you don't get to label us thieves because you're scared of everything that isn't on your payroll. The room buzzed like a kicked hive. Miller raised both hands. Enough, he said sharply. We are not turning this into an us versus them shouting match. Too late, someone muttered. He continued anyway. We're dealing with 3 things at once, he said. Hungry people, sick people, and scared people. Scared people make stories. Stories turn into accusations. Accusations turn into mobs. We're not going there. Todd folded his arms. So what's your plan, he asked. Because from where I sit, we've got a cabin full of supplies everyone whispers about, a camp full of strangers working under some lady with cardboard rules, in a clinic that doesn't even know who has its medicine. You want to calm people down? Clear the air. Open the doors. Let us see what's where. It took a second for the full meaning of his words to sink in. Excuse me? Riley said. You want searches? Ethan said. Not raids, Todd said smoothly. Searches, inventory checks. We make sure nobody's hoarding more than their share. Nobody's stockpiling meds that belong to everybody. Town committee members go up to the cabin, down to the quarry, through the clinic. We see what's there. We make rules based on facts, not rumors. And who's on this merry band of inspectors? Jamal asked. Me, for one, Todd said. Absolutely not, Riley snapped. Marge shook her head. You with a rifle is the reason half these people are jumpy, she said. You show up at the quarry with a clipboard and a gun, you'll start a riot. I didn't say I'd bring the gun, Todd replied. You didn't say you wouldn't, Ethan said. The room teetered. For a few seconds, nobody spoke. Then softly, Pastor Miller. Maybe Todd has a point. Silence dropped like a curtain. Miller, Marge said slowly, you want to clarify that before someone sets the church on fire? He sighed. I don't like the idea of searching anyone's home, he said. Truly, I don't. It feels wrong. But I also know that the longer we let rumors fester, the worse the explosion will be when they blow. People are afraid Ethan's hiding a treasure trove. They're afraid Quarry Town is hoarding meds. They're afraid the clinic staff are covering for thieves. We can tell them they're wrong until we're blue in the face, or we can show them. Priya crossed her arms. You want to inventory my clinic in front of a crowd so everyone can see exactly how little we have left? She asked. So they can count pills and start mentally claiming them? No, Miller said. I want a small, neutral team. 2 or 3 people from the committee. No guns, no shouting. They go quietly. They look. They come back and tell us, here's what's actually there. Then we can make decisions from a place of truth. And if you find more than you like, Linda asked, if you look at our food and say, this is too much for 23, then we talk about redistribution, he said, with the people who collected it, not at gunpoint, not by force, by agreement. Todd snorted. And if the cabin says no, he asked, if the quarry says no, you going to wag your finger at them? Ethan felt the room's attention pivot toward him. Riley glanced sideways at him. Here we go, she murmured under her breath. Ethan stood up fully this time. Let me see if I understand what's being proposed, he said, voice steady. A small group from this committee, chosen to be as fair as possible, comes to my cabin and to the quarry camp. They walk through, make notes, ask questions. No weapons, no threats. They don't take anything on the spot. They bring their report back here, and then we all argue about what to do with the information. Yes, Miller said. That's the idea. And Todd, Ethan asked, you on this inspection team? Todd opened his mouth. No, Marge said bluntly. You're not going. You're a lightning rod. I'm not sending a lightning rod into 2 places that are already dry tinder. You're afraid I'll see something you don't want me to see, he said. I'm afraid you'll see exactly the same things we do and turn them into slogans instead of solutions, she replied. That actually got a few nods. Ethan looked down at his hands. He could feel Grace's imagined reaction in his mind. You're going to let them rummage through our lives? He thought of the thief's fingers on his windowsill, of the weight of others' fear settling onto his cabin whether he invited it or not. He thought of Mia, worrying that her map had become a weapon, of Alex, insisting that if they showed anyone their supplies, they might as well paint a target on the roof. He thought of all the scenarios in his disaster notebooks where community trust was a variable, and how in every one where it hit 0, everything else fell apart. He looked up. All right, he said. The room didn't quite gasp, but it tilted. Under conditions, he added. 1, no guns, not on hips, not in trucks, not just in case. 2, team is small, 3 people, tops, 2 from town, 1 from quarry, so everyone has eyes in the room. 3, you schedule it for daylight and you tell us when you're coming. No surprise visits. 4, you don't take anything with you when you leave. Not a can, not a pill. You want to talk about sharing after? We do it here with everyone, not on my porch under pressure. Who put you in charge of the rules? Someone grumbled. Same person who put you in charge of listening, Riley shot back. No one. We're making this up as we go. Miller nodded slowly. That sounds reasonable, he said. Marge? I'll go, she said. I've been up to the cabin. I've seen Quarry Town. Neither place scares me quite as much as this room does right now. A few strained chuckles. Linda? Miller asked. She considered, then nodded. I'll be the quarry representative, she said. If my people are going to be talked about in this room, I want to see what's being compared. Who's the third? Somebody asked. Not Todd, several people said at once. Travis cleared his throat. I should probably go, he said. If this is official business, it's good to have law enforcement present. I can leave my gun here. I still know how to walk without it. Todd looked like he'd bitten into something sour, but he didn't object. Fine, he said. Send your little field trip. But if they come back and tell us the cabin's stacked to the rafters and the camp's hoarding meds, don't be surprised when people demand more than a stern talking to. If the cabin was stacked to the rafters, I wouldn't be standing here arguing over 3 cans of soup, Ethan said. Marge rapped the table with her knuckles. Decision made, she said. Inspection team is me, Linda, and Travis. We go tomorrow. Morning for the cabin, afternoon for the quarry. Everyone else can stay here and not burn anything down while we're gone. That covers rations and thefts, Miller said. We'll reconvene after the inspections to talk next steps. Until then, boil your water, lock your doors, and don't shoot at each other. People laughed, but it was more out of habit than amusement. As the meeting broke up, small clusters formed, people heading straight out, others lingering to whisper, a few making a beeline for Ethan. Kelsey caught his arm as he passed. Is it true, she asked. What? He said, already tired. That you've got a generator buried under your cabin, she said. That you've been stockpiling for years. That you've got enough for all of us. You're just waiting to see who's worth sharing with. He stared at her for a second. I have a small solar setup that can run a light and a radio for a few hours a day, he said. I have food for 6 people for a few months if we stretch. I have a friend who can stitch wounds by lantern light and a sister who can dig a latrine in record time. I do not have a secret ark full of miracles. If I did, I wouldn't be standing in line here with you. She searched his face for a lie, and finding none, looked away. People want an ark, she said softly. They don't care if it's real. I know, he said. That's exactly why I'm letting them have a look. So when they're disappointed, at least they'll be disappointed with facts. He moved on. Priya intercepted him near the door. Thanks for not volunteering me for the inspection, she said. I figured you have enough fun with missing med, he said. You want me to walk with you when you make that announcement? She shook her head. No, she said. I've decided I don't want to do it in a meeting. That turns it into theater. I'm going door to door to the worst affected streets by the creek. I'll talk to them about boiling and hand washing, and I'll mention calmly that we can't afford missing meds. If the thief has a conscience, maybe that'll stir it more than a town hall scolding. You sure you don't want extra muscle? He asked. If I bring you, it turns it into an intervention, she said. If I go as Dr. Priya, most of them still think of me as the person who patched up their kids. I'd like to keep that as long as I can. He nodded. Fair, he said. Just be careful. Today's theme seems to be people doing stupid things in desperate ways. She gave him a thin smile. You noticed that too? Quarry Town was simmering when Linda and Marcus got back that afternoon. The sun was higher, the air hotter. The smell of unwashed bodies and cooking fires lay heavy over the camp. Eli met them halfway down the slope, expression tense. Problem? Linda asked. Big one, he said. Deke and one of the other guys, Thomas, nearly killed each other over a can of beans. Tell me you're exaggerating, Marcus said. A little, Eli admitted. Nobody's dead. But something's shifted. People are spooked. They heard about the thefts in town. Now they're looking at each other like suspects. They wove through the camp. At the center, near the communal fire pit, a small crowd had gathered in a rough circle. In the middle, Deke stood with his arms crossed, lips split, a smear of dried blood on his knuckles. Across from him, a wiry man in his 20s, Thomas, sat on the ground, clutching his arm and scowling. Mrs. Crenshaw, the retired nurse, hovered nearby with a rag and a bottle of clean water. "What's going on?" Linda asked, stepping into the circle. Deke's gaze flicked to her. "Just settling a disagreement," he said. "Looked a lot like you pounding Thomas into the dirt," Mrs. Crenshaw said dryly, "which I'm pretty sure is against your own rules." "He stole from me," Deke said. "Took a can out of my stash. I caught him." Thomas spat at the ground. "You got more than your share," he said. "You collected half the food when people showed up because you were watching it for them. I just took back what was mine." Eli muttered, "Here we go," under his breath. Linda took a breath. "Okay," she said. "We're not doing trial by punch here. Deke, Thomas, both of you shut up for a minute." Deke's jaw worked, but he fell silent. Thomas glared but didn't argue. "Let's lay it out," Linda said. "Thomas, did you take a can from Deke's stash without asking?" "Yes," Thomas said, "because it was my can to begin with." "Deke?" she asked. "Did you collect Thomas's food?" "I volunteered to keep things in one place," Deke said, "so we could ration it fair." He tossed his can into the pile like everyone else. Then he tried to take more than the daily share. "So you hit him," she said. "He shoved me first," Deke said. "I shoved back harder." "Do we really care about who shoved first?" someone muttered. "We're all shoving." Linda ignored the commentary. "We made rule," she said. "No theft, no weapons, no violence. You both broke the last one. Thomas might have broken the first two. We need to decide what to do about that before this place turns into a free-for-all." "Kick them out," someone said. "Make them work double shifts," someone else suggested. "Take their food and give it to the kid," another voice added. Linda held up her hands. "Everyone gets a say," she said, "but we're not piling on. Marcus?" He blinked. "Me?" he said. "You're on this camp council," she said. "You wanted a role? You've got one. What's a fair consequence that keeps the camp safe without turning us into Todd's problem-solved poster?" Marcus looked between Deke and Thomas, brow furrowed. "Both of you did something wrong," he said slowly. "Tomas, you took without asking. Deke, you hit instead of talking. We can't have either. So both of you lose today's ration. That can goes back into the communal pot for everyone else's dinner. And both of you go to town tomorrow. You work at the store, the clinic, wherever they want you all day. You come back with whatever favor you've earned for this camp. You screw up again, either of you. We talk about sending one of you to stay in town permanently." "You're punishing the camp by losing that labor," someone objected. "We're also telling town we're serious about holding our own people accountable," Linda said. "If we don't, Todd will do it for us, and he won't bother with double rations and timeouts." Deke wiped his lip with the back of his hand. "You're making us the example," he said. "Yes," she said. "You want to be security. Sometimes that means taking your lumps in public." Thomas muttered, "Fine," under his breath. "Speak up," Linda said. "Fine," he repeated louder. "I'll go, but I'm not working alongside this guy." "You're not," she said. "You're going to the store. He's going to the clinic. They can use the muscle to haul water. Mrs. Crenshaw, can you make sure Thomas's arm isn't broken?" "It's not," she said. "Just bruised. He'll live." "Then we're done here," Linda said. "For now. Everyone else, if you think someone's got more than they should, bring it to me or Marcus. Don't start swinging. We've got enough people looking for excuses to call this place a lost cause." The crowd grumbled but slowly broke apart. Some admired the rough justice. Others looked unconvinced. But nobody threw a punch, which Linda counted as a minor miracle. Eli fell into step with her as she walked away. "Nice job, Judge Judy," he said. "I'm not thrilled about being the camp's moral referee," she said. "But I'd rather we figure this out than hand Deke a bat and call it a day." "You think either of them hit the clinic?" he asked. "I don't know," she said. "But if town starts tying every lost pill and missing can to Quarry Town, it won't matter what we actually did." "About that," he said, "how'd the meeting go?" She gave him the short version, the inspections, the conditions, the fact that she'd volunteered to be on the team. "So we're going up to the cabin tomorrow," he said, "and letting them poke around our tent city in the afternoon." "Yep," she said. "Welcome to adulthood in the apocalypse. Saying yes to things you don't like because the alternatives are worse." That night, the cabin on Cedar Ridge felt smaller than usual. Ethan sat at the table with Grace, Jamal, and Riley while the kids pretended to read upstairs, and actually listened to every word. Lamplight pooled on the maps and notebooks spread out between them. "So tomorrow we get inspected," Riley said. "Fantastic. Should we bake cookies for the auditors?" "If you can do it without using flour," Grace said, "be my guest." Jamal tapped a pencil against the table. "I think you made the right call," he told Ethan. "I hate it, but I think it was right." "Convince my spine," Ethan said. "You're trading privacy for trust," Jamal said. "If the town's going to keep seeing you as some mysterious dragon on a horde, letting them see how small the pile really is might stop someone from doing something stupid later." "Or it'll give them a shopping list," Grace said. "That's why we insisted on no taking," Riley said. "If they want sharing, they ask here, not in your pantry with their hands already on the cans." "And you trust them to respect that?" Grace asked. "I trust Marge not to let anyone push her around," Riley said. "I trust Travis to like his job enough not to screw it up. And I trust Linda because she has the same exhausted face I see in the mirror." Ethan rubbed his eyes. "We're making a bet," he said, "that transparency buys us more safety than secrecy. That people who feel seen are less likely to pick up pitchforks." "Not all of them," Jamal said. "Some people like pitchforks on principle, but enough to matter." Up in the loft, Mia whispered, "Do you think they'll look at my map?" Alex whispered back, "Probably. It makes you look like a supervillain. That might help." "Not helping," she muttered. Down below, Grace sighed. "I'll spend the morning cleaning," she said. "Not so they think we're perfect, but so they don't trip over tools and decide our biggest threat is tetanus." "I'll label the shelves," Ethan said. "Accurate counts. If they're going to see our supplies, they might as well see that we know exactly what we have and how long it'll last." "Don't undersell," Riley said. "If you make it look like we're one meal away from starving, they'll panic. Show that we're okay, not rich." "You're asking me to do apocalypse optics," he said. "Great. I missed the seminar on that in Engineering 201. Jamal's radio crackled softly on the table. He picked it up. "Clinic to Jamal." Priya's voice came through, tired but clear. "You awake?" "Unfortunately," he said, pressing the button. "How bad?" "The good news is the stomach bug looks like it's leveling off," she said. "The bad news is the meds still haven't walked back in on their own. If they don't by tomorrow, I need to start assuming whoever has them doesn't plan to return them." "Any leads?" he asked. "Maybe," she said. "I talked to Jenny Dugan. She cried a lot. About her dad, about me not being able to save him, about the unfairness of the universe. She swore she didn't take anything. I believed her, but someone did. And the longer I stare at that empty space on the shelf, the more I realize this isn't just about drugs. It's about how much I can trust people when I turn my back." "Welcome to the club," Grace called toward the radio. There was a brief pause, then Priya's voice softened. "Grace," she said, "I heard about your break-in. I'm sorry." "I heard about your missing morphine," Grace replied. "I'd offered a trade, but I don't think that's how this works." "No," Priya said, "but it would make one hell of a dark joke at a medical conference." "Any advice for inspection day?" Ethan asked. "Yeah," she said. "Smile, be honest, and try not to punch anybody. That seems to be our mantra lately." "Copy that," he said. After they clicked off, the cabin fell quiet again. "How'd we end up here?" Grace asked softly. "We came up to this place for quiet weekends and marshmallows. Now we're debating search protocols and moral philosophy over beans?" "History didn't ask our permission," Jamal said. "It just moved in." Mia's pencil scratched faintly overhead. She was adding something to the map. Ethan decided not to ask what. He looked at the others. "Tomorrow," he said, "we let them in. We show them what we have. We try to prove we're not the enemy." "And what if they decide we are anyway?" Grace asked. He didn't have an answer he liked. "Then we'll find out exactly how far we're willing to go to protect this place," he said. Riley raised her mug in a half-hearted toast. "To tomorrow," she said. "May it suck less than today." They clinked mugs of lukewarm water and weak coffee. No one said out loud what they were all thinking. Tomorrow would be a reckoning, not just for what they had, but for who they were becoming. Chapter 10. The line we hold morning came too fast. It arrived with gray light through the log seams. The smell of coffee that was more ritual than refreshment, and a knot in Ethan's stomach that felt like an overdue exam. Inspection day. He sat at the table in a t-shirt and flannel, notebook open, pen lined up perfectly with the edge of the paper. His eyes moved over the inventory he'd written out the night before. Food, current count rice, 7 full bags, 1 partial beans, dry, 5 full bags, 1 partial canned veg, 23 canned meat, 14 canned soup, 19 flour, 3 bags, sugar, 1.5 bags oil, 2 jugs misk, pasta, oats, etc. Assorted enough to keep 6 people alive for a while, if they stretched, if nothing went horribly wrong, nothing like the mythical mountain horde half the town imagined. He ran a hand over his face. "You look like you're about to defend a dissertation," Riley said, dropping into the chair across from him. Her hair was twisted into a lopsided bun, dark circles under her eyes. "In a way, yeah," he said. "Thesis. We're not the villains you're looking for." "Peer review's brutal this semester," she said. Grace moved around the cabin like a general before an inspection, calm on the surface, charged underneath. She'd already swept, straightened, and shoved tools back onto shelves. The extra shotgun was out of sight. The loft ladder was tidied. The map was still on the table, folded once, pencil lines visible but not screaming. "How honest are we being?" she asked, adjusting a jar on the pantry shelf by half an inch. "Completely," Ethan said, "or this is pointless." "Honesty's a sliding scale when somebody with a clipboard walks into your kitchen," she said. "We agreed," he reminded her quietly. "No hiding, no performing. We let them see what's real. If we want them to trust us, we have to give them something to trust." "That's great," Alex muttered from the loft. "I love when our lives hinge on other people understanding nuance." Mia peeked over the railing, clutching her sketchbook. "They're really coming up here," she said. "Inside, to look at everything." "Not everything," Grace said. "They're not going through your drawings. Or your underwear drawer. We still have some boundaries." Ethan checked his watch. "Teams should leave town around 9, he said. "So figure they'll be here by 9:30, 10, depending on how many people stop them to offer unsolicited advice." Jamal came down the loft ladder, stretching his arms. "You know it's a serious day when Grace let me sleep on the loft instead of the floor," he said. "Apparently I've been promoted from guest to furniture." "You're going down to the clinic after this?" Ethan asked. "Yeah," Jamal said. "Priya wants to see if any meds magically reappear this morning before we assume the worst." "Maybe the thief will have a crisis of conscience," Mia said hopefully. "Maybe," he said. "Sometimes guilt does half our job for us." They ate a rushed breakfast, oats thinned with water, a spoonful of jam each, coffee that tasted vaguely of burnt hope. After dishes, Grace wiped the table down again, even though it was already clean. "Kids," she said, "if they ask you questions, you answer. You don't embellish. You don't confess to crimes you didn't commit. You don't volunteer to give away our beds." "Can I volunteer to give away Alex's socks?" Mia asked. "No," Alex said. "My socks are essential infrastructure." Riley peered out the narrow window at the drive. "Truck," she said softly. "They're here." The engine noise grew slowly louder through the trees, a familiar rattle of suspension, a pop of gravel. Then the shape of a pickup eased into view between the trunks. Ethan exhaled, as if he'd been holding his breath since the meeting. "Okay," he said. "Here we go." The truck stopped just short of the clearing. 3 figures climbed out. Marge first, jeans, heavy boots, hair pulled back, clipboard under one arm. Travis Long next, in his deputy's uniform but with his gun conspicuously absent, hands open and empty. Last was Linda, wearing the same no-nonsense expression she'd had in the church hall. No rifles, no extra shadows, no Todd. Ethan stepped out onto the porch, hands visible. "Morning," he said. "Define good," Marge replied, echoing yesterday without quite smiling. "We're on a tour of everyone's anxieties today. You're stop number 1. "Welcome to the cabin," he said. "Take your shoes off if you want. Or don't. We're past formalities." Grace came to the doorway beside him, wiping her hands on a rag. "We're not baking cookies," she said, "in case anyone's wondering." "Didn't expect you to," Marge said. "We're here to count cans, not calories." Travis tilted his hat slightly. "Appreciate you allowing this," he said. "A lot of folks wouldn't." A lot of folks don't have half the town convinced they're hiding a secret bunker, Ethan said. Figured transparency beats a torch party. Linda's eyes flicked to the tree line, then back to him. Can we talk outside first? She asked quietly. Before we go in? Ethan nodded. They walked a few steps away from the porch, enough that their voices wouldn't carry clearly inside. Look, Linda said, I don't like this. It feels invasive to you and to us. But the way people were talking yesterday, if we don't show them something, Todd will use that to push for something worse. I know, Ethan said. That's why I said yes. I just want to be clear, Travis added. We're not here with a checklist from Todd. We're here to make sure rumors and reality are at least in the same ballpark. So what happens after you see? Grace asked, leaning against a porch post. You go back and tell them we're not dragons. Do they believe you? Or do they say you're covering for your friends? Some will, Marge said. Some won't. But right now they've got nothing but stories. Facts are at least a start. Ethan looked from one to the other. All right, he said. Inside. Shoes optional. Respect required. He held the door open. They stepped into the cabin. The inspection wasn't dramatic. No one yelled. No one tore up floorboards. No one demanded to see secret compartments that didn't exist. But it was uncomfortable in the same way a medical exam was. Exposing, necessary, and impossible to pretend you were fully relaxed. Marge moved methodically, clipboard balanced on her forearm. Start with food, she said. Get the biggest rumor out of the way. Grace opened the pantry. The shelves gleamed with the small order she'd imposed. Bags stacked, labels facing out, cans grouped by type. The gap where the stolen soup had been was still there, a tiny absence in a crowded frame. Marge's eyes moved slowly over the shelves. Feels like I'm back in my stockroom, she said. Only cleaner. Write what you see, Ethan said, not what people think we have. She started counting, murmuring numbers under her breath, pencil scribbling. Travis stood back, hands in his pockets, taking it in without hovering. Linda stepped closer, eyes flicking between items like she was making mental calculations. How many people are you feeding here, she asked. 6, Ethan said. Adults, 4 most of the time. Kids, 2, plus whoever stumbles in half dead on any given day. And how long do you think this will last, she asked. Depends, he said. If we stick to 12 to 1,500 calories per person per day, maybe 3, 4 months. Less if we end up feeding more. More if we supplement with what little we can grow or trade for. You're already rationing, Marge said, not quite asking. Yes, he said. Breakfast is oatmeal or rice. Lunch is whatever Grace can trick us into thinking is a meal. Dinner is beans and rice with occasional luxury items like eggs if Marie guilt feeds us. Linda picked up a can, turned it to read the label, and set it back exactly where it had been. I've seen real hoards, she said. Basements with stacks of MREs from floor to ceiling, garages turned into grocery stores. This isn't that. It's what one obsessive guy could manage before his family started making fun of him, Grace said. We used to joke about his doom pantry. Now it's our main kitchen. Marge finished her tally, lips moving silently as she added, Okay, she said. You've got more than most. Households, less than people say. If we put this in terms of town rations, you've got the equivalent of, she did more quick math, maybe 70 household allotments, total, spread out over months. That sounds like a lot when you say 70 households, Travis said. It sounds like not enough when you say 6 people, 4 months, Riley said. That's the fun of perspective, Jamal added dryly. Marge nodded. We can't pretend this doesn't give you a buffer others don't have, she said. But you're not sitting on 20 years of food while everybody else starves. That's the myth we need to kill, Ethan said, before somebody decides to test it with a Molotov cocktail. They moved on. Water. Barrels by the side of the cabin, catchment off the roof, filters, boil pot. Sanitation. The latrine behind the trees, neat and deep, with a hand-washing station rigged from a jerry can and a foot pedal. Sleeping space, loft, pull-out couch, a bed in the back room. Guns? Travis asked finally, almost apologetically. Grace gestured toward the wall hooks. 2 rifles, 1 shotgun, another shotgun hidden. They didn't volunteer it, but if anyone had asked directly, Ethan knew he'd have to say yes. Mostly for coyotes and the occasional idiot, Grace said. We're not sitting on an armory. Ammo? Travis asked. Enough, she said. Not plenty. He nodded. As a lawman, he wasn't thrilled about extra guns. As someone who'd watched the last week unfold, he was realistic enough not to insist they disarm. Linda's gaze drifted to the table. The map, she said. Can I? Mia stiffened slightly. It's just lines, she said quickly. Lines I drew. It's not. It's okay, Ethan said softly. You can show her. Mia swallowed, then slid off her chair and came down the loft ladder, sketchbook hugged tight. It's messy, she said, unfolding the large sheet they'd been adding to for days. I kept changing things. Messy or not, it was impressive. The cabin was a small circle in the center, labeled in block letters, cabin. Around it, paths radiated like spokes, to Cedar Hollow, to Dalton's farm, to Marie and Pete, to Quarry Town, to the old logging road Ethan had marked as do not use. Little hash marks indicated distance. Shaded areas indicated rough tree lines. Faint penciled notes sat by certain spots. Good view here, bad mud after rain, possible campfire smoke seen. Linda stepped closer, something like awe in her face. You did this from memory? She asked Mia. And walking, Mia said. And what Dad told me. Some of it's probably wrong. It's more than anything we've got in town, Linda said. Half the people down there are still acting like the only geography that matters is store, church, and my house. Does this make us look worse or better, as Grace asked. That depends, Travis said. To some it'll look like planning, to others like plotting. Awesome, Alex muttered. We accidentally made a villain lair blueprint. Marge shook her head. I see people trying to understand their world, she said, trying to make sense of where help is, where danger is. She pointed at the path to Quarry Town. You going down there today? She asked Ethan. Yeah, he said. Inspection continues. Might as well make it a double feature. Marge folded the paper gently and set it back on the table. All right, she said. I've seen enough. I'm not interested in counting socks or socks' opinions. So what do you tell them? Grace asked. The question was bare, vulnerable. The truth, Marge said, that you're better off than some, worse off than the rumors, and that you've been sharing skills and supplies since day one. That you're not saints, but you're not hoarders. That if anyone tries to come up here thinking they'll find Costco, they'll be disappointed. And if they come up thinking they'll find an easy target, Grace asked, then they'll be stupid as well as disappointed, Marge said. Travis cleared his throat. It might help, he said, if you made a gesture before we get back, something we can point to as proof you're part of the same struggle. Like what? Ethan asked. Some portion of your supplies dedicated to town use, Travis said. Not all of it, not even a huge amount, but a clear, intentional piece. For the clinic, maybe, or for the Quarry kids. You want us to tithe, Grace said, 10% for the Church of Combined Survival. Call it what you want, he said, but when I tell people what you have, it'll go down easier if I can also say, and they're giving this much to the common pool. Ethan looked at the shelves. He'd done the math so many times it lived under his skin. Every can had already been eaten in his mind a dozen different ways. What are we talking about? He asked. Numbers. 5%, Travis suggested. Out of every 10 cans, one goes into a town cache. Or take it in calories. Jamal can help figure out the fair share. Grace stiffened. 5% of not enough is less than not enough, she said. And 5% toward the clinic could mean someone doesn't have to choose between giving their kid their last can or going without themselves, Riley said quietly. Ethan's head throbbed. We already give time, he said. Jamal at the clinic, Riley at the store. I help with planning, troubleshooting, whatever needs doing. Grace has built half the town's emergency sanitation. That counts. It does, Linda said. But food is visible. People don't always value what they can't hold. If they see that some of your cans went into the same bin as theirs, it might change how they talk about you. It's optics again, Grace said. This whole thing is optics. Yes, Ethan said. And optics, unfortunately, can be the difference between an annoyed neighbor and a mob. He stared at the shelves. He thought of the 3 missing soup cans, of the thief who had risked everything for that little, of Tara gasping on the ridge, of Kelsey in line, eyes hollow and angry. He exhaled. Okay, he said. We'll do it. 5%. We mark it, track it, and you make sure it goes where it needs to go. Clinic and Quarry, Jamal said. They're the most vulnerable points. Grace opened her mouth and shut it again. Her jaw worked. I hate this, she said. I know, he said. It's the right call, Riley added. I know that too, she said angrily. It still sucks. Marge scribbled something on her clipboard. We'll work out specifics later, she said. For now, I can tell people this cabin isn't a black hole. That matters. They walked back outside. Before they got in the truck, Linda paused by Ethan. I'm going to be honest with you, she said. All of this, being on committees, inspecting people's homes, it's not what I thought I'd be doing when the power went out. I thought I'd be in a corner somewhere, trying not to freak out. Instead, I'm whatever this is. Welcome to management, he said. She huffed a quiet laugh. Quarry Town sees you as the mountain guy with a plan, she said. Town sees you as the mountain guy with a stash. You're in the middle whether you like it or not. I've noticed, he said. Just remember, she said, you don't have to carry both sides alone. Some of us down there do have spines. We'll use them. Good, he said. I'm running low. They climbed into the truck. Gravel popped. The engine growled. The vehicle rolled down the drive and disappeared between the trees. The cabin, once again, was just them. The silence left behind wasn't entirely peaceful. It felt like I just let strangers read my diary, Mia said softly. I'm never letting anyone inspect my sock drawer, Alex declared. Grace watched the empty road for a long moment. Did we just agree, she said slowly, to let other people decide what percentage of our future we give away? No, Ethan said. We agreed to give a specific piece to show we're in this together. The rest we still decide. That's the line. I hope it holds, she said. So do I, he said. The radio on the table crackled. Town to cabin, came Travis's voice. Be advised, Todd's not happy. He cornered us in the parking lot. He's heading to the quarry with some ideas. Don't know what he's planning yet, but it won't be subtle. Ethan's chest tightened. Copy, he said. We're on our way down. He looked at Grace, Riley, Jamal. Looks like round 2's at the quarry, he said. Time to see who's drawing which lines. Quarry Town felt different the moment they pulled in. Yesterday it had been tense but functioning. Water line, cooking fires, kids playing half-heartedly with sticks. Today it felt like a room where everyone had just stopped shouting. Conversations were hushed. People clustered in groups, eyes fixed on the same point near the entrance. A familiar pickup truck parked at an angle that said blockade more than visit. Todd stood near it, sleeves rolled up, boots planted like roots. 2 of his usual men flanked him. This time they were armed, not rifles out, but slung over shoulders, the casual menace obvious. Opposite them, Linda, Marcus, and Eli stood with their own little cluster of quarry residents. Deke hovered just behind, jaw set. As Ethan's truck rolled into view, heads turned. Fantastic, Riley muttered. Welcome to my least favorite episode of Community Mediation Theater. They climbed out. Morning, Ethan called, because formality was apparently his default defense mechanism. Todd didn't bother with greetings. You're just in time, he said. Maybe you can help explain to our friends here how this little arrangement is going to work. Which arrangement? Linda asked tightly. The one we actually agreed on, or the one you wrote in your head last night? Todd gestured around at the tents and tarps. This, he said. We talked about a camp with limits. Now that I've seen it up close, I'm tightening those limits, for everyone's sake. You were here yesterday, Eli said. You saw the same tents then. Yesterday I was outnumbered, Todd said. Today I came prepared. His men shifted slightly, not raising their guns but reminding everyone they were there. Ethan stepped between the 2 groups, not close enough to make himself a target, but enough to block the most direct line. What are you trying to do? He asked. Specifically. Todd folded his arms. Simple, he said. No more new arrivals. Anyone who shows up after today gets turned back, pointed to the next town over, whatever. Anyone who's here now either signs on to work my fields or town full-time, or they leave within a week. And we reduce the camp population to 15. Tops. 15? Linda repeated, incredulous. You can't just... I can if I'm the one who has to deal with the consequences, Todd said. We had 3 thefts in 2 days. The clinic's missing meds. People's pantries are thinner. You don't think some of that heat is going to be directed up here? I'm preemptively turning down the burner. By kicking people out of the one place trying to organize them, Ethan said. That's not turning down the burner. That's knocking over the pot. Todd's eyes narrowed. You agreed to inspections, he said. To transparency. You want trust? Let's start by not pretending this camp is a net positive. It is, Jamal said. People from the quarry have been hauling water, cleaning the clinic, unloading supplies at the store. You think Priya doesn't notice who shows up? Priya also noticed her meds are gone, Todd snapped. You think she doesn't notice that? We all notice, Linda said. We're not claiming virtue. We're claiming space to not die on the road. Could we not make major policy decisions in the dirt without the committee? Riley said. We have a process, meetings, clipboards, the whole boring circus. Some things can't wait for a meeting, Todd said. When you've got a camp of armed strangers. We're not armed, a woman in a threadbare hoodie called out. We've got more blisters than bullets. When you've got a camp of strangers, Todd amended, you don't let it grow unchecked. Strangers who helped dig your friend's ditch yesterday, Marcus said. Strangers who carried your neighbor's kid into the clinic when he passed out. Stop saying strangers like we don't already live on your street. Not my street, Todd said. My street's back that way, behind fences I paid to put up. Ethan felt something in him click. Todd, he said, what do you actually want? Not your pretext, your agenda. Say it. Todd's jaw tightened. I want to keep Cedar Hollow from turning into Riverbend, he said. We've all seen those videos. Cities falling apart. People looting everything that's not nailed down. You think that can't happen here? You build a little city at the quarry and watch what happens when somebody decides they deserve more. That's exactly why we're trying to build it with rules, Linda said. And when your rules fail, he asked, when somebody decides they're hungry enough to ignore cardboard, then who deals with it? Me. My men. The folks whose houses are closest to the highway. Wrong, Ethan said quietly. We all deal with it. That's the point. Shared risk, shared responsibility. Todd looked at him like he'd grown another head. That's a nice slogan, he said. Doesn't stop bullets. No, Ethan said. People do. Or they start them. The crowd around them was thickening. Quarry residents edged closer. A few town people who'd come up out of curiosity or obligation lingered near Todd's truck. The air felt like the moment just before a storm when the wind holds its breath. Okay, Jamal said. We need to pull this back from the cliff. Todd, you were part of the committee that agreed to the inspection system, yes? Yes, Todd said. Inspections. And that team, Marge, Travis, Linda, has seen the cabin and will see the quarry this afternoon. Jamal went on. Let them do their job. Let them bring back facts. Then we hash out population caps and work requirements in that room. Not here. Not like this. Meanwhile, Todd said, more people come. More mouths to feed. Or maybe, Riley said, meanwhile they don't, because rumors getting around that Todd and his roadblock will turn you away at gunpoint. Linda stepped closer. You want fewer people up here? She said. Stop pointing rifles at them when they get off the highway. I saved this town by turning people away, Todd shot back. You saved your fences, she said. The town is still deciding if it wants to be something more than that. He pointed at the camp behind her. You call this more? He said. Looks like less to me. Stop, Ethan said. He'd said that word a lot this week. To kids, to panicked parents, to mobs on the verge of stampedes. It rarely worked immediately, but sometimes it bought seconds. We need to separate 2 questions, he went on. 1. Should Quarry Town exist at all? 2. If it does, how big can it be, and what are its responsibilities? We already answered the first one when we let these people set up tents and connected them to rations. We're not ripping that up today because you woke up more scared than you were yesterday. A few people actually nodded at that, even on Todd's side. And the second question? Todd asked. We answer it with data, Ethan said. How much food can we realistically share? How many people can town and farms absorb as workers? How many can the quarry support with its water and sanitation? We're not there yet. We started the process. Don't pretend a half-baked policy shouted in a gravel pit is better. Silence stretched. Then somebody in the back muttered, sounds like stalling. It might have been one of Todd's men. It might have been a desperate camper. Ethan addressed the air. Maybe, he said, or maybe it's refusing to make life-changing decisions while everyone's adrenaline is spiking. Deke shifted, arms crossed. Maybe we should vote, he said. Let the camp decide if we want to stay at 23 or get cut down to 15. With a gun in the room? Linda said. Hard pass. Todd exhaled, long and slow, like someone letting air out of a balloon he'd wanted to pop. Fine, he said at last. I'll give you until the inspection's done. After that, if this place keeps growing, I'm pulling my support for rations and road access. Your support? Riley repeated. This isn't your kingdom. Maybe not, he said. But my trucks, my fuel, and my roads are for now. I stop hauling food, you'll feel it. Ethan bit back the first response that came to mind. It involved creative uses of cattle and fence posts. Instead, he said, you pull your trucks. You're not punishing Quarry. You're punishing Cedar Hollow. That's a choice you'd have to own. I will, he said. You think I'm afraid of being the bad guy? I've been it before. He jerked his chin at his men. We're done here for now, he said. You want to play house with your camp? Do it. But don't say I didn't warn you when it burns. They turned and walked up the slope. Nobody tried to stop them. Nobody threw anything. But 100 unsaid words followed them out. When the truck engine finally faded, Linda let out a breath she'd been holding. Okay, she said. Could have been worse. Nobody got shot. Low bar, Eli said. Marcus looked at Ethan. You sure we can afford to keep this place going? He asked quietly. If Todd really pulls his support, we can't afford not to, Ethan said. We just have to be very careful about how. He turned to the camp at large. All right, he called. Let's get back to work. Water doesn't haul itself, and Mrs. Crenshaw threatened to kill everyone if the latrine doesn't get a second pit. A few chuckles broke the tension. Work resumed, but the mood had shifted. The invisible line between camp and town, us and them, had been traced a little darker. The inspection team arrived at Quarry Town just after noon. This time, Ethan stayed back, leaning against a rock near the water, while Marge, Linda, and Travis walked the perimeter with clipboards and questions. He watched them talk to people, examine the latrines, count the food cache that had been pooled in a central spot under a tarp. He listened, not to the words exactly, but to the hum, tones of defensiveness, gratitude, fear. He heard Marge say, no, we don't want to take it. We want to know what you've got so we can plan better. He heard Travis say, if you see something shady, come to me, not to Todd. He heard Linda say, we're all on one big sinking ship. We're just in different corners of the same deck. At one point, a boy of maybe 12 darted past with a bucket, nearly tripping over Ethan's boots. Hey, Ethan said automatically. Careful. The kid looked up, startled. Dark hair, skinny arms, a hoodie that had seen better days. His shoes caught Ethan's attention, not because they were fancy, they were worn canvas sneakers, but because of the pattern, a faded bright green stripe along the side. Ethan's gaze flicked down without thinking, memory pinging. 2 nights ago, he'd woken briefly to a half-sound, half-dream, something soft across the cabin floor. He hadn't seen much when he'd blinked over the side of the couch. Just a shadow near the pantry and a flash of color, green. He felt a cold little click in his brain. Hey, he said more softly. What's your name? The boy froze like a rabbit in an open field. Why? He asked warily. Because shouting, hey kid, all the time gets old, Ethan said. I'm Ethan. The boy hesitated, then muttered, Luis. Luis, Ethan repeated. Good to meet you. You new here? Couple days, Luis said. We walked from Riverbend. Mom's over there. He jerked his chin toward a woman sitting on a fold-out chair, rubbing her temples. It's a long walk, Ethan said. Louis shrugged as if admitting tiredness would be a weakness. Your shoes hold up? Ethan asked casually. Louis glanced down, then back up. They're fine, he said. Funny thing, Ethan said. I saw shoes like that the other night, green stripe and everything, walking across my kitchen floor. The boy went very still. For a heartbeat, for two, his eyes darted between Ethan and the exit slope, calculating. Ethan held up a hand. Relax, he said. I'm not going to yell or drag you into the middle of camp. Louis swallowed. I didn't take much, he blurted. Just some soup. We were hungry. The guy at the road said you had more than everyone. I thought you wouldn't miss it. There it was. The thief, the ghost in the pantry. Not a hardened criminal or a shadowy saboteur, a scared kid in worn shoes. Ethan's first instinct was anger. At the break-in, at the scare, at the violation. His second was at the man who'd sent him there. Todd sent you, he said. Not sent, Louis said. But when he turned us away from the road, he said, try the mountain guy with the cabin if you can find it. He's got enough to share. The words tasted like rust in Ethan's mouth. Did your mom know you went? He asked. Louis shook his head. She was coughing, he said. She was so tired. I heard people talking about your place by the store. I thought, if I could bring back a little, she'd feel better. Your window was open a little. I didn't break it, I swear. I just slipped in. You also slipped out without closing the latch, Ethan said. I tried, Louis said miserably. It stuck. I thought I had it. I'm sorry, His voice broke. Ethan looked at him. At the too thin arms, the dirty hoodie, the shame. This was the person Grace had wanted to punch the air about that morning. This was the source of her new insomnia. This was also a child who'd walked miles because an armed man had pointed him toward a rumor. You scared my family, Ethan said quietly. You put yourself in danger, and you made it harder for us to trust anyone who comes near the cabin. Louis's shoulders hunched. I know, he whispered. I'm sorry. Ethan let the silence sit for a few seconds. Then he said, do you still have the cans? Louis shook his head. We ate one, he said. Mom made it into soup with water and some noodles. We shared the others with the people in our tent. I can work it off, or give it back in chores, or something. He trailed off, voice small. Ethan's anger ebbed, leaving something heavier. This was the line. Not between him and Louise, between fear and who he wanted to be. He could drag the boy into the circle and announce, here's your thief, everyone. Look what desperation looks like. Maybe it would satisfy some people. Maybe it would make things worse. He could tell Louise never to come near the cabin again, reinforcing a line of suspicion that would ooze into every interaction between camp and ridge. Or he could treat this as the microcosm it was, a bad choice in a terrible situation, made by a kid whose world had already been upended. Okay, he said at last. Here's what we're going to do. Louise tensed. You're going to tell your mom, Ethan said. Today, everything. If she comes to me later and says she heard it from someone else first, we start over with a much worse conversation. Louise nodded quickly. And you're going to work, Ethan said. Not for me, for your camp. Every time you haul water, dig pits, help Mrs. Crenshaw, or carry something heavy for someone older, you're paying down those 3 cans. You don't owe me, you owe them. Because if this place turns into chaos, it's going to be because people felt like they had to sneak around to survive. Louise blinked. You're not telling the others? He asked. Not right now, Ethan said. If this happens again, if you go back to the cabin, if I hear about you stealing from the clinic or the store, I will drag your scrawny butt into the middle of town and let Marge decide your punishment. But everyone gets one chance to choose better. This is yours. Louise's throat worked. Why? He whispered. Because somebody gave us one, Ethan said. More than one, actually. Marie, Pete, Jamal, Priya. I'm just passing it on. Don't make me regret it. Louise nodded so hard his hair flopped. I won't, he said. I promise. I'll help. I know how to fix bikes, and I can climb trees to tie things. And I start with carrying those buckets without spilling, Ethan said. We'll work up to heroics. Luis managed a shaky, almost smile. Okay, he said. Thanks. And I'm really sorry. Go, Ethan said. The boy scampered off, nearly tripping again. Ethan watched him go, a dull ache in his chest. He felt more than heard, someone come to stand beside him. You going to tell Todd? Riley asked quietly. No, he said. I'd rather not watch him turn a scared kid into a prop. That was the thief? She asked. Yeah, he said. One of them anyway. I doubt he's the only one who'll ever make that choice. She studied his face. Did it help, she asked, seeing a real person instead of a shadow? Not as much as I'd like, he said, but enough. Enough for what? She asked. To remind me why we agreed to this mess, he said. Why we're giving 5% of our future to people we barely know. Why we're standing in a gravel pit arguing with a rancher who thinks he's an army. They fell quiet. Across the camp, Marge was finishing her count. She caught Ethan's eye and gave a small nod. Later, they stood together at the edge of the quarry. All right, Marge said. Here's the fun part. Number translation. Hit me, Ethan said. At current population, Quarry has food for maybe 2 weeks, assuming everyone sticks to half rations, she said. With town supplements, we can stretch that to 3, maybe 4. Water's good, sanitation's better than I feared. Work contribution's decent, from what I've seen. If we cap at 30 instead of 40 for now, I think we can manage without taking too much from town. Tell Todd that, Linda said. I will, Marge said. And if he doesn't like it, he can come to the meeting and say so, without bringing his gun collection. Travis looked out over the tents. We've got to reinforce the idea that this place answers to the same rules as Cedar Hollow, he said. No stealing from the clinic, no breaking into cabins, no threatening people. If we can nail that, maybe the pitchfork crowd settles down. And if we can't, Riley asked. Then we draw harder lines, he said. But not today. Today we tell the truth and hope it's enough to knock some of the crazy out of the air. Lot of hoping lately, Ethan said. Hope's free, Marge said. Might as well use it. The town hall that evening felt like a verdict, even before anyone spoke. The room was hotter than usual. Too many bodies, not enough windows. The scent of sweat and tension mixed with old wood and candle wax. Ethan sat near the front with Grace, Jamal, Riley, and, on the other side, Linda and Marcus. Quarry residents clustered near the back, some standing. Town folks filled the rest, faces tight. Todd sat farther down, arms crossed, jaw clenched. His eyes were slits. Miller called the meeting to order with a bang of his hand on the table. Let's get to it, he said. We've all had long days. We'll keep this to 3 items. Inspection reports, response to the thefts, and resource sharing going forward. Marge stood. I'll go first, she said. We inspected the cabin in Quarry Town. Here's what we saw. She didn't sugarcoat it. Ethan's cabin has more food than most households, she said, but nowhere near the years of supplies people are whispering about. It's enough for 6 people for a few months if they ration hard. They've also been sending 1 person to the clinic every day, 1 to the store, and providing skills and tools for town projects. It's not a bunker. It's a home with a slightly bigger pantry. Murmurs. And the quarry? Miller prompted. Quarry has 23 people, she said. Food for 2 weeks at half. Rations. Water and waste under control. People working in town. Rules written on cardboard but actually being followed more than I expected. It's not a bandit camp. It's a refugee camp that doesn't want to call itself that. More murmurs. Todd raised a hand without standing. And the meds? He asked. Any sign of them in either place? No, she said. We checked obvious spots. Talked to people. If anyone's hiding morphine in a tent or under a floorboard, they're doing a good job. It wasn't there. Priya stood. A note on the meds, she said. We posted an anonymous return option. This morning we found a bag on the clinic steps with half a bottle of antibiotics and 1 vial of morphine. Whoever took them either used some or passed some on. I don't know which. I'm not saying the problem's solved, but someone at least listened. Or they're trying to cover their tracks, Todd said. Maybe, she said, but I'd rather have half back than none. Any idea who took them? Someone called. Not enough to accuse, she said, and I'm not turning this into a witch hunt. I will say this, if you're tempted to steal meds because you're scared, come talk to me instead. I'm very capable of saying no in person. You don't have to force my hand by breaking into the cabinet. A small ripple of laughter cut the tension. Miller nodded. Thank you, Marge. Thank you, Priya, he said. Next, sharing. Every head turned toward the cabin cluster. Ethan stood. We've agreed, he said, to designate 5% of our stored food for town use. That means for every 20 cans, one goes into a shared cache at the clinic and one to support Quarry Town. We'll track it. We'll help decide how it's used. But it's not ours alone anymore. A low wave ran through the room. Some people looked surprised. Some looked vaguely betrayed, like they'd been robbed of an excuse to hate him. Todd's eyes narrowed further. So you do have enough to share, he said. We have enough to share a little, Ethan said. Not enough to bail everyone out. We're doing what we can without killing ourselves. That's the line we're drawing. Kelsey shifted in her seat. You could have just not told us, she said. Kept it all. Yeah, he said. We could have. Then 3 months from now, when we were still eating and you weren't, how do you think that would go? We're not saints. We're not martyrs. But we'd like to be able to look you in the eye without wondering when you're going to pick up a rock. A few bitter chuckles. Linda stood next. Quarry Town will send 2 people every day to help at the clinic, the store, or farms, she said. We'll also submit to regular checks, no surprise raids, scheduled visits, to make sure we're not turning into what Todd's afraid of. In exchange, we ask for a seat at the table when decisions affect us. Not just as refugees, but as part of this place. You already have one, Miller said. You're standing in it. She gave a small, tired smile. Sometimes it helps to say it out loud, she said. Todd finally rose. So that's it, he said. We pat ourselves on the back because Cabin Man threw 5% into the pot and the quarry folks promised to be good? What happens when that runs out? What happens when the next wave of people shows up? We deal with them when they come, Miller said. Case by case, same as we did with the first wave. That's not a plan, Todd said. That's a hope. You're all so addicted to hope, you don't see the cliff coming. He turned, sweeping the room with his gaze. You want to know where my line is? He said. Here it is. My land, my fences, my cattle. Anyone comes onto my property without permission, they're a trespasser. I don't care if they're from Riverbend, Quarry, or your cabin. Anyone from Quarry caught stealing from town? I push to shut that camp down. Anyone from the cabin hoarding something that could save a life while we watch people die? I stopped being nice about committees. We've already had people die, Priya said quietly. And if we'd shared more sooner, would they still be alive? He demanded. Maybe, she said. Maybe not. Medicine's not magic. Neither is food. Fear isn't either, Jamal added. But it's powerful enough to turn neighbors into enemies if we let it. Todd looked at him. You're from out of town, he said. You show up here, play doctor, and suddenly we're all supposed to change our whole way of thinking because you've seen a few disaster zones? Yes, Jamal said simply, because I've seen exactly what happens when you don't. The room quieted. What happens? Someone asked softly. Jamal looked out over the rows of faces, worried, angry, tired. You get camps like Quarry, he said. You get people like Ethan, trying to bridge gaps with no safety net. And you get people like Todd, grabbing tighter to what they know. None of that is inherently evil, but when resources get tighter, fear gets louder. The first things to go are trust and nuance. People stop seeing each other as individuals and start seeing groups. Us, them, locals, outsiders. Once that happens, every decision becomes win or lose, instead of survive together or die together. And then, people start doing what they think they have to, sometimes with guns. He let that hang. I'm not here to lecture you on morality, he went on. I'm here to say you have a chance, right now, to not slide all the way into that, to accept inconvenient compromises, to share a little more than you want and hold back a little less than you're afraid to lose, to draw lines around what you absolutely won't do instead of around who you absolutely won't help. And your line? Todd asked. What won't you do? Jamal's gaze was steady. I won't turn a kid away from clean water because they're from the wrong side of the highway, he said. I won't let someone die in front of me because their address isn't in your phone. And I won't pretend we can save everyone, but I'll damn sure act like the ones in front of us matter. The room was very still. Miller nodded slowly. That's the heart of it, he said. Lines we draw, around our homes, around our hearts. He looked at Ethan. What's your line? He asked. Everyone turned again. Ethan swallowed. He hadn't planned to give a speech. He'd planned to survive the meeting, but the question deserved an answer. My line, he said slowly, is this. I will share what I can without lying to you about what I can't. I will open my door when I can help without putting my family in the path of a bullet. I won't let someone else decide who gets to live in my house. And I won't become the kind of person who watches others drown from a dry porch and calls it destiny. He met Todd's gaze. I won't let you turn fear into an excuse to hurt people before they hurt you, he said. But I also won't pretend your fears are fake. They're not. They're just not the only ones that matter. He turned to Linda. And I won't let Quarry Town turn into a fantasy either, he said. This camp is not a promise of safety. It's a promise that we will try. If people break that, we will deal with it here, together, not by handing them over to whoever shouts the loudest. His eyes found Mia and Alex near the back, standing together, listening. And I won't teach my kids, he added quietly, that survival means shutting off every part of themselves that cares about anyone else. Silence again. Then from somewhere in the middle rows, a voice. So what do we do? Right now, tonight, tomorrow. Marge answered. Tonight, she said, you go home. You lock your doors. You boil your water. If you've got 3 bags of flour and your neighbor's got none, you give them one. Not because we tell you to, because that's how you look at yourself in the mirror. Tomorrow, Miller added, we meet again. We refine the ration plan with this new 5%. We formalize Quarry's work rotations. We set real revisable caps. We keep talking instead of shooting. And if someone steals again, Todd asked, then we deal with that person, Marge said. Not their entire camp, not their entire family, not their entire imaginary group. People shifted, some grudgingly agreeing, some clearly dissatisfied, but no one stormed out. No one picked up a chair. For now, that was enough. The walk back up to the cabin that night was quiet. The truck's headlights cut a narrow tunnel through the dark. Trees flashed. By ghostly in the beam, then disappeared. In the cab, nobody spoke for a long time. Finally, Grace broke the silence. You did good, she said. I feel like I swallowed gravel, Ethan said. That's what good feels like now, she said. Rusty and exhausting. In the back seat, Alex leaned his head against the window. So, we're sharing 5%, he said. Are we going to starve? No, Ethan said. Not if we're careful. Not if things don't get too much worse. Reassuring, Alex muttered. Mia hugged her sketchbook to her chest. Luis came by the waterline while you were talking, she said softly. He looked different. Guild'll do that, Riley said. You know? Mia asked. Yeah, Ethan said. I met him. We had a talk. Did you yell at him? She asked. No, he said. I explained why what he did was wrong and why it scared us. And then I gave him a chance to fix it. She was quiet for a moment. Is that our line too? She asked. That we give people chances? Not unlimited one, Grace said. But yes, at least one, maybe 2 if we're feeling generous and they're not waving a weapon. Mia nodded slowly. I'm drawing a new line on the map, she said. Between where and where? Ethan asked. Between the cabin and the quarry, she said. Not a path, a connection, like a bridge. Make it thick, Riley said. We're going to be walking it a lot. They pulled into the clearing. The cabin looked the same as it always did at night. Small, stubborn, warm light leaking from between curtains. Inside, they went through the familiar motions. Stove, lamps, quick perimeter check. Ethan stood in front of the pantry for a moment, hand on the latch. The shelves looked just as they had that morning. The counts hadn't changed, but something invisible had. 5% of it now belonged to more than them. He opened the door, took 1 can of soup, one of beans, and set them on the table. "For tomorrow," he said. Clinic drop. Grace watched, then added a bag of rice. "For Quarry," she said grudgingly, "so nobody thinks we're playing favorites." "That's 3 items out of hundreds," Alex said. "It's also 3 meals," Jamal said, "for someone who'd otherwise have none." Riley raised her mug and a little toast. "To the line," she said. "The one on Mia's map or the one in our head?" Alex asked. "Both," she said, "because they're starting to be the same thing." They clinked mugs, water, weak tea, the last of the coffee. Outside, the forest hummed its night song. Inside, 6 people sat at a scarred wooden table, tired and wired and more bound together than they had been a week ago. The world beyond Cedar Ridge was still broken. The grid was still down. More people would come. More hard decisions would follow. But for that night, they had drawn their lines, not around who deserved to live, but around what they refused to become. It wasn't victory. It wasn't peace. But it was something solid to stand on, a line they held. And for now, that had to be enough.